Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. The entire Boundary City looked enormous from afar, and upon closer inspection, its sheer size was evident. Numerous cultivators filled the streets, their comings and goings unhurried, as if no one wanted to speak. Aside from these things, Bai Xiaochun noticed a wide variety of resources for sale within the Boundary City, from elixirs and magic artifacts to talismans. Everything one could need was available. And the prices weren't exorbitant, especially the elixirs, which were even slightly cheaper than outside. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun discovered a military camp within the Boundary City. Many cultivators were stationed there, and these cultivators, besides exuding a palpable aura of killing intent, shared a unique characteristic. Their clothing bore the imprint of a bloody handprint. This imprint contained a formation, creating the illusion of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Bai Xiaochun and his companions also observed some soldiers patrolling, and every cultivator they encountered bowed respectfully. They are cultivators from the Iron Blood Sect's branch, an insignificant part of the Iron Blood Sect. They only occasionally leave the Great Wall for decisive battles. Most of the time they guard this place, Zhao Qianzhao explained to Bai Xiaochun in a low voice. His gaze filled with reverence and anticipation as he looked at the Iron Blood Sect cultivators. Occasionally leave the Great Wall, Bai Xiaochun carefully observed the cultivators stationed there, secretly astonished. He realized that none of these cultivators were ordinary, yet they only occasionally left the Great Wall. So, what about the Iron Blood Sect cultivators stationed in the Third Great Wall area? At this point, everyone found a hotel in the Boundary City, preparing to rest for a day before departing. Zhao Qianzhou and Chen Yuexian left. They needed to meet the elders stationed in the Boundary City, as they possessed the strength and qualifications to do so. Zhao Qianzhou also invited Bai Xiaochun to go with him, but Bai Xiaochun, thinking he intended to observe the situation outside the Great Wall, declined and left the inn. As dusk fell, the sky turned pitch black. Even in the darkness, the Boundary City was still bustling with cultivators, and all the shops remained open. Bai Xiaochun walked along the streets, observing the people around him, noting the brightly lit shops, yet only a low murmur could be heard inside, as if people here could only speak softly to each other. He found this strange, because everyone was so quiet, even their conversations were hushed whispers. Bai Xiaochun felt he should adapt to the local customs and decided it would be best to emulate them. He adopted a cold expression, blending into the crowd with a somber face. At this moment, he found that the strange feeling had disappeared. It seemed he had merged with his surroundings. This made Bai Xiaochun happy, and he intended to continue walking around, but suddenly stopped in front of a shop. Soul Scattering Pavilion. Bai Xiaochun saw the shop's name and examined the interior. He discovered that the shop sold many bottles, each containing some kind of strange power, which was why many cultivators stopped to observe it. Curious, Bai Xiaochun went inside. After entering, he approached a bottle and was greatly surprised. Inside the bottle was a very quiet cloud of mist, seemingly sealed. When Bai Xiaochun got closer, the mist boiled, condensing into a human face that stared directly at him. It was the face of an extremely ferocious woman, her eyes filled with a malevolent intent, as if she wanted to leap out of the bottle and attack Bai Xiaochun. This was a vengeful spirit. Bai Xiaochun, caught off guard and unprepared, cried out in surprise. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators glared at him uncomfortably. At the same time, all the mist on the jars boiled, transforming into human faces, as if Bai Xiaochun had just awakened a group of sleeping people. Being stared at by so many vengeful spirits, Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He even heard strange laughter and occasional wailing. He even heard singing. After the laughter and crying merged, forming a force that infused into his soul. He heard various voices. "Let me out, big brother. Do you still remember me? We know each other. A little baby like you, I devoured countless of you back then. Ha 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 ha." These sounds grew louder and louder, forming a storm of echoing sounds in Bai Xiaochun's head. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his eyes flashing with cold light, a chilling aura emanating from him. He chanted a spell, using the immortal seal to form a seal and pointed it at his chest. At this moment, all the sounds disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Those vengeful spirits stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, seemingly realizing they couldn't shake his resolve, then slowly withdrew their gazes, finally transforming into motionless mist as before. The other cultivators in the shop looked at Bai Xiaochun with solemn expressions, continuing to choose vengeful spirits for themselves. Bai Xiaochun sighed, frowning as he looked around. In the corner of the shop, an old man with gray hair stepped out. He smiled, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Bai Xiaochun. "New here?" the old man inquired. Bai Xiaochun nodded, feeling puzzled, vaguely guessing the reason why this place didn't like to talk. After arriving at this city, if you don't want to be constantly harassed by vengeful spirits, you must speak softly, preferably through telepathic communication. This area has too many vengeful spirits, some visible, some invisible. This bottle seals the souls. Inside and outside the city walls, the best resource is souls. Whether for cultivation, alchemy, or even crafting magical artifacts, souls can be used as a substitute. The old man smiled and explained to Bai Xiaochun, then turned and left. Bai Xiaochun bowed in gratitude. Finally, he understood the reason. He realized that foundation establishment souls were quite valuable here, and core formation souls were even more valuable, second only to nascent souls. Not long after, Bai Xiaochun left the shop. When blending into the crowd, he was more cautious than before, walking without saying a word. As the moon rose high, Bai Xiaochun stopped outside the shop. This shop sold indigenous people. Similar to the skeletons outside the city walls, these natives were no different from monks, only slightly larger in size, each over 10 feet tall, both tall and bulky. These natives were completely sealed, lying in coffins. Both male and female, their bodies incredibly strong. This was the most striking characteristic describing them. "Senior, my servant, the desolate servant, may not be the best in the realm city, but he's definitely one or two of the best," seeing Bai Xiaochun enter. A group of foundation establishment cultivators, their faces as pale as candles, surrounded him, respectfully approaching to greet him. Bai Xiaochun observed them curiously for a moment, carefully examining the sharp, beast-like teeth of the natives. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock. "Look at their teeth and bones. Their physical strength is extremely formidable. These are the best servants. They have seals placed on them, and you can manipulate their life and death with your thoughts." Unlike Chen Manyo, Bai Xiaochun was slightly curious. After inquiring about the price, he intended to buy them but found that in the Boundary City, besides spirit stones, military merits could be used as currency. Contribution points were useless here. "A native is so expensive," Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. The shop assistant, having worked there for many years, knew how to read people's expressions and vaguely guessed Bai Xiaochun's thoughts, so he smiled and said, "Perhaps you haven't been here long. Senior, the price of these natives isn't that high. You should know that the natives outside and inside the Great Wall are vastly different. If the natives outside the walls capture a foundation establishment cultivator, they'll be worth 10 times more than we sell natives. The natives outside the savage wilderness also trade in cultivators." Bai Xiaochun was stunned. Of course, cultivators are a tonic for the natives outside the Great Wall. They lack spiritual energy. And cultivators have spiritual seeds within their bodies. "Cultivators are their spirit stones," the shop assistant replied. Bai Xiaochun felt his scalp tingle. He imagined himself being captured by the natives outside the Great Wall and being absorbed like a spirit stone. This place is too dangerous. Bai Xiaochun left the shop with a distressed expression, no longer having the heart to wander around. He returned to the inn and spent the entire night tossing and turning, deep in thought. As the sun rose, Jia Jianzhou woke Bai Xiaochun early, and they all left the Boundary City and headed towards the Great Wall. Their speed was much slower than before because the spiritual energy here was thin. Excessive consumption would make replenishment difficult. The area between the Boundary City and the Great Wall was the most dangerous. The ground here had turned black, seemingly washed by years of fresh blood, turning it purple. Even the river water was a dark purple. Aside from the barren mountains, no vegetation could be seen, only desolate mountain villages that had stood for countless years. Occasionally, hordes of vengeful spirits would fly by, and Bai Xiaochun even spotted at least dozens of core formation souls among them, radiating immense pressure. Fortunately, these vengeful spirits weren't particularly aggressive. They didn't stop even when flying past. Zhao Chuanzhou and his group were extremely apprehensive, let alone Bai Xiaochun. He kept his mouth shut, not uttering a sound, only breathing a sigh of relief when the spirits had gone far away. They hadn't found any trace of cultivators in this place. It was desolate, barren, and rocky. The occasional strange plants only served to make Zhao Chuanzhou and his group wary and keep their distance, because the vegetation here was so bizarre and ferocious. Bai Xiaochun once saw a giant tree running across the ground chasing a pitch-black leopard 3 john tall, and after catching up, it absorbed the leopard's life force. Sometimes, a huge hand would emerge from some crevice, half-rotted but incredibly fast and powerful, grabbing a flying black monster bird, crushing it, and then devouring its blood. The journey to the Great Wall was terrifying. Compared to the journey from the East Sea City to the Boundary City, it was like a vacation, although there were some difficulties. They were easily overcome. The section from the Boundary City to the Great Wall was often stormy, with strong winds and waves. Whether on the ground or in the sky, the plants and beasts were all extremely bizarre. Bai Xiaochun was terrified many times, and not only him, but even someone as brave and courageous as Zhao Chuanzhou was cautiously vigilant about everything along the way. Chen Yuesan's face was slightly pale. Her attendants had been repeatedly shaken, and most of the time they were in a state of panic, easily becoming alarmed by even the slightest rustling of leaves. This place was vastly different from the world they knew. The spiritual energy was increasingly thin, and even Zhao Chuanzhou and his group felt like they couldn't breathe. Even flying relied on magic artifacts and spirit stones. If they could conserve even a trace of their own spiritual energy, they wouldn't use it, even avoiding releasing it. Zhao Chuanzhou didn't hesitate to seal himself. Everyone did the same. Bai Zikun had already done so. Sealing oneself, although it reduced some sensitivity, solved the problem of spiritual energy leakage. The spiritual energy here was as thin as paper. They felt like they had entered another world. Although this method could solve the problem of spiritual energy leaking out, it couldn't resolve the dangers of this place. Whether it was vengeful spirits forming elixirs, or some strange beings in the heavens and earth, Bai Xiaochun and his group were wary and avoided strange places. Even so, 2 months after leaving the Boundary City, they were sitting cross-legged in meditation on Zhao Chuanzhou's flying artifact when suddenly a roar echoed from afar. This sound assaulted everyone's minds. Zhao Chuanzhou opened his eyes, his gaze narrowing. Bai Xiaochun's heart was greatly shaken. He saw the clouds in the sky swirling terrifyingly. The enormous clouds gathered around and transformed into an armored beetle. The armored beetle's body was incredibly huge, about 1,000 feet tall. Although the armored beetle was formed from clouds, it was black. This gigantic armored beetle blocked everyone's path, tilting its head back and roaring loudly, its roar shaking the 4 directions. Savage cloud beast! Chen Yuesan exclaimed in shock. Zhao Chuanzhou's expression changed, and the bodies of his followers trembled uncontrollably. The savage cloud beasts are of unknown origin. Their formation is unknown. According to records, they condense both within the savage wilderness and outside the Great Wall. They have no specific form. They can transform into anything, perhaps even a blade of grass or a treetop. Right now, they've transformed into armored beetles. Cloud beasts. They can't be called beasts. They're weather transformations. Such large cloud beasts will alarm the Great Wall. Zhao Chuanzhou spoke, controlling his magic weapon to dodge the armored beetles. Bai Zikun's heart trembled greatly. A sense of danger arose, a danger that came from the armored beetles before him. Just as everyone was about to change direction, the 1,000-foot-tall armored beetle stopped its roar, its icy gaze sweeping over everyone below. Just a glance was enough to send Bai Xiaochun and his group reeling, their minds reeling. The others were similarly affected. Even Zhao Chuanzhou broke out in a cold sweat. Before anyone could react, the armored beetle roared fiercely, opening its mouth and sucking in. As it sucked in, swirling wind and thunder surged, a storm formed, and an immense suction force enveloped the heavens and earth. The armored beetle's enormous mouth transformed into a black hole, devouring everything. The ground trembled, countless grains of sand and rocks flew up, the clouds twisted, and in the distance, a few ferocious birds were sucked into the black hole. The ground exploded, even small mountains were pulled up from the earth and flew into the mouth of the armored beetle. The minds of Bai Xiaochun and his companions were in turmoil, each clinging tightly to the boat. If their hair and clothes hadn't been protected by spiritual power, they would have been torn and ripped apart. Even the boat itself twisted, making it impossible to struggle free in a short time. The black armored beetle transformed into a giant vortex in the sky, the boat like a falling leaf, constantly swaying and on the verge of shattering. Zhao Tianzhou was in a hurry. Bai Xiaochun was in a hurry. Everyone was in a hurry. They spared no spiritual energy, unleashing their full cultivation to control the boat, even using the spirit stones within the boat to resist the gravitational pull. Loud explosions resounded continuously, and the spirit stones on the boat quickly lost their spiritual energy, shattering into dust. Borrowing the force of this shattering and combining everyone's cultivation, the boat finally broke free from the gravitational pull and sped forward. After they had moved away, the armored beetle roared angrily but did not pursue, only coldly watching the boat disappear into the distance. Bai Xiaochun was breathless. He had poured all his cultivation into the boat, and so had the others. They spared no expense in fleeing, only slowing down after flying a considerable distance. When they finally stopped on the mountaintop, they breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes meeting, their hearts still filled with fear. That cloud beast, at least it has the strength of a great perfection nascent soul, cloud beast. Bai Xiaochun looked into the distance, feeling he had just narrowly escaped death. If the boat hadn't been able to escape the gravitational pull, he didn't know what would have happened to him after being devoured by the cloud beast. This matter has no answer. The appearance of cloud beasts in the savage wilderness is causing headaches not only for cultivators, but also for the indigenous people. This is a weather phenomenon, not something created by human power. No one has come forward to tell them what happened after being devoured, whether it was humans or monsters. There are too many strange things here. Bai Xiaochun sighed, frowning. We have the tokens here. As long as we're careful, maybe. It won't be a big problem unless we leave the Great Wall and go to the savage wilderness. Zhao Tianzhou took a deep breath, comforting Bai Xiaochun. Chen Yue-sen nodded, her face pale. This place is desolate. They can only rely on the power of the tokens. This place is still within the Great Wall, and for the disciples of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, this area is much safer. Really? Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe it. He took out his identity token. He regretted following Zhao Tianzhou to this place, thinking that he should have stayed near Donghai City for 10 years. It would have been much safer. The sky gradually darkened. When the spirit stones on the boat exploded, many cracks appeared, rendering it unusable. Fortunately, Zhao Tianzhou and his group had made thorough preparations for this journey. After a short rest, Chen Yue-san brought out another boat, installed spirit stones, and everyone boarded. However, they were extremely cautious on the next leg of their journey. Due to the excessive depletion of their cultivation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin and almost non-existent. They could only rely on spirit stones to recover. Although it was much slower, it was still much better than before. 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Bai Xiaochun and his group encountered many dangers, but fortunately, they all safely overcame them. Even so, everyone's minds were increasingly exhausted. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were constantly recovering, not returning to their peak but recovering to a considerable extent, making Bai Xiaochun feel much safer. I didn't expect this place, even within the Great Wall, to be so dangerous. I wonder what it's like outside the Great Wall. Zhao Tianzhou sighed, looking up into the distance. Xiaochun, I won't change my purpose. After arriving at the Great Wall, I must go outside the Great Wall for some training and experience. Do you want to come with me? Bai Xiaochun looked at the sky and shook his head upon hearing Zhao Tianzhou's words. I won't go. I think I should familiarize myself with the situation within the Great Wall first. Bai Xiaochun quickly made an excuse. Xiaochun, you already know we came here for a trial. Although the time is only 10 years, we must complete 3 tasks each time. Even though we can choose the tasks, They must be completed outside the Great Wall. To put it more directly, the sect requires us to go outside the Great Wall. Zhao Jianzhao said seriously, when the time comes, you'll have to go, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, if you don't pass the examination within 10 years, it will be difficult to return. Zhao Jianzhao patted Bai Xiaochun on the shoulder. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Just hearing that he had to leave the Great Wall 3 times in 10 years, he already felt the world was dark. He had heard this before but didn't pay attention, thinking it wasn't a big deal. In the 6 months he spent at the Great Wall, he had personally experienced countless terrifying dangers, feeling that if he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. Now, having to leave the Great Wall to complete 3 missions, he felt like he was about to die. It's not just 3 times. What's the big deal? Senior brother Zhao, you don't need to say anything more. When necessary, I'll do what needs to be done. Although inwardly terrified, Bai Xiaochun habitually concealed his fear, even tossing his head in indifference. Good, this is the Bai Xiaochun in my eyes, Zhao Jianzhao. Zhao Jianzhao laughed heartily, patting Bai Xiaochun's shoulder forcefully. Senior brother, no need to say more. According to the itinerary, we'll arrive at the Great Wall in half a month. We'll part ways there. I hope that when we meet again, we'll both have made a name for ourselves. Zhao Jianzhao took out a wine gourd, took a sip, and offered it to Bai Xiaochun. His aura erupted like a solid mountain. Chen Yushan gazed admiringly at Zhao Jianzhao's back. Bai Xiaochun also puffed out his chest, took a large gulp from the wine gourd, and his aura also surged. Even Chen Yushan and the attendants looked at Zhao Jianzhao with reverence, not glancing at him. Cough, cough, I'm rarely seen, I'm the one who rarely appears. Bai Xiaochun comforted himself. Half a month passed in an instant. This morning, as the sun rose high and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the night, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. He looked towards the horizon, and in the light, he saw a vast but incredibly orderly mountain range it was. The Great Wall. Seeing the Great Wall before him, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled greatly. He dared not imagine what he saw. The Great Wall was enormous, like a giant dragon winding its way through. The place he saw was the Great Wall, over 2,000 feet high. It was like a gate separating the inside and the outside, impenetrable to both natives and cultivators. A 2,000-foot-high wall suddenly rose from the ground, seemingly connecting to the sky, yet also sealing off all things in heaven and earth. From afar, a black light screen could be seen connecting to the wall. The wall wasn't black, but purple. Even from a distance, Bai Xiaochun could smell the scent of blood on the wall. One could imagine that this place was originally black, but because of the fresh blood staining the ground and the wall, it had turned purple. The surroundings were incredibly desolate, devoid of grass, and a harsh aura enveloped the mind. This aura continuously converged on the wall, and in the sky, a purple vortex, condensed over countless years, never dissipated. The vortex spun incessantly, emitting a rumbling sound. Red lightning bolts flashed across the sky within the vortex. The purple Great Wall, the black light screen, every brick on the wall radiating terrifying pressure. This was the defensive wall against the invasion of the barbarian wilderness. Even from here, it was clearly visible that the Great Wall was hundreds of times larger than the boundary city. Countless enormous magical artifacts floated in the air. These artifacts were incredibly ferocious and filled with destructive power capable of destroying heaven and earth if unleashed. Within the Great Wall stood a city, 10 times larger than the East Sea City and the Boundary City, towering over the land, and it was a gate. Countless auras converged at this gate, each aura having been forged through countless bloody battles and life and death struggles, numbering in the millions. Inside were many nascent soul cultivators, and Bai Xiaochun even sensed a familiar aura, an aura that carried an overwhelming pressure capable of shaking heaven and earth. That's a celestial being. There aren't many celestial beings in the entire Tongshan continent, yet one exists here. Bai Xiaochun is familiar with him, and Zhao Jianzhao is even more so, because he is Chen Yue-san's father, the three-eyed old man. He arrived here long ago and will preside over this place, suppressing the savage wilderness for 100 years. The city has a 5-pointed star-shaped tower, a tower tens of thousands of feet high, towering within the city walls, clearly visible both inside and outside. The tower radiates a brilliant light. Each time the light shifts, the void trembles. At the top of the tower is a large pearl, about 100 feet in diameter, containing a murky mist. After condensing, it transforms into an enormous eye. Anyone who is looked at directly by it feels a powerful tremor in their heart, as if crushed by the will of heaven and earth. The Starry Sky Tower. Just as Bai Xiaochun was trembling, Zhao Tianzhao explained to him. Zhao Tianzhao looked at the tower with reverence and fanaticism. This is the sacred artifact of our Starry Sky Dao extreme sect. The Starry Sky Tower, the pearl sealed inside, is said to be a true spirit. A true spirit. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. I don't know what a true spirit is either. I only heard my master say that only with a true spirit guarding it can the Great Wall not be inanimate objects and possess life. This tower not only has defensive functions and various miraculous powers, it is the core of the Great Wall. Military achievements and resource distribution all depend on it. Zhao Tianzhao raised his right hand and pointed at the tower. Xiaochun, look at the 5 military banners surrounding the Starry Sky Tower. 5 military banners hung high around the tall tower, fluttering in the wind. Each banner emitted a dazzling radiance, clearly visible even from afar. The 5 military banners had different colors and totems, each one unique. Bai Xiaochun observed the 5 banners, and the one that left the deepest impression was the totem depicting a native being skinned alive. The image of the totem constantly changed, the native being skinned alive screaming in agony. Bai Xiaochun only glanced at it briefly but already had such an illusion. The 5 banners represent the 5 legions of the Iron Blood sect. All 5 legions have achieved glorious military victories. The Skin-Peeling Banner, the Black Demon Banner, the 7 Killers Banner, the Barbarian Banner, and the Soul-Slaying Banner. The Skin-Peeling Banner. Bai Xiaochun gasped. The banners of the other 4 legions were quite good, but the Skin-Peeling Banner shocked him greatly. Each legion has its own banner, representing its fighting style and its own prestige. Look at the Skin-Peeling Banner. It said this legion is incredibly bloodthirsty, skinning its enemies every time it goes into battle. That's why the natives outside the Great Wall tremble at the mere mention of its name. In Zhao Tianzhao's eyes was an expression of reverence. He longed to join one of the 5 great legions. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard, feeling he should stay away from these 5 legions. Xiaochun, do you know that the indigenous forces outside the Great Wall have a kill list? Anyone famous there will be hunted down by the barbarian forces. The generals of those 5 legions are all in the top 10, especially General Bai Lin of the Bo Pai Legion, who shares your surname. His ranking is close to that of a celestial being, at 6th place. Zhao Tianzhao breathed heavily as he recounted what he knew. After hearing this, Bai Xiaochun understood a little about the Great Wall and sensed the danger there. He felt extremely uneasy. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun's group entered the Great Wall's vicinity. Upon entering, they encountered an invisible ripple, an invisible force concentrating on them. The ripples vibrated visibly. The entire world seemed to transform into a surface of water, shaking countless times, instantly engulfing Bai Xiaochun's group. An extremely powerful restrictive force erupted. This restrictive force prevented Bai Xiaochun's group from resisting or struggling. Even Zhao Tianzhao was forced to stand still, allowing the restriction to scrutinize him. He, Chen Yushin, the attendants, and Bai Xiaochun himself were all unable to move, their bodies stiff and unable to resist. It seemed to be verifying everyone's identity. Even Chen Yushin, the daughter of the 3-eyed old man, could not escape. The ripples, using some unknown method, retrieved the identity verification tokens from their possessions and checked their authenticity. Then another ripple enveloped their bodies, merging into them and examining their souls. Fortunately, the opponent only sensed it and withdrew immediately. Even so, Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianzhao were still terrified, feeling as if they were in mortal danger. After all, their bodies were immobilized, their consciousness and souls were being examined. Even the slightest malicious intent from the opponent would cause them to be instantly annihilated. After the examination, the restrictions covering them disappeared, and Bai Xiaochun and the others regained control of their bodies. Their expressions changed as they looked towards the Great Wall, unsure whether to continue forward. While they hesitated, a gate in the Great Wall opened, and a middle-aged cultivator flew out. He exuded the aura of a great perfection core formation cultivator, an aura containing terrifying killing intent that intensified as he approached. He only took 4 steps before appearing before them. As soon as this person appeared, Zhao Tianzhao sensed an astonishing killing intent, his heart filled with apprehension. This humble one is Li Hongming, the heavenly commander of the Bo-Pai army. The middle-aged cultivator spoke, his gaze fixed on Chen Yue-san, and he slightly bowed. Previously, I didn't make an effort to investigate. This is a unique characteristic of the Great Wall. After the formation is activated, all those passing through are rigorously scrutinized. Even those entering the Great Wall are subject to the same scrutiny. I beg your forgiveness. Li Hongming calmly explained, not needing any further questioning. For him, he didn't need to listen to others. He only needed to hear what others had to say. You have arrived. The heavenly ancestor issued an oral decree, so you are allowed to enter the main city, but you must not stay for more than 1 day before leaving. This is arranged by me, Li. You cannot leave my sight. Please do not make things difficult for me. After saying this, Li Hongming turned and left, ignoring their questions. Bai Xiaochun watched Li Hongming's retreating figure, sensing that this man's cultivation was 1 level higher than his own, yet he possessed an extremely intense killing intent, especially his eyes, which held a terrifying black aura, clearly indicating that he had killed too many people. Such a person was merely a heavenly commander. From this, Bai Xiaochun gained a deeper understanding of the 5 legions at the Great Wall. Brotherly, why did the previous review also check the soul? Zhao Qianzhao remained silent for a moment, then asked after following Li Hongming. 60 years ago, a vengeful spirit outside the Great Wall used a special method to possess a body, disguising itself as a cultivator within the city, intending to enter the Great Wall to assassinate the general. Since we learned of this ability of vengeful spirits to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, all those entering and exiting are subjected to soul checks. Li Hongming replied without turning around. Zhao Qianzhao nodded, not asking any further questions. Bai Xiaochun, cautious to avoid any mistakes, followed Li Hongming's footsteps and appeared outside the Great Wall. Upon entering the city, Bai Xiaochun sensed that this place was different from the East Sea City and the Boundary City. Here, there were no shops at all. Although there were people, they were all wearing armor, and everyone was extremely cold. To call this a city would be less accurate than... It was a massive military camp. The cultivators were numerous but divided into 5 distinct legions, adding to the harsh atmosphere and creating an inexplicable pressure. Bai Xiaochun and his group sensed it slightly, their minds becoming unfocused. Even Zhao Qianzhao felt the same. Noticing the change in their expressions, Li Hongming sneered, a hint of contempt appearing in his eyes. He had no fondness for Zhao Qianzhao and his group. If it weren't for the heavenly human ancestors' orders, he wouldn't have personally guided these newcomers. He felt that being asked to guide them was far less beneficial than going to the battlefield to kill enemies or cultivate. A bunch of high-ranking disciples just here to experience the battlefield atmosphere, Li Hongming thought disdainfully, showing no outward emotion as he led them inside. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators from the 5 legions passing by. Upon seeing Li Hongming's armor, each person bowed respectfully. Greetings, Commander of the Heavenly Army. Greetings, Commander of the Heavenly Army. Along the way, it was the same greeting. Bai Xiaochun heard it many times and realized the people's respect was genuine. He paid even more attention to the Commander of the Heavenly Army's identity. Zhao Qianzhao and the others observed their surroundings, noticing that the city walls around the main city were all purple, and various thoughts arose in their minds. The entire city was purple. Even the empty rooms exuded a strong scent of blood. The main city, the Great Wall, is based on the 5 major legions, divided into 5 regions. Our current region is under the control of the Bo-Pai army. This place alone is considerably larger than the Boundary City. Within the Bo-Pai army's territory, there are 10 regions. That's the region of Commander Bai Lin. Li Hongming pointed into the distance. Following his finger, one could see a massive structure, several hundred feet high and shaped like a coffin. The coffin bore the inscription of the Bo-Bai Jie, and a cold aura emanated from within. Bai Xiaochun noticed that the cultivators from the other 4 legions were all filled with fanaticism upon seeing the coffin, even Li Hongming. The other areas are the same, but since you're from other legions, I can't take you there, Li Hongming said, leading the group on a brief tour before entering a courtyard. It's getting late. You should rest. You're not allowed to leave this place. Remember that, Li Hongming said, looking up at the midday sun. Bai Xiaochun also looked at the sun. It was midday, still some time before nightfall. Clearly, Li Hongming didn't want to waste time guiding them. I'll take you away early tomorrow morning. After speaking, Li Hongming turned to leave. Zhao Qianzhou had been silent all along the way, but now he hesitated to speak. Chen Yushan asked first, "Brother Li, please stop." Li Hongming stopped. If it were anyone else speaking, he probably wouldn't have paid attention. Knowing Chen Yushan's identity, he still turned to look at her. "Brother Li, could you take us outside the Great Wall to observe a bit?" Chen Yushan inquired, knowing Zhao Qianzhou's purpose in coming. "There's work going on there. It's very dangerous. If you go there, I can't guarantee your safety. Are you sure?" Li Hongming remained silent for a moment, then slowly asked, "Sure." Zhao Qianzhou nodded. "Of course we have to go." Bai Xiaochun hesitated, but since the others had already nodded, he chimed in. Li Hongming didn't try to dissuade them further, turning and changing direction. He led everyone towards the Great Wall area. Upon reaching the border area of the Great Wall, Li Hongming, familiar with the surroundings, led everyone flying, arriving at the wall in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Standing there and looking down, Bai Xiaochun observed the vast and majestic Great Wall, his heart trembling. His existence was insignificant compared to the wall. The heavy feeling made it difficult for him to breathe. Zhao Qianzhou and Chen Yuisen felt the same way, and the attendants felt even more intensely. The sheer pressure of the wall gave them a great sense of danger, their blood rushing and their cultivation freezing. Li Hongming looked disdainfully at everyone's situation. "Let's go. Standing here, you'll experience what war is like." Li Hongming spoke, stepping onto the more than 10,000 steps. Ripples spread out from the steps, connecting him to the Great Wall. Zhao Qianzhou followed, Chen Yuisen trailing behind Li Hongming standing there. Bai Xiaochun couldn't hear any sounds from outside the Great Wall. As he climbed the steps, he sensed faint cries, and at the same time, an indescribable feeling erupted. His blood rushed, and his fighting spirit surged. Something's wrong. Bai Xiaochun immediately calmed himself and followed the others. The group easily climbed the 10,000 steps. As they ascended, Bai Xiaochun heard the cries grow louder and louder. When they reached the final step and stood on the magnificent wall, the earth-shattering sounds of the battlefield rushed towards them. A mixture of mournful screams, laughter, angry shouts, and thunderous explosions filled the air. A scene of utter chaos unfolded before them. The massive wall could accommodate 100 people standing side by side, but this vast wall was completely covered with weapons. These cultivators wore armor, each with a totem, and their bodies exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Some wielded massive magical artifacts, continuously firing deadly beams of light down upon the natives. Others stood on the city walls, casting spells to attack those below. A few others hovered in midair, battling the vengeful spirits descending upon them. The battlefield erupted with deafening explosions. As Bai Xiaochun stepped onto the city wall, his mind went blank. He was shaken by the scene before him, a feeling that lasted only a moment. After regaining his composure, he looked at Li Hongming with disbelief. He was the first among the group to recover. Even Zhao Qianzhou hadn't fully recovered, still reeling from the battlefield. Bai Xiaochun's rapid recovery surprised Li Hongming. He had been watching the spectacle, having spent years in this place and encountered many newcomers to the trial. He knew that everyone needed some time to regain their composure upon ascending the city wall. Even with faster recovery, it would still take several breaths. He didn't expect the cultivator in front of him to regain consciousness in less than a breath. Judging by his appearance, he was no stranger to war. Bai Xiaochun was indeed no stranger. He had experienced more wars than Zhao Qianzhou and his group, who had been cultivating for years. From the lower reaches of the cultivation world to the middle reaches, Bai Xiaochun had personally experienced countless wars. He was familiar with the terrifying feeling. Bai Xiaochun watched the cultivators on the city walls fight, watched the war artifacts explode, and then looked beyond the city walls. The sky outside the city walls was red, a red sky from the constant flames of war. Even the ground was stained red with blood. Below the city walls were many vengeful spirits, incredibly ferocious, howling mournfully and recklessly charging towards the city walls, wanting to annihilate the defending cultivators. Those vengeful spirits, male and female, young and old, all shared a common characteristic: ferocity. Bai Xiaochun observed his surroundings. Whether on the ground or in the sky, there were endless vengeful spirits. In the distance, there was a sea of souls stretching as far as the eye could see. Some vengeful spirits tore at the black aura on the city walls, some killed cultivators, and some engaged in battle with the Bopai army in midair. A closer look revealed that the Bopai army's movements were inconsistent. The vengeful spirits could only relentlessly charge forward, attacking haphazardly, some attacking the light barrier, some chasing cultivators, unable to affect the city walls. The Bopai army cultivators, however, fought and retreated simultaneously, relying on the city walls and light barrier to deplete the vengeful spirits' strength. Besides the vengeful spirits outside and the soul tied behind, in the battle, enormous figures over 10 feet tall appeared. They were pale and sickly, yet bloodthirsty and frenzied, their eyes filled with unparalleled hatred as they gazed at the city walls. Bai Xiaojun recognized these people. They were natives. These natives, standing behind the soul tide, would charge forward at the first opportunity, unleashing immense physical strength. With just a few leaps, they soared onto the city walls like shooting stars. Each time this happened, the cultivators of the Bopai army were most anxious, with many flying out to kill the natives. Earth-shattering explosions echoed everywhere, the battlefield a bloody mess, a fierce and brutal battle. All these images formed a picture that Bai Xiaojun was familiar with. It seemed the natives outside the city walls sensed Bai Xiaojun and his group's arrival and recognized them as newcomers. At that moment, a giant, 10 feet tall, leapt onto the city wall. Moving with incredible speed, he transformed into a beam of light, chanting incantations as he went. The vengeful spirits from all sides converged and flew directly towards Bai Xiaojun and his group. In an instant, it approached, and Bai Xiaojun could even clearly see its golden and black teeth. The giant's body was thin, but its eyes were incredibly ferocious. Li Haoming's eyes narrowed. He chanted a spell and pointed his right finger at the native. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators also attacked the charging native. Bai Xiaojun was stared at by the native's eyes, and fear welled up in his heart. The more danger he faced, the more astonishing his combat power became. Without time to think, he suddenly opened his heaven-penetrating Dharma eye, and a purple light converged in his eye and shot out. The purple light pierced through the void, passing over everyone and striking the native. The native's body stopped and struggled. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiaojun chanted a spell, unleashing a terrifying cold energy. Sharp ice shards appeared in the void around the giant's body. At the same time, Li Haoming and his group also attacked, and immediately a resounding explosion echoed through the space. Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yuisen only regained their senses when the massive explosion erupted, their faces pale. They immediately began to kill the enemy. The giant native screamed in agony, his body collapsing, black blood splattering everywhere. His body didn't hit the city wall or the protective barrier, but instead fell to the ground, the black earth corroded by the fresh blood, forming a huge hole. The blood of these natives is poisonous, a mixed poison that can corrode the city wall. This is something that has only appeared in the last 100 years, so unless absolutely necessary, we won't let these giants approach the city wall, Li Haoming said, his gaze sweeping over everyone. When he looked at Bai Xiaojun, he had shed much of his contempt. Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened. He looked at the ground, corroded by fresh blood, a large hole in it. The natives were like a bomb. After being killed, they could explode. Bai Xiaojun became even more nervous, noticing that Li Haoming's gaze had changed. So he raised his head and spoke, "Finally, I've witnessed war here. My wish has been fulfilled. Surely, a war of this scale is rare." A powerful aura gradually emanated from Bai Xiaojun. "That's wrong," Li Haoming said, his contempt diminishing as he smiled and explained, "This is just a small-scale war. War like this happens every 3 days." It was better that he didn't explain. His explanation caused a shock in Bai Xiaojun's heart. He looked at the endless sea of vengeful spirits outside, then at the figures of the natives lurking within, and even discovered that there were still quite a few unused ferocious beasts behind the spirit tide. Is this just a small scale? How large would it be? Bai Xiaojun was terrified. He felt this place was too dangerous. Remembering that he had to leave the Great Wall 3 times in 10 years, he immediately felt a headache. "Gentlemen, this place is too dangerous. You've all seen what a battlefield looks like. Let's go down." Li Haoming smiled at Zhao Tianzhou and the others. Bai Xiaojun was about to agree, but Zhao Tianzhou took a deep breath. his eyes shining as he looked at the battlefield below for a moment, then immediately said, "Brother Li, how long will this battle last?" "Judging by the scale, it will probably last until midnight when the soul tide dissipates, and things will calm down in a day or two," Li Haoming replied, observing the battlefield. "Then I, Zhao, will wait here. After the war ends, I won't stay at the Great Wall. I will leave and enter the savage wilderness, beginning my journey of cultivation and experience," Zhao Qianzhao said. Bai Xiaochun already knew Zhao Qianzhao's intentions, so he wasn't surprised. Li Haoming, however, was stunned. "You want to leave the Great Wall? My purpose in coming here is to enter the savage wilderness," Zhao Qianzhao replied. Li Haoming looked at Zhao Qianzhao intently, remained silent for a moment, then bowed respectfully. "I have been at the Great Wall for many years and have seen many who left the Great Wall and never returned. Zhao Daoist, with your noble status and decisiveness, I admire you. I wish you a safe journey." Zhao Qianzhao burst into laughter after hearing this, his aura erupting. He looked at Chen Yue-san. Chen Yue-san covered her mouth and chuckled, saying nothing but walking to Zhao Qianzhao's side. Her actions conveyed her determination. She would go with Zhao Qianzhao, even though she felt the outside world was too dangerous. Despite being a favored daughter of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect and possessing many advantages, she didn't care. Zhao Qianzhao's two attendants and Chen Yue-san's two close friends hesitated. They remained silent. They had previously intended to go with Zhao Qianzhao, but the dangers they had encountered on the journey here, and now witnessing the war firsthand, had shaken their resolve. They remained silent, their heads bowed. Zhao Qianzhao paid no attention, smiling as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. "Zikun, do you want to go out or not?" Bai Zikun coughed. He was only in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and going out was very unsafe. If he waited until he broke through to the great perfection of the Golden Core realm before going out to the Great Wall, his self-protection ability would be greatly enhanced. He could just casually deal with the situation and then return, and the danger probably wouldn't be great. If he survived for 10 years and brought back the heavenly human soul to exchange for a portion of the 5 elements heavenly beast soul, he could safely break through to the nascent soul realm. He felt this was the path he needed to take. Having made his decision, Bai Zikun became even more resolute in his belief. He was thinking about how to answer without making others think he was afraid to go when suddenly a cultivator from the Bopai army shouted loudly. Cultivators in a certain area of the Great Wall cried out in fear, and many of them unleashed their full cultivation without hesitation, even sacrificing their spiritual energy. Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Qianzhao's group were surprised by the sudden change. They immediately looked at the battlefield and found that the endless tide of souls had abruptly stopped attacking. After stopping, they retreated, their faces no longer ferocious, but replaced by shrewd eyes, a shrewdness unsuitable for vengeful spirits. If that were all, it would be fine. The entire horde of vengeful spirits raised their heads, letting out a deafening roar. After roaring, they merged with other vengeful spirits. After merging, more than 10 soul-shaped figures, hundreds of feet tall, appeared on the battlefield. Their sturdy bodies were filled with countless vengeful spirit faces, resembling soul emperors. They held various magical artifacts, their explosive energy causing unpredictable changes in the heavens and earth. As soon as these more than 10 soul emperors appeared, their roars and brandishing of magical artifacts shook the minds of those who witnessed them. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He realized that these soul emperors were no different from the soul emperors in the blue trial on the Starry Sky Dao Extreme ranking. Their appearances were different, but their aura was identical. Hey! Bai Xiaochun remembered the terrifying power of the soul emperors and was immediately filled with dread. Especially the soul emperors here, who gave him an unfathomable feeling. They could rival nascent soul cultivators. Not only that, besides the massive soul emperors appearing on the battlefield, Bai Xiaochun also saw some special souls outside the battlefield. Ordinary vengeful spirits have no consciousness and don't know how to use magic weapons, only acting on instinct, their bodies vague and ethereal like mist. Now, 7 or 8 pitch-black figures appeared in the distance. These figures hovered in midair with black lightning bolts running around them. Besides the lightning bolts, countless vengeful spirits surrounded them, their bodies constantly merging together, their appearance neither human nor beast, wielding enormous weapons as they approached the Great Wall. In the distance, a cloud of mist appeared, swirling to form a warhorse shrouded in black smoke, its eyes blazing red like a demon. A figure clad in gray sat atop the steed. This gray-robed figure was neither a vengeful spirit nor a native, but a cultivator. Or rather, this person resembled a cultivator, with a slender build, clean hands and fingernails, and a noble aura emanating from him. He wasn't alone. 7 or 8 men accompanied him. Their attire wasn't extravagant, but their clothes were undamaged, and each possessed a handsome countenance, all observing the battlefield. A wave of cultivation energy reaching the core formation realm emanated from them. The towering giants surrounding them recoiled in fear, bowing in reverence. Looking at the warhorse shrouded in black smoke before him, Bai Xiaochun thought of Tai Dan. He then looked at the man in the gray robe on the warhorse, and in that instant, Bai Xiaochun felt that this person was extraordinary. He sat on the horse like a king among the natives and vengeful spirits, alone capable of controlling the entire situation. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun remembered Chen Manya and the power behind her. Li Haoming was terrified when he discovered the man in the gray robe appearing on the battlefield. I didn't expect a small-scale war to break out. Soul cultivators and soul refiners. Soul cultivators, soul refiners. Zhao Tianzhao stared at the man in the gray robe, a chill running down his spine. The cultivation system of this savage wilderness, from lowest to highest, is in the order of vengeful spirits, natives, soul cultivators, and soul refiners. Soul cultivators are the strongest in the savage wilderness, while natives are merely their servants. Because they lack spiritual energy for cultivation, they retreat and seek the next level, absorbing soul essence to replace spiritual power. Therefore, a special existence called soul cultivators has emerged. Those responsible for capturing powerful vengeful spirits use special methods to refine soul essence for soul cultivators to absorb. Such individuals are rare but indispensable in the savage wilderness. Extremely precious, these are soul refiners. Soul refiners are terrifying. Each one is a powerful expert. They can control vengeful spirits, refine them, and some special individuals can even help vengeful spirits become stronger. Li Haoming explained. As Li Haoming explained soul cultivators and soul refiners, the gray-robed man on horseback raised his right hand and pointed directly at the city wall. Immediately, more than a dozen enormous soul emperors charged towards the wall, and at the same time, the surrounding ferocious beasts also rushed forward. Not all of them were concentrated there. Countless infused vengeful spirits still surrounded the soul emperors, attacking together. Even as the natives roared and charged towards the city walls, only the man in the gray robe and 7 or 8 black-robed soul cultivators remained standing, watching the battlefield. The war escalated, with earth-shattering explosions and bloodshed erupting, the sounds of killing echoing in all directions. Zhao Tianzhao observed the battlefield, the words of Li Haoming still ringing in his ears. Regarding the savage wilderness, although his understanding was inferior to that of a veteran like Li Haoming, he only wanted to fight and hone himself. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the man in the gray robe and the 7 or 8 soul cultivators. Unlike Zhao Tianzhao, Bai Xiaochun had experience with the savage wilderness, and because of that experience, he interpreted Li Haoming's words differently. In the savage wilderness, neither vengeful spirits nor natives are the true rulers. The real rulers are those banished to the savage wilderness, the self-cultivating practitioners, and also rebels. Perhaps the number of these people wasn't large before. Over the years, they've multiplied and accumulated strength, but this place is too barren. They can only absorb soul essence to cultivate, thus giving rise to soul cultivators. As for soul refiners, they are the most prominent among soul cultivators, capable of refining medicine and magical artifacts. Bai Xiaochun pondered deeply, while Chen Yue-san, standing beside him, spoke up. Soul cultivators are already so powerful, yet soul refiners are so scarce. Why do they still appear here? Do those few dare challenge the Great Wall? Aren't they afraid of the powerful experts of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect killing them? This question puzzled not only Chen Yue-san, but also Zhao Tianzhao. Bai Xiaochun looked towards Li Haoming. Li Haoming said nothing. He raised his hand, holding a jade slip, and gave an order. In another area of the city wall, more than a dozen longbow-shaped magical artifacts were deployed. The longbows generated an enormous vibration, and then more than 10 beams of light shot out. Wherever they passed, the void twisted, directly piercing the bodies of several soul emperors. The Soul Emperors screamed in agony before their bodies collapsed. The beams of light, like splitting bamboo, easily destroyed the special vengeful spirits and natives along the way, finally flying straight into the soul refining master. The explosion was terrifying. More than 10 beams of light, capable of destroying nascent soul cultivators, were annihilated upon contact with the soul refining master. Even the surrounding soul cultivators were destroyed, their bodies shattering. Clearly, they did not die. What appeared on the battlefield was not their true bodies, but a kind of light-refracting magic. Chen Yue-san was stunned. Zhao Tianzhou's eyes widened, and Bai Xiaochun could not believe his eyes. When I first appeared in the Great Wall, I was just as confused as you all. No one gave me the answer then, but I gradually understood later, Li Hongming said, not feeling surprised, obviously having known this for a long time. Do you understand the savage wilderness? Li Hongming looked at Chen Yue-san. The savage wilderness is vast, even larger than our Tongshan River. You know there are countless vengeful spirits here, accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The natives are born with innate divine power, and after reaching adulthood, they can be over 1,000 feet tall, true giants. There are many ferocious beasts in the savage wilderness. Do you know that? The savage wilderness faces not just our Starry Sky Dao extreme sect, but all the sects in the Tongshan River Basin. It's not just us who have celestial beings. Demigods aren't exclusive to cultivators. Hearing Li Hongming's words, Bai Xiaochun looked at the spot where the soul refining masters had just been standing, the battlefield still raging with brutal slaughter. Bai Xiaochun felt that the outside world was truly terrifying. While everyone was sighing, Zhao Tianzhou looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. If the savage wilderness is too weak, even if they go out to hone their skills, it's meaningless. The savage wilderness is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That's what's useful to me. Besides, even if the savage wilderness is stronger, with celestial beings and demigods, we have heavenly venerables. With heavenly venerables present, the savage wilderness will forever remain the savage wilderness, forever blocked outside the Great Wall. Don't even dream of conquering the Tongshan Sea. As Zhao Tianzhou spoke these words, a surge of fighting spirit emanated from him, his aura incomparably powerful. Li Hongming also laughed loudly. That's right, we have heavenly venerables. The savage wilderness can only be separated outside the Great Wall, no matter how many years we fight. Li Hongming burst into laughter. He greatly admired someone like Zhao Tianzhou. The two laughed heartily, looking at each other. Zhao Tianzhou tilted his head and glanced at Bai Xiaochun, who felt a surge of nervousness. Xiaochun, there are so many vengeful spirits here. Hearing how powerful the savage wilderness is, aren't you afraid? Cultivation is a path against the heavens. Cultivators of our generation should dominate the world. Only then can we achieve the great Tao of demigods. Hearing Li Hongming and Zhao Tianzhou's conversation, Bai Xiaochun also felt a surge of heroic spirit. He felt he couldn't be afraid, so he widened his eyes, raised his head, and patted his chest. I'm afraid? Who said I'm afraid? It's too easy for me, Bai Xiaochun, to eliminate these insignificant vengeful spirits. After speaking, Bai Xiaochun looked directly at the endless stream of souls outside and also stared at the Soul Emperors. To prove the persuasiveness of his words and to show others that he was not afraid, he potted his storage bag and took out a soul-condensing pill. He held the pill in his hand, his expression disdainful, and threw it outside the city wall. Catch it for me. After throwing the pill far away, Bai Xiaochun stood in place, chanting a spell and pointing at the pill. The pill flew out of the city wall and fell into the crowd of vengeful spirits. Before it even hit the ground, Bai Xiaochun pointed his finger at the void, and the pill exploded. In an instant, the explosion of the pill generated an incredibly powerful suction force, which continuously spread in all directions, creating a black hole within a radius of several hundred meters outside the city wall. The wailing vengeful spirits outside the city wall, within a radius of several hundred meters of the pill, were instantly thrown backward. The cultivators of the Bopai army on the city wall could not believe what they were seeing. All the vengeful spirits within a radius of several hundred yards were uncontrollable. They all gathered in the center of the explosion. Caught off guard, the spirits instantly clung together, leaving not a single spirit within a radius of several hundred yards. From afar, it was easy to see the endless stream of vengeful spirits creating an empty space several hundred yards wide. Everyone couldn't help but notice. They watched in disbelief as all the spirits coalesced into a small, pill-sized sphere of souls that fell to the ground. Thousands of vengeful spirits within the sphere screamed and struggled, but couldn't escape. Not only were the cultivators on the city walls in disbelief, but even the natives on the battlefield were greatly surprised, and even the spirits in the surrounding area stopped in their tracks. Even the Soul Emperors were stunned. Li Hongming's mind reeled. He had considered Bai Xiaochun's previous actions as a display of pride, and now he was as dazed as a drunkard. Zhao Qianzhao stared in disbelief at the vast, empty area spanning hundreds of meters, at the tens of thousands of vengeful spirits struggling within the soul sphere. He looked at Bai Xiaochun in horror. Chen Yushan and her attendants were the most shocked, especially those who remembered Bai Xiaochun's participation in the Blue Trial. Oh my god, what is this? Just now, what kind of magic weapon was that? I've never seen anything like it before. And I never imagined the thing would have such an astonishing effect on those vengeful spirits. Who is he? The cultivators of the Bopai army on the city wall were momentarily dumbfounded. They all looked at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. With a casual toss of the pill, not only was the effect astonishing, but it also shocked everyone. Bai Xiaochun, exhilarated, immediately threw out a pile of soul-gathering pills like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, then chanted a spell. Numerous explosions erupted on the battlefield, many vengeful spirits screamed in agony, and entire areas were emptied. One Soul Emperor was even hit by an exploding pill near his body and sucked into a soul sphere. Everyone trembled at the sight. Discovering such great results, Bai Xiaochun happily waved his sleeves repeatedly. Who said I'm afraid? Wherever I, Bai Xiaochun, appear, those vengeful spirits will vanish into thin air. Am I afraid of them? Bai Xiaochun was inwardly triumphant, trying to project the image of a bloodthirsty hero. If anyone dared say he was afraid, he would immediately fight them to the death. Combined with the soul-gathering pill he had just thrown out, the effect was incredibly powerful. The battlefield fell into a brief silence, and the cultivators of the Bopai army on the city wall gazed at Bai Xiaochun with fervent excitement. Even Zhao Qianzhao held his breath. He had only spoken casually just now, not expecting such a strong reaction from Bai Xiaochun, who had annihilated countless vengeful spirits with a wave of his hand. Not only that, the cultivators of the Bopai army within the enormous red coffin behind him also noticed the situation, and the commanders all looked at Bai Xiaochun. I, Bai Xiaochun, have experienced many battles. Previously, I single-handedly stopped the great sect war between the Lingxi sect and the Zwexi sect, and the two sects merged to conquer the entire lower reaches of the cultivation world. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and looked into the distance, a terrifying killing intent erupting from him. I have dominated hundreds of thousands of troops, merging with Dangxi, devouring Zhuangxi, and I am the one who named the next sect. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and puffed out his chest, gazing at the battlefield with soaring ambition. In the great battle between the Reverse River sect and the Void River Academy, I, Bai, have slain countless powerful enemies, and even controlled the Blood Ancestor's body to block the Void River Academy's ultimate treasure, the Void River Evil Tree. Fellow Daosli, you were surprised just now when I entered the Great Wall without being intimidated by the war scene. Do you understand why now, since I began cultivating, I have experienced countless battles? A resolute and unwavering aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun. His eyes held a calm and steady expression, his voice deep and resonant like that of an old man who had weathered many storms. The more he appeared like this, the more intense the feeling of ruthlessness and fearlessness in the face of death became, shaking everyone's hearts, and Li Hongming gasped for breath. They didn't know Bai Xiaochun. This was their first meeting. The reason they were so intimidated by his appearance, aura, and words wasn't because they were stupid, but because the soul-gathering pill had created such a powerful and overwhelming effect, accumulating new effects to produce the current impact. Even the natives outside the Great Wall were terrified, finding it unbelievable, and didn't dare to continue fighting forward. The vengeful spirits continuously retreated. Xiaochun, I wrongly accused you, Zhao Qianzhao said self-reproachfully. He looked directly at Bai Xiaochun, recalling their time together, and bowed deeply in apology. It's all right, senior brother. You shouldn't think that I, Bai Xiaochun, am not afraid of death. In fact, I am very afraid of death, because death is meaningless to me. I fear that my loved ones will live without a future. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, his words filled with sorrow, but inwardly he was joyful, feeling that he had made a name for himself. From now on, who would dare say he was afraid to go to the battlefield? Zikun, Zhao Tianzhao was shocked. Brother Zhao, I understand your intentions. No need for further words. The battle is not over yet. Fellow Daoists shouldn't miss this opportunity. Give the order to begin the battle. Don't let this opportunity created by me slip away. Bai Zikun said softly. Li Haoming looked at Bai Zikun for a long time, then without further ado, continuously ordered the attack. At this moment, many magical artifacts on the city walls exploded, beams of light shot out, and many cultivators flew high into the air, unleashing their divine abilities and spells. In a short time, the battlefield erupted with a series of powerful explosions. The vengeful spirits tried to struggle, but Bai Zikun occasionally threw soul-gathering pills to disperse them, forcing them to retreat. After the soul-gathering pills exploded, an area of several hundred meters became empty. The endless stream of souls was instantly cleared by the soul-gathering pills, condensing into soul spheres, their screams of agony and anger echoing in all directions. As the tide of vengeful spirits subsided, the ferocious beasts and natives, left without shelter, were fundamentally unable to withstand the magical artifacts on the city walls, and they perished continuously. For the natives, vengeful spirits were their foundation. Driving away the vengeful spirits that bombarded the city walls was the barbarian strategy, but now this method had lost its effectiveness. Their minds trembled. They felt the battlefield was vastly different from the past. After such heavy losses, they had no choice but to retreat. The battle, which should have lasted until midnight, ended before sunset. The battle concluded, and the cultivators of the Bopai army still felt disbelief. They had fought against the natives and vengeful spirits for many years, but had never seen the enemy retreat so quickly. This battle, I am deeply grateful to fellow Taoist Bai. Watching the barbarian tribesmen retreat in disarray, Li Haoming bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaochun, his expression one of utmost sincerity. The Great Wall served a defensive purpose. Cultivators wouldn't venture out to fight unless absolutely necessary. Not only Li Haoming, but the cultivators of the Bopai army on the wall also bowed to Bai Xiaochun. No need to thank me. It's all for the Tangshan River Basin, for our compatriots, and our sect. If anyone should be thanking, it's me, Bai Xiaochun, thanking you all. Without your constant protection of this place, I wouldn't have had the time for peaceful cultivation. Fellow Taoists, thank you. Bai Xiaochun bowed deeply. Sincere words are more powerful than 1,000 words of praise. Everyone present looked at Bai Xiaochun more favorably than before, and their approval of him increased. Li Haoming chuckled. Brother Zhao, Brother Bai, come, today we must raise a glass to celebrate with me, Li Haoming said with a smile, pulling Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianzhao's group down from the city wall. His attitude on the way was different from before. He enthusiastically introduced the Great Wall and discussed the savage wilderness. Instead of leading them to an inn, he took them to a courtyard, Li Haoming's residence, where 2 tables of wine were prepared by maids. Everyone quickly engaged in cheerful conversation. Brother Zhao, outside the Great Wall, dangers lurk everywhere. I know your background is extraordinary, and you must have some means of protecting yourself. I have a jade slip, a simplified map of the savage wilderness that I used when I went on missions. Perhaps you will find it useful. Li Haoming drained his glass and then handed the jade slip to Zhao Tianzhao. Thank you, Zhao Tianzhao nodded. Brother Bai, I know you have great ambitions. No matter what, if you ever need my help in the future, just say the word. Li Haoming looked directly at Bai Xiaochun. He genuinely valued Bai Xiaochun and wanted to befriend him. Bai Xiaochun didn't say a word, picked up his wine glass and drained it. The 3 of them laughed heartily. Chen Yuesin quietly watched the 3 of them, happily pouring wine for them. Time passed, and night fell. All 3 were core formation cultivators, and they had a desire to befriend each other. After a pleasant conversation, they talked about their cultivation insights, feeling that they had gained considerable benefit. Until dawn, Zhao Tianzhao put down his wine glass, his eyes gleaming. He used his cultivation to expel the smell of wine. Xiaochun, Brother Li, I must take my leave. I hope that when I return, the 3 of us can continue drinking together. After speaking, Zhao Tianzhao clasped his hands in greeting. Bai Xiaochun and Li Hongming saw him off. After Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yuisan bid farewell to their attendants, the two left the courtyard. Guided by a cultivator from the Bo Pai army, they left the Great Wall through a tunnel and headed to the savage wilderness. Their attendants also departed. Brother Zhao, have a safe journey. Bai Xiaochun watched Zhao Tianzhou's retreating figure. He greatly admired Zhao Tianzhou, his cultivation, his character, and even felt a surge of emotion that almost made him follow him into the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun suppressed his feelings. Brother Zhao has his path, and I have mine. Bai Xiaochun withdrew his gaze and drained his wine glass. My path is back to Danhai City. I'll stay near there for 8 or 9 years before going to the savage wilderness. I won't linger in this place. After careful consideration, Bai Xiaochun stood up to bid farewell to Li Hongming. Brother Bai, you wish to leave, and I, Li, won't stay any longer either. I have military orders. If there's an opportunity in the future, we'll meet again. I will reunite with you then. Li Hongming didn't say much. He personally escorted Bai Xiaochun out, heading towards the main city, then up the Great Wall, looking up at the sun high in the sky. Bai Xiaochun occasionally glanced at the savage wilderness sky, wishing Zhao Tianzhou and Chen Yuisan's safety in his heart, and resolutely walked towards the side gate. He wanted to leave the Great Wall. Brotherly, we'll meet again if fate allows. Bai Xiaochun turned around, his gaze filled with emotion as he looked at Li Hongming. Xiaochun Li Hongming hesitated for a moment. Actually, I think this place is very suitable for you. Wouldn't you consider joining the Bo Pai army? If you join, I, Li, will definitely do my best to help you. Li Hongming said seriously. Ah. Upon hearing this, all the emotions in Bai Xiaochun's heart instantly dissipated. He felt as if his heart and liver were about to shatter. He didn't want to stay here. The thought of how dangerous this place was made him quickly shake his head. He was trying to figure out how to respond without being looked down upon. I wanted to, but unfortunately joining the Bo Pai army isn't easy. I don't want Brother Li to trouble himself for me. One day, I will join the Iron Blood sect through my own efforts. I'll leave now. Bai Xiaochun replied emotionally, afraid that Li Hongming would say something more. He quickly turned and walked towards the side door. Before he could leave, a majestic voice echoed from the void. You want to join the Bo Pai army. This voice was incredibly authoritative, seemingly carrying immense power, its words carrying immense weight. Bai Xiaochun was shaken to his core. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in black. He had been far away moments before, but in an instant, he appeared before Bai Xiaochun, blocking his path. Ah! Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, staring blankly at the figure who had suddenly appeared. The man's appearance was too fast. The voice still lingered in his ears, but he was already right in front of him. This man's strength was incredibly formidable. A black cloak, a handsome face though middle-aged, he possessed a strange charm that seemed to have only deepened with age. His deep eyes seemed to hold the entire sky, and Bai Xiaochun was instantly captivated by them. His casual attire made him seem to merge with the heavens and earth. While not quite at the level of a celestial being who had achieved a state of celestial human unity, he could already harness the power of the heavens and earth, possessing extraordinary combat power. This isn't the celestial realm, but it's still the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. After comprehending the laws of heaven and earth to a certain state, one will enter the realm of quasi-celestial being. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. It sounds long-winded, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. Li Hongming, upon seeing the middle-aged man who had just appeared, changed his expression, his face becoming extremely serious, even his eyes filled with fanaticism. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Greetings, Lord. Hearing these 4 words, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He immediately guessed who this person was. After all, to be called Lord by Li Hongming and to appear here, it could only be General Bo Pai Jun. Therefore, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Lord. I ask you, do you wish to join the Black Robe Army? The man in black stared directly at Bai Xiaochun and asked again. Bai Xiaochun groaned in distress, his heart in turmoil, filled with regret. He stared intently at the other man, who awaited his answer. I don't. Before he could finish, the man in black's eyes shone brightly, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. An incredibly terrifying killing intent. like a tsunami enveloped by Xiaochun. If he dared refuse, he would be instantly annihilated. Think before you answer. The man in black spoke again, his voice like thunder, shaking Bai Xiaochun's mind. Under unimaginable pressure, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. This time, he truly wanted to cry, his eyes blazing red. He felt that if he said no, the man in black would kill him with a single blow. My identity is sensitive, Bai Xiaochun stammered nervously. Core? The man in black was startled. He flipped his right hand, picking up a jade slip to examine it. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his mind unsettled. He thought he absolutely had to leave this place. The battlefield was too dangerous. If he stayed, he would sooner or later lose his life. Bai Xiaochun despaired again. The man in black put away the jade slip and spoke. It's all right. If you wish to stay here, Bai will resolve your core identity issue. Let's decide this way from today onwards. You are a member of the Bopai army. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Seeing the man about to leave, he shouted, I am a prodigy, ranked 10th on the Starry Sky Dao Extreme ranking. I have freedom. A prodigy is very good. The man in black didn't turn around. His reply was firm and decisive. I don't want to join. Can I change my mind? Bai Xiaochun regretted his decision and shouted unwillingly. Changing your mind is useless. You're conscripted for a 10-year term. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a purple token appeared in his hand. The token bore a terrifying, skin-peeling totem. I am one of the 5 rulers of the Great Wall, and I have the right to conscript anyone to join the army. Your elixirs are not bad and will be helpful to the Great Wall. I'm telling you directly, Bai Xiaochun, whether you stay or not. You must stay, the man in black then spoke to Li Hongming. Li Hongming, yes, sir. Li Hongming raised his head and responded loudly. Take him to receive the armor and escort him to the armor pavilion. After handing over the order, the man in black, regardless of Bai Xiaochun's feelings, turned and walked away. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, dozens of cultivators with murderous intent approached. These cultivators had experienced many battles, and the bloodlust in their eyes was palpable. Bai Xiaochun was terrified by their stares, his mind greatly shaken. Clearly, if Bai Xiaochun dared to refuse, these cultivators would kill him in the next instant. Bai Xiaochun was filled with indignation and regret for making such a fuss. If I had another chance, I would never do this, Bai Xiaochun said with a sorrowful expression. As the man in black was about to disappear, he gritted his teeth and disregarded everything. Lord! Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly. The shouts were like thunder, the eyes of those around turned fierce, and Li Hongming became even more worried, fearing that Bai Xiaochun would offend Bai Lin. He knew Bai Lin, he was a ruthless killer, whether native or cultivator. The Bopai army's military law was strict, so he winked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Lin stopped for the second time. What do you want? Bai Lin slowly turned around, his eyes icy cold, his gaze filled with killing intent as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled, his heart and liver turned cold. Not only did he feel this way, but Li Hongming and the surrounding cultivators were also terrified. You want me to join the Bopai army? I'll agree, but you have to tell me about the treatment. Bai Xiaochun was weary and disappointed, feeling the other party's gaze was terrifying. Even his words were soft. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's soft tone, Li Hongming breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Bai Lin. He knew the other party was a capricious person. If Bai Xiaochun provoked him, no matter what Bai Xiaochun's status, Bai Lin would kill him immediately. Only a celestial being could stop him. 10 years of conscription, annual benefits 5 times that of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. Other rewards can be exchanged for military merits. Bai Lin said coldly, about to turn around. Lord! Bai Xiaochun shouted again. At this moment, Li Hongming sighed, feeling Bai Xiaochun was too audacious. He wouldn't dare do such a thing if it were him. Not only did he feel this way, but the surrounding cultivators also felt the same. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun had changed. This guy was too bold. At this moment, Bai Lin took a deep breath, a terrifying aura of killing intent emanating from him. The energy waves spread around, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds swirled. He slowly turned around like a demon god, his eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun, without saying a word. The more he acted like that, the colder the atmosphere became. Even the area around the Bopai army was extremely quiet. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, but he didn't want to shout. He felt that if he didn't speak now, he wouldn't be able to speak later, so he persevered and spoke up. I still have 2 bodyguards. They are my good brothers. They are responsible for protecting my safety. Right now, they are pitifully alone outside. Can I call them here? Bai Xiaochun asked. If Song Qiu and Shen Xuanzi heard this, they would surely spit blood and curse incessantly. Joining the army and becoming a Great Wall Guardian meant facing life and death at any moment. Any rational person wouldn't choose to join. They never expected that Bai Xiaochun would remember them so fondly after they had fled. He even dragged them into this mess. They said these words because they understood Bai Xiaochun too well, but to Li Hongming and Bai Lin, they took on a different meaning. They felt that Bai Xiaochun was worried that he wouldn't be able to look after his people at the Great Wall. The protectors were his good brothers, and losing him would cause trouble. This showed Bai Xiaochun's loyalty. They also considered that Bai Xiaochun could still say these words under the immense pressure and killing intent of Bai Lin, proving that Bai Xiaochun was a man of great loyalty and righteousness. Thinking of this, Bai Lin's expression softened. They can't, but I can promise you that if you achieve many great accomplishments, you can recruit your brothers to become members of the Bopai army. Having said that, Bai Lin didn't give Bai Xiaochun a chance to respond and immediately disappeared. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head. After Bai Lin disappeared, he looked at Li Hongming again. Li Hongming looked at Bai Xiaochun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and let out a dry laugh. Xiaochun, congratulations on being favored by the Lord and personally recruited into the Bopai army. You should know that being recruited by the Lord is a great honor. In all these years, the Lord has only recruited 3 people. You are the 4th. Bai Xiaochun felt heartbroken. He didn't want to be the 4th, but today, there was no way around it. He could only accept his fate, and with a bitter smile, followed Li Hongming out of the side gate. As Bai Xiaochun walked, he looked back, gazing at the side gate that was right before his eyes, but seemed to stretch to the horizon. He felt he had lost his freedom, his life, his ideals. Why is it like this? Bai Xiaochun inwardly sighed, regretting following Li Hongming to receive the purple battle armor. Although he looked much more handsome wearing it, Bai Xiaochun was unhappy. Along the way, Li Hongming became increasingly enthusiastic, constantly introducing the history of the Bopai army. Bai Xiaochun had no interest in listening. Afterwards, Bai Xiaochun arrived at the armor-making pavilion designated by Bai Lin. This area had over 100 heavily guarded pavilions, and even Li Hongming, a heavenly commander, had to undergo an examination before being allowed in. The armor-making pavilion is a crucial place of the Bopai army. Only masters of alchemy, talisman crafting, and treasure crafting can reside here. Xiaochun is highly regarded by the army, Li Hongming remarked. After entering the armor-making pavilion, Bai Xiaochun also noticed that this place was different from other places. The spiritual energy was much denser than the surrounding area. Bai Xiaochun was surprised to find spiritual energy in this place. Although he encountered a few arrogant cultivators from the Gongjia pavilion along the way, and Li Hongming went up to greet them, they acted as if they didn't see him. Bai Xiaochun was angry at this sight. What's so surprising? Bai Xiaochun said, noticing Li Hongming's indifference. Xiaochun, these people are all masters. All war supplies need to be provided by them. It's all right, Li Hongming said with a laugh, comforting him. He led Bai Xiaochun into pavilion number 7 of the Gongjia pavilion, then added, Xiaochun, I can only bring you this far. From now on, we're all family. If you need anything, just come to me. After giving a few more instructions, Li Hongming turned and left. Seeing Li Hongming leave unhappily, Bai Xiaochun turned and entered his residence. The area was quite large, spanning several thousand feet. Aside from a few other buildings, it was mostly open courtyards and neatly paved paths. The area had a weak spiritual energy. Although almost non-existent, it was much more comfortable than the surrounding areas. After observing for a while, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to set up camp at the Great Wall, but he felt the place wasn't bad. Not far away, there was even a small lake with crystal clear water. Lakes were rare in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun had only seen dark water on his way to the Great Wall. Seeing clear water now made him feel much more at ease. Never mind, I'll just stay. Bai Xiaochun sighed, sitting by the lake, Contemplating his future path, he gazed at the clear water teeming with golden carp. These fish had long whiskers, indicating they had lived for many years. Their bodies were slightly translucent, clearly not ordinary creatures, and could be used for medicine. There are dragonfish here. These fish have lived for many years, extremely rare outside, and are the main ingredient for refining the dragonfish elixir. Bai Xiaochun looked around several times, noticing that the pavilions here all had small signs and large courtyards, clearly indicating a well-organized and spacious environment. This was Pavilion number 7, one of the top-tier courtyards in the Gongjia Pavilion. The dragonfish also belonged to this courtyard, now belonging to Bai Xiaochun. According to the records, there should be a whole school of dragonfish, so why are there only 3? Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He didn't think much of it, continuing to ponder, when suddenly his expression changed. He looked up and saw a figure flying towards the pavilion next to him. Using some unknown method, the figure didn't affect the restrictions and directly flew into Bai Xiaochun's courtyard. It was a thin old man with an arrogant expression, a late-stage core formation cultivator. Upon entering, he saw Bai Xiaochun, was slightly stunned, but said nothing. He walked directly to the lake, approached Bai Xiaochun, and snatched a dragonfish before leaving. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He had encountered many arrogant people, but never one like this old man, who acted as if he didn't see him and even snatched a dragonfish right in front of him. Because he was already annoyed, he angrily stood up. "What are you doing?" "Refining medicine." The old man didn't stop, continuing forward. "You let the Lord bully you, and now you want to bully me too." Bai Xiaochun unleashed his full power, his eyes blazing with light. He pointed to his forehead, his third eye opened, and a purple light shot out. The old man's expression changed as he tried to retreat, but it was too late. He barely managed to stop it, but Bai Xiaochun had already retrieved the dragonfish from a distance and thrown it back into the lake. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve. He now understood clearly that although there were many dragonfish in the lake, someone else had taken them. It was the old man before him. The old man's face turned ugly. He took a few steps back and sneered at Bai Xiaochun. "I've been in Pavilion number 8 for many years, but I've never met anyone as arrogant as you. I want the dragonfish in Pavilion number 7. As for you, you're just a young brat. Let's see how long you can be so presumptuous here." "Shut up!" Bai Xiaochun, already enraged, took a step forward upon hearing this. A burst of icy energy erupted, enveloping the surroundings and completely freezing the lake. He appeared before the old man with lightning speed. The old man's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat, but Bai Xiaochun was as fast as teleportation, appearing in an instant. He raised his right hand and threw a punch imbued with the essence of the human mountain technique. The force of the punch was like Mount Tai crashing down, causing the old man to spit out fresh blood, his body flying hundreds of meters away. "Get out, from now on. The dragonfish belongs to the Bai family," Bai Xiaochun said coldly, the old man's eyes filled with resentment as he left. Having driven away the troublesome old man who looked down on everyone, Bai Xiaochun's mood improved somewhat. He sat by the lake until sunset. Looking at the desolate setting sun, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Just as he was about to stand up, he noticed several beams of light flying towards him. These beams of light flew towards Bai Xiaochun's pavilion. In an instant, 3 figures appeared, the leader being Bai Lin, who stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 2 other people, both emanating a terrifying aura of killing intent and possessing nascent soul cultivation. Bai Xiaochun was surprised to see Bai Lin appear here. "Greetings, Lord." Bai Xiaochun stood up and bowed to Bai Lin. "Have you gotten used to the surroundings yet?" Bai Lin asked Bai Xiaochun indifferently. "Well, it's not bad, just too quiet." Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, cautiously replying. Lin Dao arranged for some maids to come here to take care of Bai Xiaochun's daily life. Bai Lin instructed the old man on his left. The old man nodded, took out a jade slip, and transmitted a message. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled, thinking that his words had such an effect. He was considering what else to say when Bai Lin looked at the lake in front of him and spoke. "The Great Wall has existed for a very long time, even longer than the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. Can you imagine how many cultivators fought and resisted the barbarian invasions within this wall countless years ago? Many generations have come and gone, yet the Great Wall still stands. Although the 5 great legions compete with each other, they remain harmonious in resisting the enemy, each responsible for a different area, guarding the Great Wall and preventing the barbarians from entering Bai Lin's gaze, which had been fixed on the lake, now lifted to the sky and uttered a sentence with a sigh. Bai Xiaochun couldn't keep up with the other's pace, nor did he understand the meaning behind Bai Lin's words. The 5 great legions each have a commander, 10,000-man commanders, and under each commander are 10,000-man commanders, from which one can deduce the 100-man commanders and 10-man commanders. I, Bai, am the commander of the Bo Pai army of this generation. Bai Lin looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes slightly sharp and fierce. I, Bai, am not good at speaking. I speak rather directly, and once I open my mouth, I don't change it. My personality is eccentric. Some say I'm unpredictable, others say I'm a bloodthirsty killer. Some say I'm destined to become a celestial being in the future. Others say I have extraordinary talent and unparalleled intelligence, and that I'm proficient in military strategy and possess profound strategic thinking. They say so much. I don't like these words, and I don't want to hear them. I only like one saying, and I really hope others will spread it. Do you know what it is? Bai Lin asked. Bai Xiaochun felt that Bai Lin had a strange personality. He wouldn't mention it unless he wanted to, but once he started talking, it was completely disorganized, with the beginning and the end completely unrelated. He fell silent, and Bai Lin frowned at Bai Xiaochun. I ask you, do you know what saying I like to hear? Bai Lin stared at Bai Xiaochun, seemingly wanting him to answer. I don't know. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, feeling that Bai Lin was acting very strangely. Bai Lin's gaze was cold. I don't like being dismissed. Bai Xiaochun wanted to curse him inwardly, but the other party's status and strength were too high. Helplessly, Bai Xiaochun could only feign thoughtfulness. After a long while, he deliberately raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and flattered him. I understand, Senior. You want future generations to remember that within the Great Wall there was once a cultivator named Bai Lin who fought against the heavens and earth, protecting the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun felt his boasting was flawless, and was inwardly pleased with his quick reaction when Bai Lin spoke. You're wrong. Bai Lin took a deep breath, his eyes radiating a brilliant light. I like hearing everyone say that Bai Lin has a good grandfather, because my grandfather is the demigod ancestor of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, the heavenly human grand elder. This clearly shows what? It clearly shows that no one in the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect dares to provoke me, yet I can provoke anyone. It also clearly shows that I can run rampant without fear in the Great Wall. It further shows that the Bo Pai army has an earth-shattering backing, and it also shows that as long as I am the Bo Pai army's ruler, we can have whatever we want, and if we don't have it, I will demand it from the sect. In short, I want to tell you that in this Bo Pai army, except for Senior Chen, who is in the heavenly human realm, I am the greatest. Bai Lin said arrogantly, then looked directly at Bai Xiaochun. Do you understand? I understand. Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at Bai Lin, finally understanding what the other party wanted to do. He was showing off his background. To some extent, this guy had the same hobby as himself, enjoying the commotion. As for the Senior Chen, Bai Xiaochun knew that he was Chen Yue-san's father, the three-eyed old man. Bai Lin nodded in satisfaction. The two behind him remained silent, clearly already accustomed to Bai Lin's personality and words. So you know what I like to hear, and you understand that here, you can have whatever you want, and you also know what I want. I, Bai Lin, want military merit. A fervent gleam shot from Bai Lin's eyes as he stared at Bai Xiaochun and declared, I want military merit to kill more natives, collect more vengeful spirits, and win more campaigns. Therefore, I'm recruiting you to join the Bo Pai army. You must practice alchemy here, refining the elixirs you use on the city walls. As long as you accomplish this, you can have anything you want within the Great Wall. I will take care of it for you. Even if something happens within the sect, I can handle it for you. For example, the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect will grant the Reverse River sect more cultivation quotas than before. For example, disregarding your core identity, I can even handle whatever cultivation technique you want to see. If I can't handle it, my grandfather will handle it for you, provided you give me military merit. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun, you must refine this elixir, and you must refine many of them, the more the better, with greater power than before. Bai Lin said, being well-dressed isn't scary, but being well-dressed with ability is scary, and being well-dressed with ability and ambition is even scarier. Bai Xiaochun looked directly at Bai Lin, his heart filled with deep emotion. He felt that everyone else had the surname Bai, yet their backing was so strong, while he himself had no backing at all. Therefore, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. After hearing the other party's request, Bai Xiaochun had anticipated this. Thinking about what had happened while he was refining medicine, Bai Xiaochun felt he had to explain. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, and he had encountered Bai Lin twice before, he felt the other party would directly become angry with him. After all, this wasn't the Reverse River sect. In the Reverse River sect, Bai Xiaochun could act recklessly without fear, and this wasn't the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect either, without Du Lingfei's help. This was the front line, a place where killing was commonplace. Sensing the killing intent emanating from everyone, Bai Xiaochun believed that if he caused trouble, his life would be in danger, unless he had the ability to escape the Great Wall. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and looked at Bai Lin. Lord, wanting to refine a large quantity of soul-gathering pills isn't a problem. This is a pill I created, but the refining process is unstable and difficult to pass on to others. Furthermore, you need a powerful soul-gathering pill. I need time to research and refine it. It's not impossible, though. From childhood to adulthood, every time I've refined medicine, something big has happened. Bai Xiaochun quickly spoke up. Such matters couldn't be kept secret, because it could lead to serious consequences. It's all right. What could possibly happen while refining medicine? Bai Lin waved his hand dismissively. There's a possibility of lightning striking and destroying my cave dwelling. Even the 10,000 Serpent Valley behind the Lingxi sect could be leveled by my elixirs, Bai Xiaochun carefully explained, causing the two people behind Bai Lin to frown upon hearing him. It's just a few minor issues, nothing to worry about. Bai Lin hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. I haven't finished yet, Bai Xiaochun said awkwardly, continuing his explanation. After I entered the Bloodstream sect, I also practiced alchemy there, and the furnace exploded. The elixirs produced red mist, and people on an entire mountain suffered from severe diarrhea. Not to mention the illusionary wisdom elixir that caused hallucinations in many people, leading to many unimaginable events. Oh, and I almost leveled an entire mountain. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the two men behind Bai Lin, both nascent soul cultivators and commanders of 10,000 men, were terrified. Especially since Bai Xiaochun described everything in such detail. They were frightened, feeling that Bai Xiaochun was a harbinger of disaster. Most importantly, they realized that Bai Xiaochun wasn't lying. They also saw that he had already told them the consequences of his alchemy. Bai Lin frowned, hesitated for a moment, but then waved his hand. It's all right, you just handle the alchemy, leave the rest to me. If you need anything, just say so. Problems related to alchemy will be handled by someone else. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had been honest, so if anything happened later, he couldn't blame him. Many people have said the same thing to me over the years, and it seems they all regretted it in the end, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. He recalled his own life, and he felt a sense of melancholy. Looking directly at Bai Lin, Bai Xiaochun remembered that the other party had said he could have whatever he wanted, so he spoke without hesitation. I want 100 of the best alchemy furnaces. Each furnace must successfully produce at least a third-grade elixir, possessing sufficient medicinal aroma, high quality, and ideally identical to the original. Otherwise, the time spent familiarizing oneself with the furnace will be wasted. A waste of military merit. Bai Xiaochun deliberately added the last sentence. No problem. Bai Lin, hearing about 100 furnaces and so many requirements, thought for a moment. After all, furnaces that meet the requirements are very valuable. When he heard Bai Xiaochun's final statement, he nodded. I also need 10,000 top-grade fire crystals. These fire crystals must not release any firepower. They must be fully charged. 10,000 crystals will only last for 1 month, and I need them every month. That's simple, Bai Lin said with a smile. For him, the issue of spirit stones was no problem. And I need 5-colored fire, 6-colored fire, 7-colored fire, and 8-colored fire as fuel. Seeing Bai Lin's reaction, Bai Xiaochun stated his next request. I'll do my best. Bai Lin hesitated but still agreed. And 1,000 cloud soul butterflies, 1,000 spirit roots, 1,000 void flowers. Bai Xiaochun rattled off dozens of medicinal herbs, each existing within the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, but requiring a hefty contribution point to purchase. Some even requiring a ranking on the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. Some were nearly extinct herbs, but Bai Lin, being wealthy and generous, readily agreed. Oh, and refining medicine consumes cultivation and energy. The environment here is harsh. To ensure uninterrupted refining, I need top-grade spiritual liquid to recover. Bai Xiaochun racked his brains but couldn't think of anything else, so he resorted to a more forceful approach. His reasoning was sound, and Bai Lin agreed. Here you go. And a glint of light flashed in Bai Lin's eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from him. If you want it, I can give it to you, but what I want is for you. If it were something else I couldn't do, but when it comes to alchemy, if I, Bai Xiaochun, say I can do it, I will. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, interrupting Bai Lin and arrogantly replying. He wouldn't allow anyone to doubt his alchemy abilities. Bai Lin was stunned, but instead of getting angry, he smiled broadly. He respected capable people, and the more arrogant Bai Xiaochun was, the more he felt Bai Xiaochun was capable. He also didn't want any unexpected events to occur. After all, no one in the Great Wall dared to deceive him. If Bai Xiaochun ultimately failed to produce anything, he would let Bai Xiaochun know the consequences of deceiving him. Fine, you want these items. Someone will deliver them within 3 days at most. If you have any other requests, just state them. I only want the final result. Bai Lin laughed heartily. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over courtyard number 8 beside him. I'm afraid my courtyard can't hold 100 alchemy furnaces. Cough cough, there's an old man in courtyard number 8 who offended me. Bai Xiaochun was cautious by nature. The old man next to him didn't care about him at all. Not only did he come here to rob, but he also glared at him resentfully before leaving. Bai Xiaochun had already seen through him, but because he had just arrived, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it and let the old man off the hook. Now that he saw Bai Lin value the soul-gathering pill so much, Bai Xiaochun felt he should make some demands, so he asked Bai Lin to deal with the old man. Bai Lin was startled, and he looked at Bai Xiaochun with a profound expression. Bai Xiaochun, you already know that the more you ask, the less likely you are to fail. From today onwards, courtyard number 8 will belong to you. As for Master Chen, you two will not meet for 10 years, and besides, Bai Lin flicked his sleeve, and before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out from the city wall. The explosion shook the entire main city, and everyone's expressions changed. Bai Lin's eyes widened as he looked over, and Bai Xiaochun was also shocked, immediately looking towards the city wall. Above the hazy clouds outside the city wall, a vortex appeared, a gigantic vortex with no limit in sight. Countless vengeful spirits manifested, seemingly escaping from their prison and attacking the city wall. The sheer number was terrifying, and the vengeful spirits exuded a terrifying aura. Even cultivators who had been killing for countless years couldn't dodge in time and were surrounded by them. When the spirits dispersed, those cultivators turned into dried corpses. How could this happen? Someone is using immense power to manipulate the Nether River. Bai Lin's expression changed. Without time for further words, he transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the city wall. Bai Xiaochun also gasped at the scene before him, feeling a sense of life or death danger and understanding that this was the true Great Wall. War was raging at every moment. Bai Xiaochun sighed, suddenly realizing that his soul-gathering pill truly had a significant effect on the Great Wall. He had successfully refined the soul-gathering pill before. Now he just needed to increase its power. This was difficult, and he had to adjust the pill formula. Bai Xiaochun had immersed himself in alchemy for many years and had successfully refined the reverse river pill. Now he only needed to increase the power of the soul-gathering pill. He was confident he could do it. He wasn't worried about refining the medicine itself, but rather about the potential problems that might arise during the process. Since Bai Lin had agreed, Bai Xiaochun felt relieved. He felt that his own medicinal skills had the potential to flourish at the Great Wall. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt exhilarated. He vaguely felt that this wasn't so bad after all. Wherever I go, Bai Xiaoqun will shine like a star. I don't want that, Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself, humming a little tune as he entered the pavilion. The next day, many cultivators entered pavilion number 8. Bai Xiaoqun even heard Master Chen shouting, but the sound quickly faded. Pavilion number 8 was cleared out, and even the walls on either side of Bai Xiaoqun's pavilion were dismantled. Finally, Bai Xiaoqun's pavilion number 7 connected to pavilion number 8, and even the formations merged, doubling Bai Xiaoqun's living space. The blue stone slabs were also intertwined, and even the level of spiritual energy had increased. Although still fragile, spiritual energy was a luxury at the Great Wall, only enjoyed by important figures like the commander of 10,000. Bai Xiaoqun left the pavilion and looked at the enormous courtyard before him. He felt satisfied. This was likely the largest cave dwelling of his life. Not bad, not bad. The more Bai Xiaoqun looked, the more he liked it. Such a large place, yet he was alone, so it felt somewhat empty. At noon, Commander Bo Paijun arranged for more than 10 maidens to take care of his life. Bai Xiaoqun felt that this place was perfect. Because Bai Xiaoqun arrived here, the next morning, Master Chen in courtyard number 8 was invited away by Bo Paijun and reassigned to another location. This also shocked the masters of the Gongjia Pavilion. Every cultivator in this place had a distinguished reputation, and although they weren't close to each other, they were displeased with Bai Xiaoqun's arrogant and unruly behavior. How long can this guy be so arrogant and unruly? HMPH, Lord Bai Lin of the Bo Pai army only cares about results. If Bai Xiaoqun gives him good results, it's easy to talk, but if he fails, he'll definitely pay a heavy price. The more Bai Lin gives, the greater his murderous intent will become after disappointment. This fool will die sooner or later. The masters in the Gongjia Pavilion secretly discussed among themselves. Bai Xiaoqun was unaware of these things. 2 days later, he went out for a walk and found that all the cultivators he encountered were cold towards him. HMPH, it seems my courtyard is still too small, Bai Xiaoqun muttered. Another day passed, and at sunset, Bai Xiaoqun went out for a walk. Upon returning to his courtyard, he discovered something amusing. He saw many perfect alchemy furnaces in the courtyard. Beside the furnaces stood an old man who had followed Bai Lin a few days earlier. Bai Xiaoqun remembered that this old man was one of the 10,000-man commanders of the Bo Pai army. Behind the old man were 4 young men who coldly stared at Bai Xiaoqun without saying a word. The alchemy furnaces before him were dark green, even identical in shape, each engraved with a kiln, and each furnace emitted a fragrant aroma. What perfect furnaces, these furnaces! They're all 3rd grade. Bai Xiaoqun gasped, his heart racing. He leaned closer to examine the furnaces before him, not immediately rushing to inspect them. The more he looked, the more captivated he became, his eyes shining brightly. He noticed dozens of storage bags beside the furnaces. Bai Xiaoqun picked them up and examined them, his breathing quickening with excitement. Inside the storage bags were 10,000 fire crystals and various materials he had requested. Even the restorative elixir was prepared in abundance. Bai Lin isn't boasting. 3 days. 3 days is all it takes. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with happiness and determination. The other party had kept their promise, so he, Bai Xiaoqun, would also strive to fulfill his own. Thinking this, Bai Xiaoqun looked up at the old man. Commander Bo Paijun, please convey my regards to the Lord. Bai Xiaoqun will do his utmost, Bai Xiaoqun said in a low voice. The old man nodded. These 4 are pillars of my army. Master Bai bears a great responsibility. To prevent any external factors from influencing them, I have arranged for them to stay behind and guard. After saying this to Bai Xiaoqun, the old man turned and left. The 4 young men behind him were left behind, their attitudes icy cold. They went to a nearby area to meditate. For them, guarding this place was more like watching over it. In any case, the value of these items was too great. Even Bai Lin had to expend considerable effort to obtain them. Bai Xiaoqun glanced at the 4 people in front of him, completely disregarding them. His attention was drawn to the alchemy furnaces before him, and he felt an urge to immediately start refining elixirs. It's been a long time since I refined elixirs. Bai Xiaoqun licked his lips, his eyes shining. He felt that refining elixirs was worry-free, and he felt life was truly wonderful. Thinking of this, he laughed loudly. The four young men looked at him upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's laughter. They were annoyed but remained silent. Increasing the power of the soul-gathering elixir isn't just about increasing the dosage. It also requires combining it with other spiritual herbs, and the method needs to be adjusted accordingly. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, opened his storage bags, sat down, and began studying the herbs. In his mind, he was contemplating how to refine the elixir, slowly adjusting the formula. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaochun neither slept nor rested, wholeheartedly focusing on improving the formula. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and he even paced back and forth in the courtyard at times, muttering incessantly, "Doing it this way, it won't work. Using a refining method, the spiritual energy here isn't abundant, it won't succeed. Sealing the furnace, the turbid air will settle during the molten process. That would restrict airflow, and the risk of the furnace exploding is very high." Bai Xiaochun frowned, muttering to himself incessantly, his actions erratic. The four guardian cultivators exchanged glances, sensing that Bai Xiaochun was acting strangely. At the same time, other Grand Masters in the Imperial Palace also heard that Bai Xiaochun was refining medicine. They inwardly sneered, and some even went to the courtyard outside Bai Xiaochun's residence to investigate, wanting to personally see how talented he was. The four young men guarding the courtyard paid no attention to the Grand Masters who appeared. As long as they didn't enter the courtyard, the four men wouldn't stop them. Playing tricks, I want to see what Bai Xiaochun's abilities are. HMPH, if he can't refine medicine, he'll surely be in mortal danger. The Grand Masters outside chatted amongst themselves, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at the 100 alchemy furnaces in the courtyard. 2 more days passed, and the other masters grew impatient. Some left, leaving only 7 or 8 behind. During this time, Bai Lin came once, his expression somewhat gloomy, clearly indicating considerable pressure from the war outside. Seeing Bai Xiaochun in such a state, he didn't bother him further and also left. At noon on Friday, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face slightly haggard, but a bright, spirited light shone in his eyes. Using cloud soul leaves as the main ingredient, and supplementing with spirit roots, combined with the properties of void flowers. Using the method of sealing the alchemy furnace, the power of the soul-gathering pill can be increased by at least several times. Never mind, I should try to see if the direction is right. Since that's the case, I'll try refining 10 furnaces. Bai Xiaochun lost track of time, forgetting where he was and even the people around him. After his train of thought became clear, he immediately acted. At this moment, 10 furnaces were lifted by an invisible force and landed in front of him. Bai Xiaochun began adjusting the furnaces. Sparks flew into the furnaces, ignited by Bai Xiaochun's power, and in an instant, all 10 furnaces glowed red, the high temperature radiating outwards. The 4 young men looked up at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the alchemy furnace. When the furnace was half red, he didn't hesitate to add the herbs inside. Following his improved alchemy formula, his expression was extremely focused. Because it was his first attempt at alchemy, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to fail, so this alchemy process was meticulously planned, both in thought and action. This was also the reason he chose 10 furnaces. After the herbs flew into the furnaces, Bai Xiaochun adjusted his state of mind, his eyes shining brightly. He closed the furnace lids and chanted a spell. Seal. After he shouted, numerous seals flew into the furnaces, each seal causing them to vibrate. Before long, Bai Xiaochun had cast over 100 seals. The furnaces vibrated but were sealed extremely thoroughly. No heat escaped, not even smoke. After finishing everything, sweat poured down Bai Xiaochun's forehead. He didn't bow his head, but instead patted his storage bag with his right hand, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, and drank it all. After sealing the first alchemy furnace, he did the same with the other 9. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, having completed everything. He stepped back a few paces, his face slightly pale, and found a nearby spot to meditate and recover. The 4 young men sitting beside him didn't understand his actions, while the masters standing outside looked on with surprise. This is alchemy sealing technique? No, why use alchemy sealing technique on the furnaces? How did he do it? The chances of the furnaces exploding are very high. Does Bai Xiaochun even know how to refine medicine? He's trampling on those rare herbs. The furnaces will explode in less than 4 hours. Humph, let's see how you handle it then. These masters frowned, then discussed among themselves, simultaneously disdaining Bai Xiaochun's actions. Time passed, 4 hours went by, and the masters stared intently at the alchemy furnaces. As they had suspected, all 10 furnaces were glowing red, even emitting rumbling sounds from within, with high temperatures continuously spreading outwards. 5 of the furnaces were the most severely damaged, with cracks appearing on their surfaces. As the cracks widened, the rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he looked at the 5 cracked furnaces. His expression immediately changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "The furnaces are about to explode, get ready!" He acted immediately, his hands forming incantations and pointing at the 5 furnaces that hadn't cracked. After protecting them, he withdrew. His words echoed in the minds of the 4 young guards. They merely sneered, unconcerned. They were seasoned warriors with extraordinary cultivation, all at the core formation realm. They thought, it's just alchemy furnace explosions. What power could that possibly have? The expressions of the grandmasters outside the courtyard were indifferent, their hearts filled with contempt, not taking Bai Xiaochun seriously. It's just an exploding furnace. Why is Grandmother Bai's face so dark? The power of an exploding furnace in alchemy depends on the furnace itself and the elixir. A third-grade furnace exploding, even if it's powerful, shouldn't be a cause for such alarm. Even if he sealed the furnace, the surging power of the elixir wouldn't have a significant impact. The 4 young guards, hearing the Grandmaster's words, felt reassured. They weren't far from the furnace, so they still symbolically brought out some protective artifacts while chatting, inwardly unconvinced. One young man even chose not to use any defensive artifacts, feeling that his cultivation was sufficient to withstand the attack. While the 4 and the grandmasters outside the courtyard looked down on him. Suddenly, 2 of the 5 exploding furnaces cracked rapidly, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure for too long and exploding. A terrifying wave of energy spread outwards, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The furnaces shattered into countless pieces, even flying away rapidly as they collapsed. The energy blast was so immense, like meteors bombarding the surrounding area. The blast warped the void, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the winds to reverse. The explosion was so powerful that even those standing far away were stunned. The formation in the courtyard was destroyed by the blast. Although not completely destroyed, it was beyond recognition. The 4 young guardians' eyes were filled with terror. They gaped, unable to utter a sound, and without time to think, they were instantly engulfed by the power of the exploding furnaces. The 3 who used defensive artifacts fared slightly better, only spitting out fresh blood, their bodies flying hundreds of meters away, bones cracking and seemingly shattering. Blood flowing from their orifices, and even their souls nearly sucked away by the explosion. The young man who didn't use any defensive artifacts was the most miserable. He screamed in agony, his body swept away by the shockwave to who knows where. It wasn't over yet. Even the 4 people were affected, let alone the unprotected grandmasters. Although they were outside the courtyard, they couldn't escape the blast's power. They were still affected by the blast wave, screaming in agony as their bodies were thrown far away by the blast. They all spat out blood, their minds unstable, their bodies riddled with wounds. Even the ground shook violently, causing many surrounding buildings to collapse. The power of the explosion far exceeded everyone's imagination. Impossible! My God, is this an explosion? Is this an explosion? How could this happen? What kind of elixir is Bai Xiaochun refining? I've been refining elixirs my whole life, but I've never seen an explosion like this. This isn't an explosion, this is murder. When the agonizing screams rang out, the entire Gongjia pavilion was shaken, and many cultivators flew out to look towards Bai Xiaochun's courtyard. Bai Xiaochun also cried out in fear. He had retreated far away earlier, and being thick-skinned and prepared, he used his cold energy to form a defense. He hadn't expected his concocted remedy to have such immense power. Even the explosion of the furnace itself was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's attack. Especially the soul-gathering pill's hidden medicinal power. This was its most deadly aspect. It could absorb and devour human souls. He nervously looked around, immediately seeing many people affected, his heart pounding. 3 furnaces remained unexploded. He imagined that if they all exploded, those present would either be killed by the blast or have their souls sucked away. Bai Xiaochun gasped, seeing cracks appearing in the remaining 3 furnaces, the terrifying aura emanating from them spreading outwards, as if they were about to collapse. Bai Xiaochun recoiled in fear. As he retreated, he heard a loud roar. Bai Xiaochun, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth, deafening everyone's ears, some even bleeding. In the distance, a black figure teleported to this place. The person who arrived was the lord of the Bo Pai army, Bai Lin. Don't blame me. I warned everyone before. Bai Xiaochun felt wronged and frustrated. He had already warned about the explosion, and even warned them just now, but no one believed him. Bai Lin roared closer. He had been standing on the city wall, personally leading the battle. A few days ago, the natives had transported the Nether River to this place, and countless vengeful spirits filled the heavens and earth. The pressure from the 5 legions was immense, and even the figure of a soul-refining master had appeared, so he had no choice but to personally oversee the battle. Unable to wait for the soul-refining master to appear, they were instead met with a devastating explosion in the armor pavilion. The resulting shockwave spread far and wide, startling even Bai Lin. Upon arriving, he found everything in disarray, with many people spitting blood and 3 alchemy furnaces on the verge of exploding. In his burning rage, Bai Lin didn't think twice. He roared as he approached the 3 furnaces, raising his right hand to grab them, instantly teleporting them to the city wall and throwing them outside. Outside the city wall, countless vengeful spirits gathered, along with numerous ferocious giants. They attacked the wall without regard for their own lives. The cultivators of the 5 legions flashed with bloodthirsty eyes, and many magical artifacts unleashed beams of light. Because of the overwhelming number of vengeful spirits, it was difficult to repel their onslaught in a short time. There were also quite a few natives, relying on their formidable physiques, who infiltrated the Soul Dynasty and acted ruthlessly. Upon encountering danger, they would self-destruct without hesitation, causing heavy casualties among the cultivators of the 5 legions. Just then, 3 exploding alchemy furnaces flew towards them. The 3 blazing red furnaces, resembling small suns from afar, descended like a force of nature, falling in 3 different directions. As they fell, the cracks in the furnaces widened, and powerful shockwaves impacted and exploded. Using furnaces as a means of attack, the natives were stunned. They had never seen anything like it. Among them, a giant several meters tall snorted coldly. He flew towards one of the furnaces, raised his hand, and punched it. The moment his fist struck the furnace, attacked from both inside and out, couldn't withstand the onslaught. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending countless fragments flying like meteors across the battlefield. The shockwave spread in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. Countless vengeful spirits shrieked in agony, and even ferocious beasts couldn't escape, being incinerated by the blast. The native who attacked the furnace suffered even more. The moment the furnace exploded, the shockwave instantly engulfed his body, tearing half of him apart. The full power of the furnaces hadn't been revealed yet. Its strength lay primarily in the medicinal properties of the soul-gathering pill. After the furnace collapsed, all the vengeful spirits within a 1,000-foot radius trembled, drawn into the explosion and instantly crushed by the shockwave. Everything happened so quickly that before the vengeful spirits and natives could react, 2 more furnaces exploded, leaving only the sounds of agonizing screams on the battlefield. The natives suffered heavy casualties. The vengeful spirits and ferocious beasts were in a terrible state. Flames raged everywhere, and the ground was full of terrifyingly large craters. Blood and flesh were everywhere, and the natives were terrified. Even the unconscious vengeful spirits were panicked. What kind of magical artifact is this? Why have we never seen anything like it before? The natives looked at each other in bewilderment, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed up at the city walls. In fact, it wasn't just them who were terrified. Even the monks on the city walls were considerably frightened. It wasn't just the Bo Pai army, even the people from the other 4 legions were terrified. What is that? Is that a furnace? How is that possible? A blast furnace doesn't have that much power. It seems like the Bo Pai army commander himself threw it out. Could it be a newly created heavenly thunder artifact? While everyone was stunned and bewildered, Bai Lin himself forgot his earlier anger. He stared blankly at the deep pits outside the city walls, at the countless torn-apart souls and the panicked natives. Bai Lin breathed heavily, his eyes shining with intense light and a hint of ecstatic joy. The blast furnace is only secondary. The main thing is the medicinal power contained within. The impact when it explodes will be even greater than the initial blast furnace. Bai Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter, until finally he burst into laughter and immediately turned and flew back to the Ganjia pavilion. Inside the imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun's mind was unsettled, his heart filled with immense resentment as he gazed at the 5 alchemy furnaces before him. Nothing around him remained intact after the explosion of 2 furnaces. The cultivators who had rushed over were horrified by the scene inside the courtyard. Although the courtyard hadn't been reduced to ruins, it was severely damaged, especially the 4 young guards who were injured. Except for one who had vanished without a trace, the remaining 3 were pale and wary, their gazes directed towards Bai Xiaochun filled with apprehension. The grandmasters outside continued to consume the elixirs, their expressions grim as they glared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun nervously looked around, hesitating slightly before explaining, "Don't blame me. I warned you before. If you had listened to me and retreated or used more defensive artifacts, nothing would have happened. Besides, I didn't invite you here. You came on your own accord. Before, when I was refining elixirs, no one dared approach. When I was refining elixirs on the Bloodstream Sect's central peak, everyone on the mountain fled. Yet you all keep running headlong into this." Before Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, the surrounding crowd gasped, the injured from before staring at him intently. Others would deliberately cause the cauldron to explode during alchemy, at most shattering it completely. You, however, deliberately made it explode with such force. It must have been intentional. The surrounding crowd was furious, especially the grandmasters who had long harbored resentment towards Bai Xiaochun. They felt wronged. After all, they had only come to watch, and unexpectedly, they were almost killed by the exploding cauldron. Just thinking about the scene of the explosion, they felt as if their souls were almost sucked out, and the memory filled them with fear. Bai Xiaochun had a headache. He suspected Bai Lin was yelling, and his heart grew even more unwilling. He remembered that he had warned Bai Lin beforehand, but the other party hadn't taken it to heart. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun frowned, constantly thinking about how to explain the situation. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. Then, a beam of light flew towards them. It was the lord of the Bo Pai army, Bai Lin. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had flown to the middle of the Ganjia pavilion in midair, landing right in front of Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Xiaochun, do you know what you've done?" Bai Lin's expression was serious and solemn. His eyes filled with a strange light as he stared directly at Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Bai Lin appear, Bai Xiaochun, unaware of what was happening outside the Great Wall, felt a surge of shock and indignation, and resolutely disregarded the consequences. "Lord, I told you before that strange phenomena would occur when I'm refining medicine. You also said that I'm responsible for refining the medicine, and you're responsible for everything else. You can't blame me." As Bai Xiaochun spoke, Bai Lin stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast. His cultivation was far inferior to Bai Lin's, so he couldn't dodge. His arm was seized, and the cold energy within him wanted to resist, but he suddenly sensed that Bai Lin's expression was wrong. Bai Lin's expression was strangely peculiar, his breathing rapid, and his gaze upon Bai Xiaochun was like that of a precious treasure. After taking Bai Xiaochun's hand, his eyes shone brightly. "How could it not be related? This matter is greatly connected to you. Haha, brother Bai. You certainly didn't disappoint me. Continue practicing, practice boldly and confidently. It's just an exploding furnace, isn't it? What's the big deal? Practice however you want. The more furnace explosions, the better, and the more powerful and terrifying, the better. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Bai Lin laughed heartily. His words not only stunned Bai Xiaochun, but everyone around was dumbfounded. They expected Bai Lin to erupt in a furious rage, but the situation had taken a complete turn. What exactly happened? The injured masters couldn't believe it. The reality was far different from their expectations. They still felt like they were dreaming. While everyone was surprised, Bai Lin recalled the scene outside the Great Wall, and he was extremely excited. He felt that the furnace was the best weapon to deal with vengeful spirits and the barbarians. This was an unparalleled military achievement. He knew that over the years, the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect had devised many methods to eliminate the vengeful spirits of the barbarian wasteland. And although they had found ways to counteract them, the barbarians had soon found ways to neutralize them, rendering them ineffective. He didn't expect Bai Xiaochun's method to be effective for a long time. Even a short time would be enough to deter the barbarians. After all, the appearance of the Nether River this time was a huge deal. Even the heavenly beings were angry. And while they weren't exactly on guard, they were certainly paying close attention. Brother Bai, I only have one request for you. Your refining speed must be faster. Bai Lin took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was quite surprised. He had heard Bai Lin address him as little brother several times in a very affectionate and caring manner. Bai Xiaochun had recovered his composure. The other party didn't blame him, and even encouraged him to forge more furnaces. Bai Xiaochun was astonished. I didn't expect anyone would make such a request. So the furnaces Bai Lin just took away have a miraculous effect. Bai Xiaochun asked curiously for the reason. Bai Lin didn't hide anything. He immediately recounted the situation outside the Great Wall. After listening, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. That's right. Do you think I actually forged the furnaces for alchemy? That's the result of my research, and now it's proving effective. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt relieved, his spirits soaring, and he looked up at the sky. As Bai Xiaochun, when I refine medicine, I pay attention to the opportune time, favorable location, and harmonious human factors. You already know that even if the furnace explodes, it's within my calculations. 90% of the elixirs in the furnace need to borrow the energy from the explosion to be perfected. And then the explosion's power is amplified. Bai Xiaochun boasted proudly. Those around him exchanged glances. If they hadn't seen Bai Xiaochun nervously explaining earlier, they might have actually believed him. Bai Lin quickly cleared his throat, not interrupting Bai Xiaochun's boasting, and simply smiled in agreement. This scene moved the surrounding crowd. They had never seen Bai Lin treat anyone like this, and so politely at that. This showed just how much weight Bai Xiaochun held in Bai Lin's heart. Regarding the furnace explosion, Brother Bai, rest assured, I'll create a batch within 3 days at most. It's a small matter. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, speaking triumphantly. Bai Lin laughed heartily, and after agreeing on a time with Bai Xiaochun, he left feeling satisfied. He also glared at the surrounding cultivators, whose minds trembled as they bowed their heads and quickly dispersed. The Grand Masters were extremely frustrated, but there was nothing they could do and they had to leave. As for the 3 young men who had been reprimanded by the commander, and who later heard about the situation outside the city walls through their friends, they immediately revered Bai Xiaochun like a god. The young man who had been thrown far away also returned, limping, his heart filled with extreme fear of Bai Xiaochun. Finally, the matter was over. The 5 alchemy furnaces hadn't exploded. Bai Xiaochun opened them late at night, but unfortunately, while the furnaces were intact, the elixirs had been rendered useless. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time, and after resting for a night, he left the pavilion and went into the courtyard. He stood beside the alchemy furnace, took a deep breath, and looked up at the sky, shouting loudly, "Don't come any closer. Don't say I didn't warn you, Bai Xiaochun. I'm about to start refining the medicine." Bai Xiaochun's voice boomed like thunder throughout the Gongjia pavilion. The masters surrounding him hurriedly left their quarters, their faces filled with indignation as they moved far away. The 4 young men in Bai Xiaochun's courtyard were terrified and trembling. If they could, they wouldn't want to stay here, but they had no choice but to persevere, their hearts pounding with anxiety as they channeled their cultivation for defense. Having achieved such an effect with his loud roar, Bai Xiaochun felt satisfied as he controlled the alchemy furnace. After some thought, he decided to refine 20 furnaces. Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling that the Great Wall was a very good place. At least he could freely refine medicine without worrying about being punished. And even if the furnace exploded, he would be praised. It was truly ironic. Looking at the furnaces in front of him, Bai Xiaochun calmed his mind, his expression serious. This time, he intended to mix different herbs for each furnace so that he could verify the pill formula as quickly as possible. Thinking this, he threw the herbs into the furnaces at the fastest speed, controlling the flames. The temperature of the 20 furnaces varied, and the herbs inside were also different. especially remembering Bai Lin's request, hoping for greater power than before. He didn't care about the furnace damage. However, Bai Xiaochun still felt a little worried. He felt that since he was here and standing near the furnaces, if he didn't control the fire well and the furnace exploded prematurely, wouldn't he be ruining himself? With such anxiety, he restrained himself a little. He continuously controlled the 20 alchemy furnaces, occasionally stopping to add new herbs. The aroma of medicine permeated the 20 furnaces. He remained immersed in alchemy, his expression focused. The 4 young guards sitting not far away were terrified. After several hours, they saw Bai Xiaochun seal all the furnaces, and their hearts trembled. Not good, Master Bai is about to seal the furnaces. Oh my god, the last furnace explosion was also due to sealing. The internal airflow couldn't escape, and the longer it's suppressed, the more likely it is to explode. The furnaces can't withstand it. What do we do now? The 4 men gasped for breath, looking at each other. Immediately, they gritted their teeth and used many defensive magic artifacts to protect themselves, then retreated a little, their eyes anxiously watching the 20 furnaces. This time, I'm sure I'll be able to forge a batch, but I don't know how many. Among those that don't explode, as long as 1 furnace succeeds, that's enough. Bai Xiaochun watched intently, adjusting the flames and beginning to deduce the alchemical formula. His goal was to memorize the refining method of each furnace before him, and from there find the final formula. 8 hours passed, and the 20 crimson furnaces emitted a powerful aura, their intense heat even causing the ground to dry and turn yellow. The faces of the 4 young guards grew increasingly grim. Last time, after accumulating for 4 hours, the power was already so great. Today, after accumulating for 8 hours. Just as the 4 were on edge, suddenly 4 of the 20 furnaces shook violently, cracks appearing in their walls. They're about to explode. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he looked at the 4 furnaces. He shouted, then retreated, his hands forming incantations to create protective talismans, and he also used his own defensive artifacts. When he shouted, the 4 young men beside him panicked. They hesitated for a moment, but unexpectedly, 7 of the alchemy furnaces showed cracks, and even the ground beneath them was dented. 10, 11. Before, only to almost sucked my soul in, and now there are 11. The 4 gasped, turning and fleeing without hesitation, escaping the courtyard at top speed. Bai Xiaochun was also startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why 11? Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy. He retreated, and as he did, 2 more furnaces creaked, showing signs of shattering. 13. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He didn't have time to worry. At the same time, 6 of the 13 furnaces emitted a destructive aura, shattering further and further, seemingly unable to withstand the internal airflow, even causing air currents to erupt outwards. Just then, a long laugh rang out, and Bai Lin's figure appeared in the courtyard. His face beaming with joy, he gazed at the 13 alchemy furnaces as if they were 13 priceless treasures. He flicked his sleeve, and the 13 furnaces, like 13 small suns, soared into the air. Bai Lin then used his cultivation to suppress them before carrying them to the city wall. As soon as he appeared on the wall, the cultivators of the 5 legions were terrified to see the 13 crimson furnaces in Bai Lin's hands, recalling the events of 3 days ago. At this moment, Bai Lin shouted loudly and threw the 13 furnaces over the city wall. The war continued, but this campaign was completely different from before. Clearly, the barbarians were paying close attention to the war, seemingly having planned and strategized from the beginning. Initially, it was harassment and probing. Then they would provoke the Nether River and lead the main army to attack. Although the tribes didn't appear in large numbers, and they no longer used natives to harass, the barbarian tribes launched a fierce attack. Over 10,000 natives participated in the battle on the city wall, some even towering over 10 jang tall. Surrounding them were countless vengeful spirits, including water spirits and special spirits. The boundless spirit tide attacked frantically, attempting to shatter the protective barrier of the Great Wall. The artifacts on the wall unleashed terrifying beams of light, turning the battlefield into a meat grinder. Bai Lin then threw 13 of Bai Xiaochun's alchemy furnaces into the crowd of natives. Each furnace was a jang tall, smaller than the natives' bodies but strikingly eye-catching, as each furnace resembled a miniature sun, its violent aura distorting the void. At this moment, both the cultivators on the city wall and the barbarian tribesmen paid close attention. Upon discovering 13 alchemy furnaces flying towards them, many of the natives' expressions changed. These people had witnessed 3 furnaces explode 3 days prior, and others had heard of new magical artifacts appearing at the Great Wall capable of eradicating vengeful spirits. Although the furnaces only appeared for a short time, preventing the barbarians from finding a way to counteract them, they could only watch as the 13 furnaces approached, crashing to the ground and exploding with earth-shattering force. The ground shook violently, fragments of the magical artifacts scattered in all directions, and shockwaves spread widely, quickly engulfing the area in a sea of fire. Even more terrifying was the gravitational pull of the 13 furnaces, which contained the medicinal power of the soul-gathering elixir, thus covering a radius of 10,000 feet. All the vengeful spirits within this area screamed in agony, completely unable to escape. They were tightly suppressed and could not resist for long before being torn apart. The power of the explosion did not stop, moving at an extremely fast speed, like two giant hands tearing apart the heavens and earth within the explosion's radius. The natives were stunned. At the same time, in the wilderness not far from the Great Wall, an area covered by a formation existed, containing many dilapidated tents. In the center, a black altar floated, and on the altar sat an old man. The old man's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and boundless anger. His face was as gloomy as water, and a screen of water appeared before him, revealing an image of a vast, empty expanse of 10,000 feet. This vast plain was shrouded in black smoke, within which lingered countless vengeful spirits, their piercing screams echoing and spreading outwards. The area outside the black smoke was enveloped by a formation, and within lay numerous dilapidated tents, mostly made of the hides of giant beasts, tens of thousands of them in total. Each tent contained several indigenous people dressed simply in animal skins, some sleeping, some pacing, and some venturing outside. Whenever they looked towards the central tent, they gazed with eye and fear. Upon encountering a companion, they stared intently, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Their temperament was extremely volatile, yet suppressed by something, they would fight. At such times, only a chieftain could use his divine consciousness to restrain them. This place was divided into 10 areas, each belonging to a different tribe. The natives looked indistinguishable, perhaps only differing in skin color and pupil color, but these differences were very subtle. Besides the natives, surrounding the tens of thousands of tents were numerous ferocious beasts, all chained up, their roars like thunder. Within the tens of thousands of tents, the central area was enclosed in a circle, where 1,300 black stones formed a circle. Each stone emitted a distorted, void-shattering pressure, separating the surrounding area of 10,000 feet from the others as if it were two different worlds. These stones were not merely decorative. Some stones radiated a bright glow, and occasionally, cultivators could be seen entering and exiting the area. These cultivators wore simple clothing, but unlike the natives, their appearances were handsome and they were not as tall. Upon closer observation, one would realize they were soul cultivators from the savage wilderness. Occasionally, soul cultivators would emerge from the central area, passing by the tents of the natives. The natives they encountered along the way would all kneel in reverence. In the savage wilderness, soul cultivators were no different from nobility, possessing a high status. They enslaved the natives, controlled the soul sea, and commanded the winds and clouds. In the center of the rocky formations, an altar floated in the air. "Damn it!" a furious roar echoed from the altar. The old man sitting on the altar had an extremely grim expression, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the water screen before him, seeing 13 alchemy furnaces explode, leveling an area of 10,000 feet into a barren wasteland. He saw the terrified natives and the panicked, vengeful spirits. Alchemy furnaces, the old man's eyes were ruthless. He had seen alchemy furnaces explode twice before, but he hadn't focused on the furnaces themselves. He was focused on the powerful medicinal energy contained within them. It's unknown what kind of elixir it is, but it has an unimaginable effect in suppressing vengeful spirits. This tactic affects the Grand Elder's plan to lure Chen Zhaoshan out of the Great Wall and eliminate him. The old man frowned, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He noticed that the great chieftains were aware of the battle situation. They also recognized the terrifying power of the alchemy furnaces. Without the assistance of the Soul Sea, the natives wouldn't have been able to attack the Great Wall. On the battlefield outside the walls, since the empty area appeared, the entire battlefield fell into temporary silence. The cultivators of the 5 legions gasped in disbelief. Is this an explosive furnace? My God, the power is even more terrifying than before. 13 exploding alchemy furnaces have an incredibly powerful threat to the Soul Sea. It seems the vengeful spirits are terrified. The battlefield was in great turmoil, especially the cultivators of the 5 great legions whose comrades had been lost or who themselves had narrowly escaped death. They were all intensely emotional, staring intently at the area around the Bopai army, their eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The battle continued, but it was noticeable that the natives and vengeful spirits were moving much slower, occasionally looking up at the sky, seemingly terrified of the sudden appearance of the alchemy furnaces. Bai Lin was extremely excited. He excitedly retreated and went straight into the armor pavilion. Bai Xiaochun stood inside, anxiously watching the alchemy furnaces before him, his thoughts mostly focused on the battle on the city walls. From this location, he couldn't observe the battlefield, except for the strange phenomena outside the city walls when the Nether River appeared. Because of the barrier formation, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hear the sounds of slashing and explosions. Bai Lin's figure appeared from afar. He hadn't arrived yet, but his laughter echoed in all directions. Hearing the laughter, Bai Xiaochun calmed down and immediately assumed the posture of a wise man, his hands clasped behind his back. Brother Bai, you've rendered a great service. Bai Lin laughed loudly, appearing behind Bai Xiaochun, his face still showing excitement. He waved his hand and took out a purple token with a skin-peeling pattern, handing it to Bai Xiaochun. The 5 great legions of the Iron Blood sect reward and punish fairly. Bai Xiaochun, you have rendered meritorious service through alchemy. Your achievements are enough to make you a 10-man commander. From now on, you are a 1,000-man commander of the skin-peeling army. After Bai Lin said these words, since Bai Xiaochun was new and didn't understand much about the position of 10-man commander, the bodies of the 4 young guards beside him trembled, their eyes fixed on the purple token with longing and respect. They had joined the Bopai army many years ago, and were still a little short of becoming a 10-man commander. Bai Xiaochun, who had only recently arrived, had already become a 10-man commander. Previously, they wouldn't have been convinced, but now, after witnessing the power of the exploding furnace, the 4 of them dared not disobey. This token not only represents your Bopai army status, but it also automatically records your military achievements. Every time a furnace explodes and generates military merit, a portion will be recorded for you. Bai Lin looked directly at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with admiration. If it weren't for the constraints of military rules, he would even want to promote Bai Xiaochun to 100-man commander. 10-man commander. Bai Xiaochun received the purple token. He felt a warmth in his hand as it automatically merged into his body. Bai Xiaochun's spirit was shaken. He knew the token was an extraordinary treasure. Even after its integration into his spiritual consciousness, he vaguely sensed the immense power within it, as if he could establish a connection with the eye on the tall tower. That's right, you shouldn't underestimate the position of 10-man commander. From now on, you can appoint 10 soldiers as your personal attendants. They will obey any command you give. Bai Lin encouraged him further, finally requesting that Bai Xiaochun forge more furnaces with greater power than before leaving. After Bai Lin left, Bai Xiaochun held the 10-man commander's token, blinked a few times, and looked up at the 4 young guards beside him. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun looking at them, the 4 immediately bowed their heads and stepped forward, clasping their hands in a respectful bow to Bai Xiaochun. We pay our respects to the 10-man commander. Bai Xiaochun was greatly shocked. He noticed the 4 men's eyes fixed on the token, so he cleared his throat before speaking. You've been here for quite some time, and I still don't know your names. Your subordinate, Zhao Long. Your subordinate, Sun Li. Your subordinate, Su Deshan. Your subordinate, Zhou Wu, the 4 men responded. After what they had witnessed over the past few days, now that Bai Xiaochun had become the 10-man commander, they feared him even more. Their expressions were extremely serious, especially Zhao Long, who had the highest cultivation level, already in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. He feared Bai Xiaochun more than the other 3, because he was the one who had flown away earlier. From today onwards, you 4 will be my subordinates. The other 6 will be assigned to you to find. Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you will rise to prominence. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, feeling very imposing in his words. Zhao Long and the other three hesitated slightly, knowing that Bai Xiaochun's reputation was very strong today, and following him was the best choice. So they exchanged glances and agreed, leaving to find more cultivators to join as Bai Xiaochun had requested. While they were away, Bai Xiaochun observed the remaining alchemy furnaces. At dusk, Zhao Long and his group returned, followed by 6 cultivators for men and to women, all curiously observing Bai Xiaochun. The 6 cultivators were not ordinary. After meeting Bai Xiaochun, they introduced themselves. 4 of them were in the early stage of the core formation realm, 1 in the middle stage, and 1 in the late stage, who was a woman. This girl's name is Liu Li. She is exquisitely beautiful, with eyes like phoenix eyes, incredibly youthful, and a curvaceous figure that is clearly visible even in armor. In fact, the armor not only detracts from her beauty but also enhances her alluring and confident demeanor. Adding the 4 men, including Zhao Long, Bai Xiaochun, as the 10-man commander, had 10 subordinates. Led by Zhao Long and Liu Li, this fighting force could be considered strong in the middle reaches of the cultivation world, capable of shaking a region. After everyone introduced themselves, Bai Xiaochun vaguely guessed that they were a team. They could maintain a state of harmony with each other even while standing still, presumably practicing a combined attack formation. Even if a nascent soul cultivator appeared, they could put up a fight. Even if not a match, they were more than enough to give a nascent soul cultivator a headache. Bai Xiaochun observed them, and they observed him. After Bai Xiaochun confirmed his judgment that the 10 of them were indeed a team, and after Zhao Long's persuasion, and most importantly, their hearts had already been stirred by the explosion on the city wall, they readily agreed to join the mysterious alchemist's team. As they observed Bai Xiaochun, their hearts were slightly stirred. On one hand, they felt Bai Xiaochun was very young, but on the other hand, they felt he was unreliable. Bai Xiaochun gave them a few instructions, and the sky gradually darkened. After adding 6 more people, the 10 cultivators here would be responsible for all of Bai Xiaochun's daily needs. Throughout the night, the war outside the city walls continued, the explosions echoing incessantly. The formations within the city walls prevented them from hearing anything. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in the pavilion, observing the 10-man commander's token. He used his divine consciousness to penetrate it, and this time he vaguely felt he had established a connection with the eye on the tall tower. As he used his divine consciousness to examine it, his life imprint was also imprinted on the token. When the imprint was complete, a purple light shone on the token, and Bai Xiaochun's mind displayed his military merit points. 43,753. Bai Xiaochun murmured, looking at the imposing appearance of the 10-man commander, "If I could become a 100-man commander, I'd definitely be even more imposing. Then 100 cultivators would obey my orders." Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun became hopeful. He checked the military merit points required to become a 100-man commander. 1 million. Bai Xiaochun was stunned for a moment. That's too much. Bai Xiaochun frowned. The more he delved into the information on the token, the more his expression relaxed. Slaying vengeful spirits, killing natives, soul cultivators, and soul refiners have different military merit points. Killing also earns different military merit points. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Don't be impatient. Right now, just forging a furnace, I can earn so many military merit points. For me, forging a furnace is a small matter. The main ingredient is the soul-gathering pill. Once I successfully refine a powerful soul-gathering pill, getting military merit points will be easy. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt incredibly excited. He took a deep breath and at the same time discovered that military merits, besides promotion, could also be exchanged for necessary items. However, this required going to the tall tower and merging with the Great Eye. Currently, I have too few military merits, not enough for anything. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, sensing his own cultivation level. I'm not far from reaching the great perfection of the golden core stage. Although the spiritual energy here is thin, it's difficult to cultivate faster. I can use military merits to exchange for necessary cultivation supplies. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaochun used his spiritual sense to cover the surroundings. Making sure no one was paying attention, he arranged many runes around the pavilion. He secretly opened his storage bag and took out a large bundle. Spiritual roots. The spiritual roots were golden yellow, with layers of intricate patterns on their surface. Each spiritual root had over 100 circles, these circles representing the number of years of the spiritual root. They're all over 100 years old. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. These were the materials for refining the soul-gathering pill. Although they had some effect, it wasn't a huge one. The reason Bai Xiaochun wanted 1,000 of them, and even a lot of other precious materials, was to secretly cut corners on the resources. Because these herbs could be eaten directly even without refining, they could strengthen blood and qi, and further enhance vitality in the body. The immortal longevity technique has a huge demand for life force. With these spiritual roots, my immortal longevity technique will greatly improve. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. He knew that spiritual roots over 100 years old, even just a single one, were incredibly valuable and difficult to obtain, like rare treasures appearing at auctions. Only someone with Bai Lin's status in the Great Wall could acquire so many. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't know how Bai Lin did it, he could certainly imagine that the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect offering 1,000 roots in a single go must have cost a fortune. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun surveyed his surroundings, confirming that his arrangements were perfect and no one was paying attention. He then placed the spiritual roots into the turtle pattern cauldron to refine them. After all, many of the materials contained multicolored fire, which greatly enhanced the spiritual roots' effectiveness. The amount of multicolored flames in his hand wasn't enough to refine all the spiritual roots. After refining them a few times, Bai Xiaochun had to reluctantly give up. He devoured the refined spiritual roots like eating radishes. A surge of vitality enveloped Bai Xiaochun's entire body. I wonder how senior brother is doing in the Rainbow Void. Bai Xiaochun thought of the Reverse River sect, Li Qingou, Ho Xiaomei, and Song Zhengwan. While musing, a surge of vitality enveloped his body. Then it burned like fire. Bai Xiaochun circulated the immortal longevity technique, and the immortal bone on his left leg transformed into a vortex, devouring the life force within him. A night passed, and in just one night, Bai Xiaochun had consumed over 100 spiritual roots. If anyone else had consumed as many spiritual roots as him, they would surely have been killed instantly by the burst of vitality. Bai Xiaochun possessed the immortal longevity technique, like a bottomless pit, and the immortal muscles covered his right thigh. Currently, Bai Xiaochun felt his physical strength had increased dramatically, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Bai Xiaochun's alchemy progressed faster. He simultaneously refined 50 batches of pills. Through continuous experimentation, the power of the soul-gathering pills increased, but no finished product had yet appeared. After careful observation, Bai Xiaochun became dissatisfied because he was only a little short of success. Bai Xiaochun wasn't impatient. He vaguely felt he was about to refine a new type of soul-gathering pill. Even so, the pill furnaces exploded every day. For Bai Lin, the explosions were a good thing, and in fact, a few days later, fearing there wouldn't be enough furnaces, Bai Xiaochun sent another batch. Bai Lin happily agreed to provide more alchemy furnaces. Obviously, in his eyes their use was not only for refining medicine, but also for accumulating military merit. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun continued his cultivation without interruption, consuming almost all of the 1,000 spirit roots, leaving only a few dozen. Just last night, Bai Xiaochun's right thighs generated intense heat, his flesh and blood rippling like waves, and an incredibly terrifying power was hidden within them. Success! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. He lowered his head and looked at his thighs. The immortal muscles on his thighs carried astonishing power. If combined with the immortal forbiddance technique, he was confident that he could unleash a force comparable to instantaneous movement, and even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to catch up. He could even proactively create a storm, his body suddenly disappearing and reappearing 1,000 feet away, the sound of wind tearing through the air only audible after he had landed. Beyond the sound, Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. The sounds that echoed throughout the courtyard immediately attracted the attention of Liu Li and Jiao Long's group, who instantly flew to investigate. Upon their arrival, they felt the surrounding void vibrating repeatedly, causing their skin to ache. Clearly, a force transcending the void was generating air currents. Hearing the continuous sound of wind tearing through the air, and seeing Bai Xiaochun standing there laughing loudly, everyone gasped, their bodies trembling slightly. They guessed that Bai Xiaochun was testing some kind of cultivation technique, and because it transcended sound, it produced the current effect. I didn't expect Master Bai to possess such a secret technique, Liu Li muttered, glancing at Bai Xiaochun several times. She then bowed respectfully to Zhao Long and his group. Seeing the respect in their eyes, Bai Xiaochun felt satisfied. He cleared his throat, offered a few words of encouragement, and then returned to the pavilion. Zhao Long and his group were greatly shaken. They recalled the events of the past few days, and the most terrified were Liu Li and Zhao Long, both late-stage core formation cultivators, who understood the terrifying nature of it all. This speed not only requires secret techniques, but also demands a very strong physique. Using extreme speed to unleash a normal punch has power comparable to divine abilities. For several days afterward, Bai Lin continuously operated the alchemy furnace. Every day, explosions resounded outside the city walls, greatly exciting the 5 major legions. Especially as the number of furnaces increased, their power grew, and although the quantities varied, their destructive force was astonishing, causing immense trouble for the barbarian tribes. The furnace not only targeted vengeful spirits, nor did it simply absorb them. It even formed a powerful shockwave. Even though the soul sea outside the city walls was boundless, it showed signs of disintegration. If it weren't for the current war involving 10 tribes and the full control exerted by soul cultivators and soul refiners, the soul tide would have long since collapsed. The barbarians were racking their brains, constantly thinking of countermeasures. Bai Xiaochun's ingenuity had become famous throughout the 5 great legions, especially after Bai Lin invited him to the Great Wall to experience it firsthand. Initially, Bai Xiaochun was reluctant to go to the wall because it was too dangerous, but Bai Lin repeatedly assured him that there would be no danger, and only then did Bai Xiaochun agree. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the cultivators of the 5 great legions looked at him with respect. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased to be respected, and an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He really liked this feeling. When he was the center of attention, Bai Xiaochun felt like a hero. Therefore, from that day on, every time Bai Lin took the alchemy furnace and left, Bai Xiaochun would go up to the city wall to watch the furnace explode. After feeling the blast of energy and the deafening explosions, Bai Xiaochun was uncontrollably excited each time. Especially each time the furnace exploded. He could see his military merits on his token increase, and Bai Xiaochun was incredibly thrilled. This is where I should be. Bai Xiaochun looked at the ground outside the city wall, full of deep craters, and watched the natives and vengeful spirits retreat. In that instant, he felt that he could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. Time passed, and in the past month, the soul sea of the savage wilderness had never been as severely damaged as it was now. Not only were the cultivators on the city wall excited, but it also attracted the attention of many forces in the savage wilderness. Military achievements have exceeded 300,000. Bai Xiaochun checked his military merits every day, watching the numbers grow steadily. He felt that these merits would transform into his cultivation resources. Therefore, this afternoon, after sealing 50 alchemy furnaces, Bai Xiaochun didn't wait for the results as usual, but instead left the merit hall and went to the tall tower in the main city. The tall tower was the core of the Great Wall. Whether it was the formations or the records of the 5 major legions' military merits and the exchange of treasures, everything was located there. Because of its importance, the celestial beings' chambers were located within the tall tower. With the celestial being guarding it and the 5 major legions protecting it, the place was usually bustling with cultivators coming and going. Bai Xiaochun's appearance immediately caught his attention, and everyone greeted him with goodwill. Bai Xiaochun returned the greetings, feeling grateful for the welcome he received wherever he went. After entering the tall tower, he used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and examine the list of items. Suddenly, a commotion erupted around him, and at the same time, a beam of light flew in from afar, moving at an extremely fast speed, carrying a chilling aura that tore through the void. Behind this person was a terrifying silver light. It's Gui Feng. Gui Feng is the only one of the 5 great legions with the hope of becoming the first commander of 10,000 men with his great perfection core formation cultivation. It's been a long time since we last saw him. I heard he participated in a top-secret mission outside the Great Wall to investigate the true situation of the barbarian wilderness, as everyone was discussing. The light dissipated, revealing a figure clad in blood-red robes. This was a young man with long, flowing hair, his handsome face marked by a scar that stretched from his forehead down to his mouth. This scar was terrifying, completely disfiguring Guifeng, yet no one found it ugly. Guifeng looked up at the sky, gazing towards the great eye above. Bai Xiaochun, standing on the ground, also saw Guifeng. He didn't know this person, nor had he ever met him, but he knew the other party was very powerful. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun was reminded of Zhao Qianzhou. This is a character of the same kind as Zhao Qianzhou. Bai Xiaochun sensed the killing intent emanating from the other party, far surpassing that of the surrounding cultivators. The killing intent was so dense that Bai Xiaochun realized only Bai Lin was stronger than Guifeng, but Bai Lin had a half-step heavenly human cultivation level, from which one could deduce how terrifying Guifeng's killing intent was. This is a killing machine. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. Although he wasn't afraid, it was uncertain who would win in a fight. The killing machine before him was a madman. As soon as he waved his hand, countless vengeful spirits appeared, over 10,000 of them soaring into the air, emitting mournful wails. As they appeared, a giant eye high above erupted with intense light, instantly absorbing the spirits into its body. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. At the same time, those around him exclaimed in shock. Senior brother Guifeng sacrificed over 10,000 vengeful spirits. Using a sacrificial method to increase military merit, not many people can do that. Only a powerful expert like Guifeng could accomplish it. Over 10,000 vengeful spirits, their quality varied. I fear it will yield tens of thousands of military merits. While everyone was discussing, Guifeng turned and walked away. Bai Xiaochun sighed. After hearing their conversation, he understood that sacrificial methods could indeed increase military merit. Unfortunately, at the time of carving the altar, the vengeful spirits were torn apart, obviously unable to perform the ritual like Guifeng did to exchange for military merits. Bai Xiaochun shook his head regretfully. He watched Guifeng's retreating figure, then used his spiritual consciousness to merge with the token, establishing a connection with the Great Eye. Countless pieces of information appeared in his mind, and after half a day, Bai Xiaochun gasped. I didn't expect to be able to exchange for so many items. There are even nascent soul pills. Bai Xiaochun was very surprised. There were nascent soul pills, not to mention the pills for forming a golden core for cultivation. There were also magic treasures, talismans, and all kinds of medicinal herbs. Everything he needed was there. The more Bai Xiaochun looked, the happier he became. There were quite a few items from the savage wilderness, such as soul herbs, and even Bai Xiaochun saw the Nether River. It should be known that the Nether River is illusory, located in another world, and without special methods, it cannot be touched. Even celestial beings can only slightly shake it. The water of the Nether River. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Although he didn't know what it was used for, he saw that a single drop required a great deal of military merit to obtain, and he understood that it had a significant effect on cultivators. Or perhaps the water of the Nether River attracts cultivators like the water of the Tongshan River attracts the soul cultivators of the barbarian wilderness. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although his time at the Great Wall wasn't long, through his interactions with others, he knew that the water of the Tongshan River was of great value to barbarian cultivators. Therefore, many people secretly brought the water of the Tongshan River into the barbarian wilderness to trade with barbarian soul cultivators. Although the Great Wall strictly forbade such practices, it couldn't be stopped. Some of this was also orchestrated by the Great Wall itself. Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in such matters. He was more interested in the nascent soul pill. Feeling the nascent soul pill appear in his mind, and then checking the required military merits, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He knew he had many military merits, but he didn't realize it until he checked. Now he knew how pitifully few his military merits were. A nascent soul pill. It requires several million military merits. Bai Xiaochun's eyes awaited the purple token. The nascent soul pill wasn't just an item to aid in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In fact, as long as one's cultivation wasn't at the great perfection of the golden core stage, consuming this pill would dramatically increase their cultivation. After all, this so-called breakthrough was using a sudden increase in spiritual power to overcome a bottleneck. The nascent soul pill contained some herbs that helped facilitate the nascent soul stage. For Bai Xiaochun, he didn't value the nascent soul stage itself. He valued its cultivation boosting effect. One pill, just one nascent soul pill, and I can instantly reach the great perfection of the golden core stage. Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to give up the nascent soul pill. He used his military merits to exchange for a considerable amount of high-grade elixirs for the core formation realm and some magic treasures. Only after completing his task did he leave. Upon returning to the pavilion, Bai Xiaochun sealed off all four sides and used the turtle pattern cauldron to refine all the elixirs he had exchanged. Not to mention that he also needed to enhance the power of his own magic treasures. Therefore, only after all the items had been refined 6 times did Bai Xiaochun stop examining the silver patterns on his magic treasures for a while. 2 portions of 7-colored fire and 1 portion of 8-colored fire. These are the items Bai Lin brought. With Bai Xiaochun's experience, he had searched for multicolored fire in the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect before, but unfortunately, he hadn't found much. He knew that while he might encounter 7-colored fire, 8-colored fire was rare. Even extracting a portion of it from Bai Lin wasn't easy. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaochun took out a jade box from his storage bag. Inside the jade box was a small stone, about the size of a fingernail. At first glance, it didn't seem miraculous, but upon careful examination, one would discover that it contained an incredibly powerful force, seemingly capable of erupting violently with just a light touch. This was the 8-colored fire. Bai Xiaochun carefully closed the box. There's only a portion of the 8-colored fire. I'll keep it. Later, when I have a good magic weapon, I can use it to refine. Bai Xiaochun put away the 8-colored fire and began to swallow the pills he had just refined. After consuming the pills, the spiritual power within him surged throughout his body, transforming into cold energy and entering his golden core, accumulating coldness within his dantian. A month passed. As Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level steadily increased, his alchemy became more and more successful. He successively refined soul-gathering pills, and although he wasn't completely satisfied, each time he meticulously controlled the process to achieve a finished soul-gathering pill. Its power increased slightly. Bai Xiaochun believed he would soon refine a perfect soul-gathering pill. Although this pill had some effect, Bai Xiaochun thought it would be better to accumulate more before giving it to Bai Lin. At the same time, he was also content with his life in the Great Wall. Not only was he respected by others, but his military merits were also increasing. Each time his alchemy furnace exploded, a large amount of military merits connected to the Great Eye and automatically transferred to Bai Xiaochun's token. Seeing that his military merit token wasn't increasing, Bai Xiaochun thought of the magical artifacts and pills he had seen in the tall tower. And his motivation to refine alchemy also increased greatly. He wanted to turn the furnace into a weapon of mass destruction for the barbarian army, throwing them out of the city walls every day. The number of vengeful spirits decreased sharply, and the pressure on the soul-refining masters in the savage wilderness increased. If this war hadn't been so large-scale, the savage wilderness would have probably retreated long ago. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun appeared on the city walls, repeatedly experiencing the horrors of the battlefield firsthand. He sensed that the war was escalating. It wasn't just one indigenous tribe, but 6 tribes participating in the battle. The number of indigenous people had increased from 10,000 to 70 or 80,000. A war of this scale only happens once every few decades. He watched the giant indigenous people relentlessly assaulting the city walls every day. Simultaneously, soul masters began appearing on the battlefield. Their appearance further increased the importance placed on the high-ranking officials of the Great Wall, who even dispatched powerful experts to eliminate them. Unfortunately, the Soul Masters were protected by the indigenous people, and killing them would come at the cost of many cultivators' lives. Both sides suffered casualties, and overall, the barbarian wastelands suffered more devastating losses. After all, the 5 legions were protected by city walls, and the soul tide had diminished after the furnace explosion. Most importantly, the power of the furnace explosion created a threat to the vengeful spirits. This was the crucial factor. Otherwise, according to past wars, the vengeful spirits in the soul tide would have been ferocious and fearless, posing a great threat to the city walls and the 5 legions. The name Bai Xiaochun also spread from within the 5 legions of the Great Wall, becoming known to everyone. At the same time, his reputation echoed throughout the Great Wall, and many indigenous tribes knew that the creator of the new magic weapon that suppressed the vengeful spirits in the Great Wall was Bai Xiaochun. His ranking on the barbarian wastelands killing list was even in the top 100. Each name before him belonged to a generation of illustrious figures who instilled hatred in the savage wilderness, and today, Bai Xiaochun's name appeared on that list of those who hated him. Initially, Bai Xiaochun couldn't change the course of the war. He couldn't do it then. The furnace only provided temporary support, but as time passed, his influence on the war became increasingly evident. Especially now, with the tribes convening a conference of great chieftains and numerous soul refiners, they are filled with hatred and want to devour Bai Xiaochun alive. The great chieftains grieve for their tribesmen, while the highly respected soul refiners spend most of their precious time appeasing the wronged souls. Previously, they only needed to control and form a soul tide. After all, the vengeful spirits pouring out from the underworld river were extremely ferocious and fearless of death. Because of the threat of the furnace, they didn't fully respond. Otherwise, the scattering of vengeful spirits would be a minor matter, but the vengeful spirits' retaliation would be a major one. Currently, on the desolate plain near the Great Wall, in the center of the Black Stone area, an old man sits on an altar suspended in midair. 10 figures in gray robes stand around him, each radiating terrifying soul power. They are soul refiners. Each of them looks at the old man in black. Envoy, this cannot continue like this. We must find a way to resolve this. That's right, Envoy, if this continues, our warriors, without the protection of a soul tide, are no match for the cultivators on the wall. We respectfully request that you, Envoy, use your great divine power to avert this calamity. On the altar, besides the soul refining masters, there were 10 enormous giants. These 10 giants looked very weathered, unlike the other giants. Their bodies were massive, but their eyes were full of intelligence. One of the giants was speaking to the old man. We can't waste too much soul power. The old man in black was silent for a moment before continuing. You don't need to worry. I've made preparations, and the time is almost here. You just need to pay attention to the battlefield. Tomorrow, I want that Bai Xiaochun to know that his alchemy furnace has become history. The old man in black's eyes turned red as he spoke with absolute certainty. Inside the Great Wall, Bai Xiaochun was meditating. Whether he sensed it or not, he opened his eyes and looked around for a moment. Without thinking much, he continued cultivating until early morning. At this time, Bai Xiaochun sighed and left the pavilion. Here, pass the alchemy furnaces to me. Bai Xiaochun coughed. As soon as he spoke, Liu Li and Zhao Long's group quickly rushed over. 10 cultivators swiftly brought 50 alchemy furnaces and placed them in a circle around Bai Xiaochun. Over the past few days, they had become accustomed to Bai Xiaochun's appearance, especially since his name appeared on the Savage Wilderness's kill list, further increasing his reputation within the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun had been incredibly generous to them, bestowing upon them numerous elixirs and magical artifacts. Although his military achievements weren't particularly large, they increased daily, and since Bai Xiaochun wasn't stingy, everyone was very pleased. Zhao Long and the others also worked diligently for Bai Xiaochun. After bringing out the alchemy furnace, they stepped back a few paces. Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to open the furnace lid completely. Many medicinal herbs were poured inside, and Bai Xiaochun mixed them according to his own formula, using varying proportions of different herbs. As the temperature in the alchemy furnaces rose, Bai Xiaochun ran through all 50 furnaces. From adding the spirit herbs to the refining process, it took an hour. After finishing, he sealed the furnaces. I wonder how many furnaces will explode this time, Bai Xiaochun whispered to each other as he sealed the furnaces. I bet within 20. Yesterday, 7 exploded. This time I bet over 20. Everyone placed baits repeatedly. They did this every day. Bai Xiaochun finished sealing the furnaces and waited until the temperature rose again before returning to the pavilion. Another 4 hours passed before a furnace emitted a creaking sound. Bai Lin appeared as usual, and Bai Xiaochun finished his cultivation and left the pavilion to meet him. Master Bai, you've worked hard, Bai Lin said with a smile, finding Bai Xiaochun increasingly pleasing to the eye. It's all right. It's all for the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared, his demeanor like that of an enlightened master. Old Bai, the alchemy furnaces are almost empty, and the medicinal herbs are nearly gone, especially the spirit roots. Next time, prepare more. No problem. I'll hand them over when I return. Bai Lin looked at the furnaces, his eyes shining. At this moment, more and more furnaces began to tremble. The more furnaces cracked, the more excited Bai Lin became. He even used his cultivation to seal one furnace. Before long, 27 furnaces had cracked, and after that, No more furnaces showed signs of exploding. Bai Lin laughed heartily and left with the 27 furnaces. Just like any other day, Bai Xiaochun immediately followed Bai Lin to the city wall. He wanted to personally observe the power of the furnace explosion in order to adjust the method. Although the furnace would inevitably explode, Bai Xiaochun could still find flaws in it. Thus, he followed behind Bai Lin, flying towards the city wall. Along the way, the cultivators were filled with reverence upon seeing the 27 alchemy furnaces. Bai Lin knew that Bai Xiaochun wanted to see the furnaces explode, so he slowed down. Then, the two appeared on the city wall together. Bai Lin laughed loudly and threw the 27 furnaces in 27 directions towards the outside of the wall. The cultivators of the 5 great legions on the city wall cheered incessantly. At the same time, the natives outside the battlefield wanted to retreat. The vengeful spirits were extremely frightened upon discovering the furnaces. Even with the full power of the soul refining master, it was difficult for them to hold out for long, and the vengeful spirits scattered instinctively. Seeing that his furnaces had such a threatening power even before they landed, Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The natives and the vengeful spirits on the battlefield were constantly retreating when suddenly 10 monstrous beasts, like spears, soared into the air. Their speed was incredible. As they ascended, their bodies expanded like kites in the wind, quickly growing to Tanjiang approximately 36 meters in size. They flew straight towards the alchemy furnaces. Upon approaching, these colossal beasts opened their mouths and devoured the furnaces. This scene was so sudden that the people on the city walls didn't have time to react. 27 furnaces vanished. The furnaces swallowed by the beasts immediately exploded, the explosions audible to those nearby. Their bellies swelled enormously, and they clenched their teeth tightly to suppress any cries of agony. Everyone noticed the beasts' bellies quickly shrinking, soon returning to their normal size. Then, the beasts opened their mouths and spewed out a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke lingered for a moment before disappearing. The entire battlefield was eerily silent. The monks of the 5 great legions were stunned, and Bai Lin was also greatly shaken. A fierce killing intent arose in his eyes, and he immediately suppressed the urge to rush out of the city walls. Because the void surrounding the ferocious beasts was distorted, it was clear that powerful beings were guarding them. If Bai Lin launched a direct attack, he would be bitten back, and then not only would Bai Lin be in danger, but the Great Wall itself would be. Damn it! A murderous glint erupted in Bai Lin's eyes. He and the other commanders had long understood the enemy's purpose. They wanted to lure the heavenly human ancestor Chen Xiaoshan out of the Great Wall. They knew that once Chen Xiaoshan emerged, the barbarians' deadly attack would descend. I didn't expect that in just half a year they'd figured out a countermeasure. Clearly, these ferocious beasts have undergone some kind of transformation. Bai Lin sighed inwardly. At the same time, the natives outside the city walls reacted, laughing wildly and recklessly. The vengeful spirits, even more ferocious, charged towards the walls. The fighting was even more intense than before, with explosions echoing across the battlefield and earth-shattering screams everywhere. The cultivators of the 5 great legions maintained their composure, fully defending the city walls, and a brutal slaughter ensued. At this moment, few paid attention to Bai Xiaochun. The furnace had lost its effectiveness, meaning Bai Xiaochun could no longer perform such feats. Seeing the elixirs he had painstakingly refined and the alchemy furnace about to explode being devoured, Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. His mind reeled, his breathing became erratic, and a blood-red glint appeared in his eyes. Why is this happening? What kind of ferocious beast is this? Bai Xiaochun trembled with anger, his heart filled with immense pain. No military merits, no more herbs, the alchemy furnace is gone, and all my time and spiritual power spent refining the elixirs have been wasted. Bai Xiaochun roared in indignation, his eyes blazing red. He felt as if everything had been destroyed. He even thought about the possibility of losing his means of earning military merit, his goal of becoming a centurion shattered. Remembering all this, Bai Xiaochun was furious beyond compare, especially since his alchemy furnace had been devoured by a beast in front of so many people. His vanity and self-respect were severely wounded, like someone thrown from heaven to hell. His mind was in turmoil, and he glared with bloodshot eyes at the spherical beasts outside the city. You all just wait, you dare devour my alchemy furnace. You will regret it. Bai Xiaochun was furious. He turned and headed back to the Gangjia pavilion. Bai Lin sighed at this, Understanding that the barbarian tribes would produce many spherical beasts specifically targeting Bai Xiaochun's alchemy furnace. You dare swallow my alchemy furnace, you dare eat the elixirs I refined, you little beasts dare provoke me? I, Bai Xiaochun, will reduce you to dust. Bai Xiaochun, enraged, returned to the Gongjia Pavilion at top speed, flying straight into his building. Zhao Long, Liu Li, 10 of you go outside and guard. Don't let anyone enter. I'm going into seclusion. Bai Xiaochun shouted, ignoring the remaining alchemy furnaces and entering his building, closing the door behind him. Zhao Long and the others gasped, not knowing what had happened. They had never seen Bai Xiaochun like this before. What happened? They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with unease. Bai Xiaochun sat in the pavilion, his eyes still blazing with anger, showing just how furious he was. He tried to calm himself down, placing fire essence into the alchemy furnace. I've lost face in front of so many cultivators, damn it. I, Bai Xiaochun, fear heaven, earth, and lightning, but I've never feared ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaochun roared angrily, and at that moment many medicinal herbs flew into the furnace. I don't believe I can't get rid of you big-bellied beasts. You dare to swallow my furnace, eat my elixirs, ruin my military achievements, and humiliate me. It's like slapping me in the face. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the angrier he became. He proceeded to refine the medicine, his anger simmering. He hadn't been this furious in a long time. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and the aroma of the medicine continuously wafted from the furnace. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaochun didn't step out of the pavilion even once. He continuously refined pills, and occasionally, a maniacal laugh echoed from within. Dare to provoke me? I'll show you the power of Bai Xiaochun. HMPH, the potency of the pills isn't enough. Just wait and see. The laughter from inside the room sent chills down the spines of Zhao Long and Li Li, who were inside. They gasped, sensing that Bai Xiaochun's mind was not normal. They had also heard about what happened a few days earlier, knowing that Bai Xiaochun's pill furnace had been devoured by the barbarian tribesmen using spherical beasts, and understood where Bai Xiaochun's anger came from. Could the destruction of his furnace have driven him mad? Everyone exchanged glances. As the afternoon of the 3rd day passed, the pavilion's doors suddenly swung open, and Bai Xiaochun, disheveled and noticeably thinner, flew out. Zhao Long, go tell Bai Lin I want heavenly pine leaf, beast fragrance, bear bone, earth dragon root. I want these medicinal herbs today. Bai Xiaochun rattled off dozens of types of spiritual herbs, then returned to his room and closed the door. Zhao Long was anxious. He saw Bai Xiaochun's current state as extremely dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, he went out to find Lord Bai Lin. Soon after, he returned with all the spiritual herbs Bai Xiaochun needed. He nervously knocked on Bai Xiaochun's door. The door opened, and Bai Xiaochun entered, carrying all the herbs. Zhao Long peeked through the gap and saw that the room was filled with a pink mist. Bai Xiaochun was half hidden in the mist, his body emaciated, but his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. 2 days passed, and suddenly, at noon today, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning suddenly roared, with most of the thunder striking directly at the Gongjia Pavilion. The Gongjia Pavilion's formation trembled incessantly. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, his laughter echoing throughout the pavilion. The lightning in the sky, combined with Bai Xiaochun's laughter, caused Zhao Long and the others guarding outside to turn pale with fear. What happened? What exactly happened? Zhao Long's expression changed constantly. He saw pink mist flying out from the cracks in the pavilion, enveloping everything. Zhao Long was terrified, and they continuously retreated. If that were all, it would be fine, but for some unknown reason, when the mist appeared, many insects in the Gongjia Pavilion swarmed out, as if instinctively wanting to escape from this place. It's well known that insects are rarely seen within the Great Wall, yet now not only are there countless insects, but not only are Liu Li and his group terrified. The entire Gongjia Pavilion is shaken, and countless screams and shouts erupt. What's happening? Oh my god, lightning is striking, pink mist is spreading, insects are fleeing. Is this the end of the world? The entire Gongjia Pavilion was shaken. The cultivators on the city walls and the natives outside all witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky, and they were terrified. What kind of terrifying thing has appeared inside the city? While everyone was in shock, Suddenly the clouds in the sky transformed into a vortex. Lightning gathered as if to destroy something, its target being the Ganjia Pavilion. The lightning shattered the formation and struck directly at Bai Xiaojun's pavilion. The ground shook violently, more than half of the pavilion collapsed, and Zhao Long and his group retreated in panic. Master Bai, is he refining medicine? Zhao Long was terrified. The building was collapsing, but they could still hear Bai Xiaojun's laughter coming from inside. Not enough, Zhao Long. Go get more medicinal herbs. Bring me 3,000 portions. Zhao Long's body trembled. He saw the pink mist in the room growing thicker and thicker, and he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Looking at everyone, he saw Liu Li and the others looking uncertain and apprehensive. He gritted his teeth and rushed out. Not long after, he and Bai Lin returned. Xiaochun, don't be impulsive. Bai Lin, having just arrived, saw the dense pink mist. He looked up and saw the lighting in the sky becoming increasingly intense, and shouted, "Don't worry about it. They're just a few ferocious beasts, aren't they? I have 1,000 ways to punish them. Just wait and see." From within the mist, Bai Xiaochun's resentful voice echoed. "Zhao Long, throw me the spiritual medicine." Bai Xiaochun roared. Zhao Long dared not refuse. He glanced at Bai Lin and then threw his storage bag into the mist. Not long after, Bai Lin was about to offer some words of advice when suddenly a loud explosion erupted from the mist. The pink mist turned a fiery red, and at the same time, lightning struck down from the sky with lightning bolts even visible gathering in the heavens. The terrifying lightning intertwined to form a net. Even Bai Lin was greatly frightened by the sight, let alone the cultivators within the Great Wall. "Xiaochun, you don't be impulsive. We will figure out a way to deal with those spherical beasts." Bai Lin, seeing the mist turn red, felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It wasn't related to his cultivation level. It was purely human instinct. "No need for many words. I, Bai Xiaochun, will let those ferocious beasts know that the Bai family's alchemy furnace isn't delicious." Bai Xiaochun's voice boomed from within the mist. His room had collapsed, and beside the red alchemy furnace sat a thin figure, his eyes emitting a strange glow. Numerous bottles and jars surrounded him. For the past few days, in order to refine medicine, Bai Xiaochun had relied on spiritual liquid to maintain his cultivation, constantly refining special elixirs, and trying to prevent the mist from affecting him. It could be said that Bai Xiaochun was risking everything. His breathing was erratic as he stared intently at the furnace, continuously throwing herbs into it. The furnace vibrated incessantly, the tremors becoming increasingly violent. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and slammed it down. Boom! Cracks in the furnace spread outwards and then exploded. When the fog dissipated, Bai Xiaochun's figure appeared before Bai Lin and the others. Upon seeing the thin figure before them, Bai Xiaochun tilted his head back and laughed maniacally, making anyone who didn't know better think he was truly insane. "You big-bellied beasts, I, Bai Xiaochun, have prepared a grand gift for you. Just wait," he exclaimed. "I used thousands of top-grade materials to refine it, then used 10,000 bolts of heavenly lightning to eliminate impurities. After a special refining process, I didn't hesitate to use the power of the furnace to refine it 3 times. Only then did I achieve the supreme and unparalleled aphrodisiac pill, a pill that can make all beasts tremble at the mere mention of its name." Zhao Long's eyes widened. Liu Li was greatly surprised, and the others watched Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. "Love pills." Bai Lin was also stunned. Without waiting for them to ask further, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, bringing 8 pill furnaces from the courtyard. He used the immortal body technique on his legs to rush towards the city wall. "Damn beasts, here I come, Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun's eyes radiated an extremely powerful light. His breathing was rapid but not erratic, and he quickly approached the city wall. Bai Lin's eyes were filled with uncertainty, and he immediately chased after him. As for Zhao Long and the others, they only hesitated for a moment before flying away. They wanted to know what effect the pills had that drove Bai Xiaochun mad. As Bai Xiaochun approached the city wall, he jumped onto it and shouted loudly, directly throwing 7 or 8 pill furnaces over the wall. Outside the city walls, the barbarian tribesmen, accompanied by vengeful spirits, were attacking. A few days earlier, the furnace had lost its effectiveness, and the vengeful spirits had calmed down. Because they posed no threat, the soul refiners could easily control them. They also focused their energy on the specific vengeful spirits, and the war was entering its climax. Every day, there were continuous explosions, aided by vengeful spirits. The number of indigenous people decreased significantly, while the pressure on the 5 great legions increased sharply. At this moment, 7 or 8 alchemy furnaces flew out, their entire bodies glowing a terrifying red, seemingly ready to unleash earth-shattering destructive power if the medicinal energy inside exploded. Seeing the 7 or 8 furnaces flying out, the indigenous people unconsciously tensed but not panicked. They all watched the furnaces descend. In the wilderness not far from the battlefield, the old man in black sitting on the altar and the soul refiners and tribal chieftains all saw the furnaces piercing through the water screen. "This technique is useless," the old man in black said, his expression cold. He raised his right hand, chanting a spell and pointing at the water screen. The water screen twisted for a moment, and at the same time, the ferocious beasts on the battlefield roared. The monstrous, spherical beasts expanded rapidly, their eyes filled with contempt as they opened their mouths wide and devoured the furnaces. Before the furnaces could fall to the ground and explode, the beasts flew up, vying with each other, instantly swallowing them whole. Those beasts that failed to seize the furnaces roared in dissatisfaction. The black-robed old man on the desolate plain smiled at this sight, his eyes filled with disdain, and at the same time, the furnaces were devoured again. Bai Lin remained silent, and the cultivators of the 5 great legions sighed inwardly. Only Bai Xiaochun coldly watched the beasts devour the furnaces, a hint of ferocity appearing in his eyes. "Eat! You'll all have to eat a lot!" Just then, an explosion echoed from within the beasts' bellies, which expanded rapidly, then immediately returned to their normal size. Even the ferocious beasts, who had been roaring menacingly at the city walls, only now began to retreat, and immediately many natives rushed forward to defend them. The natives continued to mock and ridicule the Great Wall. "Is this all you've got? This trick won't work anymore. Those weaklings on the walls, do you have any other tricks? Those few alchemy furnaces aren't even enough to feed our ferocious beasts. Utterly stupid, it didn't work before, and now you dare to throw it out again." The piercing laughter reached the ears of the cultivators of the 5 great legions. They gritted their teeth and endured. Without the heavenly humans' order, the 5 great legions could only hold their ground and couldn't fight their way out. Bai Lin sighed, appearing beside Bai Xiaochun, wanting to comfort him. "They won't be laughing for long. Once I get angry, even I will be afraid of myself." Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes and whispered, startling Bai Lin. Before he could respond, the beasts that had just consumed the elixir stopped abruptly. 7 or 8 of them underwent a transformation. Their eyes quickly turned red, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and pink mist spewed from their mouths. Even their entire bodies turned pink. Their breathing became heavy, and they let out strange, incessant howls. The barbarian tribesmen were astonished and bewildered. The 7 or 8 beasts that had consumed the elixir broke free from the group of people guarding them, charging madly into the crowd. 2 of them, their eyes red, even lunged towards their own kind, and any giants or beasts blocking their path also went berserk. They were in heat. Because the lava elixir had exploded inside the beasts' bodies, the energy flow couldn't dissipate due to being refined 3 times, resulting in unimaginable power. Regardless of whether these ferocious beasts were male or female, they were all consumed by lust, completely driven into heat. If that were all, it would be one thing, but their mouths continuously spewed out pink mist. Only vengeful spirits remained unaffected by the mist. The giants and beasts were all affected. Just a few breaths caused their faces to turn red, their eyes hazy and bloodshot, and then they roared and charged into the crowd immediately. The battle outside the Great Wall transformed into a bizarre scene. There were mournful cries and terrifying screams. The entire battlefield was completely altered. No longer a battlefield, but a chaotic mess. The reason for such astonishing effects was that Bai Xiaochun had added the illusion-inducing pill to it, and even some key materials had been refined at great cost, resulting in such terrifying effects. The cultivators of the 5 great legions standing on the city walls trembled violently, their minds exploding with fear. They were speechless, unable to believe their eyes, their minds in turmoil. Damn it, what's happening? What kind of elixir is this? Oh my god. Countless curses and accusations erupted from the cultivators of the 5 legions. Even ordinary soldiers, 10-man commanders, 100-man commanders, and even 1,000-man commanders and 10,000-man commanders couldn't believe it. their minds were reeling. Bai Lin was also stunned and speechless. Even the great eye on the high tower shone brightly. The three-eyed old man, Chen Xiaoshan, appeared. Despite his status as a heavenly human grandmother, he was speechless upon seeing the battlefield scene, giving Bai Xiaochun a strange look. Is this still the Great Wall? Everyone's minds were still muddled, while Bai Xiaochun, the creator of the scene before them, stared intently, his name etched in everyone's minds. In this life, we must never provoke Bai Xiaochun. Countless people gasped in shock. The battlefield was filled with unsightly images. Even the black-robed old man on the altar and the soul-refining masters and the great chieftain could see it. Inside and outside the altar, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed on the water screen. No one spoke. Not even a breath could be heard. Only after a long time did someone sigh, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid and heavy, until finally their whole bodies trembled uncontrollably. After half a day, a terrifying roar of anger erupted from within the altar. Bai Xiaochun, we, the barbarians, swear we will never forgive you. May God strike Bai Xiaochun down, you. You will not die in peace, a bounty. A worldwide bounty on Bai Xiaochun, this man must die. If he doesn't die, it will be the greatest disgrace to the barbarians. Looking at the chaotic and frenzied battlefield, Bai Xiaochun coughed, then waved his hand and spoke. When I, Bai Xiaochun, am angry, the natives and ferocious beasts must be annihilated. Bai Xiaochun, arrogant and haughty, with an unfathomable expression on his face, swaggered away from the city wall. The cultivators on the city wall looked at Bai Xiaochun with a complex and fearful gaze, like awe, like reverence, like fear. As Bai Xiaochun walked away, the artifacts on the city walls activated, and the 5 great legions never let go of the unparalleled opportunity before them. They rushed out of the city walls. Bai Xiaochun didn't watch the battle. After the aphrodisiac pill's reputation was established, he wanted the barbarians to know that anyone who dared to provoke him would pay a heavy price. The aphrodisiac pill wasn't without flaws. It affected ferocious beasts, but the natives could avoid it, and there were many ways to evade it. This time, the aphrodisiac pill appeared so suddenly that it had such an effect. Bai Xiaochun understood clearly. He didn't intend to use the aphrodisiac pill to gain military merit. Only by using such a method could he make the barbarians wary and not dare to use large-bellied ferocious beasts to stop the furnace explosion. Using the furnace explosion method isn't a long-term plan. We should change methods. As long as the soul-gathering pill appears, everything will be resolved. Bai Xiaochun calmly left, followed by Zhao Long and the others, their hearts still trembling. Looking at Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure, they felt a lingering sense of dread. Remembering the terrifying aphrodisiac pill, Zhao Long and Liu Li felt that someone like Bai Xiaochun was incredibly formidable, a born warrior perfectly suited for the battlefield. A few days later, news spread, and all the cultivators in the Great Wall knew how sensational the effect of Bai Xiaochun's actions had been. The more it spread, the more it resonated with people, especially the terrifying effects of his alchemy and the frightening effects of his elixirs. Around Bai Xiaochun's residence in the Gangjia Pavilion, not a soul was seen. The masters were constantly leaving. Nearly half of the Gangjia Pavilion was empty. Bai Xiaochun directly occupied the Gangjia Pavilion, connecting the entire courtyard to make it his residence. Because of the recent events, Bai Xiaochun had earned great merit, gaining a lavish military achievement, and was promoted from 10-man commander to 100-man commander. Since then, his enormous courtyard was occupied by his subordinates, no longer feeling empty as before. Bai Xiaochun had made a great name for himself on the battlefield. Because of the shocking battle, his reputation had spread beyond the Great Wall, further enhancing the deterrent effect. Hundreds of tribes in the eastern barbarian region, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's name, immediately recalled the terrifying aphrodisiac pill. The barbarian tribe's disastrous defeat, even attributed to the pill, caused Bai Xiaochun's ranking on the barbarian killing list to skyrocket, reaching 27th place. The cultivators ranked above him were all nascent soul cultivators, and even those 27 ranked below him were also nascent soul cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was the only core formation cultivator to enter the top 50. With such great fame and military achievements, even becoming a centurion, Bai Xiaochun was incredibly enthusiastic. Wherever he went in the Great Wall, people bowed to him. Bai Xiaochun thoroughly enjoyed this feeling that being in the Great Wall was a good choice. He was overjoyed and even used his bronze mirror to ask Yi Zhang many questions, almost driving Yi Zhang crazy. Each time, Yi Zhang had to go against his will, flattering and exaggerating to win Bai Xiaochun's favor. Only then would he be forgiven. Bai Xiaochun was diligent in his cultivation. He used his military merits to exchange for numerous elixirs, even attempting to refine soul-gathering elixirs and beginning to cultivate the cold gate cultivation technique. His cultivation speed wasn't slow, however. Every time Bai Xiaochun thought about how he could break through to the Great Golden Core stage with just one nascent soul elixir, he felt his cultivation was too slow. Although his cultivation speed slowed down, his cultivation of the immortal longevity technique progressed extremely rapidly. After gaining fame on the battlefield, Bai Xiaochun's mastery of alchemy impressed Bai Lin, who did his best to fulfill all of Bai Xiaochun's requests. Even though he noticed that the herbs Bai Xiaochun provided contained many unnecessary ingredients, he didn't pay attention to it. In his view, Bai Xiaochun's own value was paramount. Since then, with the abundance of life-enhancing herbs, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation of the immortal longevity technique progressed faster than before. The immortal muscle continuously enveloped his left arm, and by late this night, Bai Xiaochun's left arm emitted a gloomy aura. His left arm became transparent, revealing his flesh, blood vessels, and even the flowing blood within. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked at his left arm. After a while, he excitedly clenched his fist and punched into the void. The speed of his punches incredibly fast. After feeling the terrifying power of his left arm, Bai Xiaochun realized his strength was incredibly formidable. Success! The immortal muscle has been cultivated in both legs and the left arm. Now the right arm, body, and head remain. After condensing the immortal muscle in these three positions, the third level of the immortal scroll will reach perfection. At that time, I will think of a way to break through the golden core and enter the nascent soul. Once I enter the nascent soul, I can cultivate the immortal bone. Thinking of the immortal bone, Bai Xiaochun smiled, his mood very joyful. According to the immortal scroll's description, once he cultivated to the immortal bone realm, he would begin to touch upon the realm of an immortal body. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood. Bai Xiaochun murmured. Immortal skin is for protection, immortal flesh is for strength, immortal tendons are for speed. As for the immortal bone, after merging the three previous parts, it forms explosive power. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun became even more eager for the immortal bone. Not to mention the immortal bone, even with half of my body cultivated to the immortal tendons, combined with my golden core cultivation, I could defeat many opponents in the golden core realm. Bai Xiaochun proudly held his head high. The last time he fought the statue of Gongsun Wanner, although he was a heavenly Dao golden core cultivator, he only had a mid-stage core formation cultivation. At that time, neither the heavenly Dao golden core nor the immortal cultivation technique could unleash his full combat power. After all, cultivation is a process of flowing water. If the level isn't high enough, you can't unleash much combat power. Now things are different. With his cultivation constantly approaching the great perfection stage and half of his body having cultivated the immortal body, Bai Xiaochun was confident he could easily defeat the statue of Gongsun Wanner. Senior brother Zhao Qianzhou can kill a nascent soul cultivator at the core formation stage. I can too. Bai Xiaochun sensed his own cultivation level and felt that if he fully exerted himself, he would be incredibly formidable, probably not much weaker than Zhao Qianzhou. Therefore, he became even more proud. From today onwards, no one below the late stage of the core formation realm is my match, Bai Xiaochun said with a smile. Good things came one after another. 3 days after Bai Xiaochun's left hand cultivated the immortal muscle, and after half a year of refining and testing, at sunset today, a finished soul-gathering pill was produced in his furnace. This was the pill that satisfied Bai Xiaochun the most. The soul-gathering pill was no longer black. It had turned golden. It no longer emitted any aura, and the surrounding void twisted. Even when held in his hand, he could feel a dark vortex within the pill generating immense gravitational pull. Looking at it for too long would draw one's soul in. The golden soul-gathering pill he had refined was of superior quality. Although it still contained impurities, they didn't significantly affect its quality. This was also the most perfect soul-gathering pill Bai Xiaochun had refined in the past half year. Holding the pill, Bai Xiaojun excitedly transmitted a message to Bai Lin, who then followed Zhao Long and the others to the city wall. When they reached the wall, Bai Lin had already arrived, staring intently at the golden pill in Bai Xiaojun's hand. Soul gathering pill. Bai Lin's mind trembled. That's right, Bai Xiaojun smiled triumphantly, holding the soul gathering pill and looking outside the city wall. Outside the city wall, half a year of fighting had taken place. The chaos of that day had angered the barbarian wilderness, and the native tribes were terrified and dared not easily appear. The number of giants on the battlefield was small, most were standing far away, and even ferocious beasts were rarely seen. Only the endless tide of souls continuously crashed against the city wall and the protective barrier. Although the effect wasn't great, the sheer number caused the barrier to shake constantly. Because of the protective city walls, the vengeful spirits were unable to exert their full power. The artifacts on the walls fired beams of light, and with the combined efforts of the cultivators from the 5 great legions, the vengeful spirits were annihilated upon impact. Since the Great Wall's existence, there had been constant warfare, and the number of vengeful spirits annihilated was immense. The savage wilderness had never lacked vengeful spirits. This time, the Nether River was also drawn in, and the number of vengeful spirits was far greater than before. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. He raised his right hand and threw out a golden soul-gathering pill. A small golden beam of light shot straight into the soul tide. Boom! In an instant, the golden soul-gathering pill didn't shatter like the previous pills. Instead, it emitted a golden light and ripples, then generated an extremely strong suction force. The cultivators on the city walls and the savage wilderness natives could clearly see the golden ripples spreading within a radius of 1,000 feet. The bodies of the vengeful spirits within 1,000 jump radius trembled, unable to react in time. In an instant, they were sucked into the center of the explosion by the soul-gathering pill. The immense gravitational pull transformed the soul-gathering pill into a black hole, and the countless vengeful spirits within 1,000 jang radius wailed mournfully, their threads converging into the pill. 1,000 jang radius was a small area compared to the entire battlefield. Bai Lin frowned. After all, the power of the soul-gathering pill was slightly weaker than the explosive furnace. Before he could think too much, suddenly, the countless vengeful spirits gathered into the soul-gathering pill, and the pill's color quickly turned red. The moment the pill turned red, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, directly spreading in all directions. The red soul-gathering pill exploded a second time, the second explosion generating a red wave that enveloped a radius of 10,000 jang. The vengeful spirits within a radius of 10,000 feet trembled violently, as if being purified. Their ferocious eyes softened, their bodies turned into mist, and then vanished into the heavens and earth. Their hazy eyes also became much clearer. Their clear eyes held a sense of liberation. The battlefield fell silent. The bodies of the natives trembled. The effect of this pill was even more terrifying than a dozen furnaces exploding simultaneously. They unconsciously retreated. Bai Lin and those standing on the city wall breathed heavily, their emotions incomparably agitated. One must know that the effect of this pill was comparable to that of a dozen exploding furnaces. And this was just the effect of one pill. Master Bai, can anyone control this pill? Or only you? Bai Lin looked at Bai Xiaojun, his eyes burning with desire. Of course, anyone can use the pill that I, Bai Xiaojun, have refined. Bai Xiaojun looked out over the city wall, startled by the effect of the soul-gathering pill. He was horrified to see the liberated eyes of those vengeful spirits, and felt a strange sensation in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt that the second destructive effect of the pill had a purifying effect. No one noticed a vague figure standing in the sky, an old man looking down at the ground. Although his appearance wasn't clear, Bai Xiaojun recognized him because he was the Tomb Guardian. Around him rippled illusory water, the water of the underworld river. He looked at Bai Xiaojun for a moment before averting his gaze, looking into the distance before merging into the underworld river, becoming one with him. On the city wall, Bai Lin, hearing Bai Xiaojun's confirmation, his eyes shining like stars. Good, can we refine a large quantity? Of course it's possible. You can see for yourself. There aren't enough herbs. If we refine a large quantity, the alchemy furnaces won't be enough either. Bai Xiaojun blinked a few times, then withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and immediately replied. Bai Lin happily laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. It's all right. Are 1,000 alchemy furnaces enough? As for the herbs, I'll send an envoy back to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect later to demand them. As long as it's not excessive, it's fine. All right. Bai Xiaochun knew Bai Lin was reminding him not to be too greedy, so he chuckled, thinking about what he should demand. Bai Lin took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement, just thinking about how the cultivators of the skin-piercing army would all have soul-gathering pills to use in the future. The course of the war would change. Especially since he could be the first to lead the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect's army into the savage wilderness. This achievement represents supreme glory and will surely be remembered for eternity. Thinking of this, Bai Lin was deeply moved. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun, according to the heavenly human ancestors' judgment, this battle is nearing its end, but in reality, there will be a massive impact in the next few months. Perhaps in the next battle, there will be powerful heavenly human realm experts participating. Senior Chen is in charge of this, and we can't help much. The war will be enormous, with a huge number of natives and soul dynasties participating. Bai Xiaochun looked out over the city walls, his heart unwilling to continue the furnace-burning ritual. He felt he was a pharmacist, and pharmacists needed to refine elixirs, not burn furnaces. Moreover, furnace burning was an accident during the refining process. If it were when he first arrived at the Great Wall, it wouldn't be easy to refuse. At that time, Bai Xiaochun felt he should endure it. Now that he was a grandmother, he had the right to refuse. Lord Bai, let's not mention this again. Before Bai Xiaochun could finish speaking, Bai Lin's expression suddenly changed, and at the same time, cries of alarm rang out from all sides. Outside the city walls, more than 100 people rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, fearless of death along the way. These more than 100 giants, with bodies no less than 20 feet tall, were clearly powerful warriors from the tribe, and their bodies exuded extraordinary aura. Over 100 people launched a suicidal attack, attracting the attention of the city wall. Over 100 people simultaneously self-destructed, creating a massive explosion. The blast drew the attention of many, and within the explosion, 3 streaks of light, like sharp arrows, pierced through the void and flew towards the city wall's border. These figures were not natives. They were 3 noble soul masters from the savage wilderness. 2 men and 1 woman, after appearing, unleashed bizarre divine abilities accompanied by an eerie green aura. They directly attacked the city wall. Though the description is slow, the events unfolded in an instant. A fierce glint appeared in Bai Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and struck directly at the 3 soul masters. The 3 soul masters, still behind the light screen, stared at Bai Xiaochun. Before Bai Lin's divine abilities could reach them, they suddenly self-destructed. The continuous self-destruction by both groups clearly indicated they had prepared beforehand. Bai Xiaochun was terrified and retreated. As the 3 soul masters self-destructed, creating a shockwave, a phantom gray figure riding a black warhorse suddenly appeared. He materialized within the bodies of the 3 self-destructing soul masters, moving even faster than them, instantly piercing through the protective light barrier and attacking Bai Xiaochun, a quasi-heavenly human soul-refining master. The sudden transformation terrified everyone. Only Bai Lin reacted quickly. His expression changed, and he immediately tried to block. The soul-refining master, already suicidal, raised his hand and pointed a finger at Bai Xiaochun. A green aura appeared, and even with Bai Lin's full power, he could only briefly block it. The aura continued its rapid trajectory towards Bai Xiaochun. A core formation cultivator had no chance of dodging it. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He felt a terrifying killing intent engulfing his mind. The soul-refining master was attacking him with a green aura. In this moment of imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun shouted, using the immortal muscle to unleash a speed far exceeding that of a core formation cultivator, retreating several steps. After retreating, a 1,000-foot-wide icy aura appeared within Bai Xiaochun's body, and he instantly teleported away from the imminent mortal danger. At the spot where he had been struck by the aura, a crater appeared, its aftershocks affecting hundreds of feet. The bodies of the Bo Pai Jun cultivators trembled. Anyone touched by the green aura instantly turned into a pool of blood. There wasn't even a scream of agony. In an instant, within a radius of hundreds of feet, except for Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun, only pools of blood remained. The remaining Bo Pai Jun cultivators were terrified. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his bones shattered, his internal organs collapsed, demonstrating the terrifying power of the green aura. Seeing the cultivators within a radius of several hundred meters turned into pools of blood, Bai Xiaochun was greatly frightened. Bai Xiaochun spat out blood again. Fortunately, his body was incredibly strong, and the power of his golden core suppressed his injuries, preventing him from perishing, though he was still severely wounded. As he spat out blood, the illusory figure of the soul-refining master looked on with regret, and a beam of light shot out from the eye on the high tower, chasing after the soul-refining master. "Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die?" The illusory figure of the soul-refining master roared in his dying moments. According to his judgment, even if Bai Xiaochun had dodged the attack, he would have been affected, and with his golden core cultivation, he should have undoubtedly died. After all, he was a soul-refining master. His cultivation level was at the quasi-heavenly human stage. This assassination attempt came without warning, completely unexpectedly. Furthermore, to ensure success, over 100 barbarian tribesmen self-destructed 100 yards from the city wall to attract attention, using the lives of 3 soul masters to conceal their attack. The barbarians even used the precious soul-refining master's soul like his to kill Bai Xiaochun. This shows just how much the barbarians hated Bai Xiaochun. Yet they still failed. Bai Xiaochun broke out in a cold sweat. In this moment of crisis, he felt death was so close. Those 3 soul masters were extraordinary, all-nascent soul cultivators, and the soul-refining master had a similar cultivation level to Bai Lin, both half-step heavenly human. However, he was a soul body, and he paid a heavy price to penetrate the light barrier and deliver that devastating blow. If Bai Lin hadn't been there, even with Bai Xiaochun's speed, he would still have perished. Bai Lin's expression was extremely grim. Bai Xiaochun, standing beside him, had almost been killed. This was a blow to his dignity. Bai Xiaochun's importance had increased significantly. If he had already refined many soul-gathering pills, it would be fine, but he hadn't finished yet. Once he died, it would have a huge impact on the battle. He appeared before Bai Xiaochun with whirring, raising his right hand to take out a purple pill and feeding it to Bai Xiaochun. "This is a divine ruins pill." Bai Xiaochun knew it was a sacred healing medicine. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. A terrifying surge of spiritual power and vitality spread throughout his body, and his injuries healed at an incredibly rapid pace. The elixir was very strange. Although Bai Xiaochun had never heard of it before, he knew it was extremely valuable, very likely a life-saving item for Bai Lin. Today, he had no time to examine the elixir and immediately looked directly at Bai Lin. "Lord Bai, you told me to go up the city wall to observe earlier, and it was perfectly safe." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His heart was now unsettled, and he felt the urge to retreat. Bai Lin was also troubled. He clasped his hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked towards the savage wilderness. A soul-refining master. Can they penetrate the Great Wall's light barrier? Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry with Bai Lin. After all, if he hadn't stopped them earlier, he wouldn't have survived, so he didn't say much. The of his words was that Bai Xiaochun had almost died. Although he had been vigilant, he felt safe because he was behind the light barrier. Others can't. A soul-refining master's body isn't incapable of doing so. If it's the soul, it can also penetrate the formation. As long as it enters the formation within 3 breaths, it will definitely be annihilated by the gaze from the high tower. That's why very few soul-refining masters do that. Bai Lin paused before explaining. Bai Xiaochun was worried, his eyes fixed on the battle outside the city walls. The natives were retreating, and the fighting was over. "Xiaochun, this was my oversight. Come with me to see the sex envoy. If you have any requests, just state them directly." Bai Lin looked at Bai Xiaochun and said with a profound meaning. Bai Xiaochun understood this was his own opportunity, Bai Lin's way of compensating him for his losses. He suppressed his anxiety at facing death, glared angrily at the natives outside, and then followed Bai Lin away. The two quickly entered the main city, heading towards the area where the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sex envoys were staying. Bai Lin entered without announcing himself. "Song Yufan, come out and see me." After entering the courtyard, Bai Lin shouted loudly. A stout middle-aged man with a pained expression ran out, sighed, and bowed upon seeing Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun. "Tell him what you want," Bai Lin nodded at Bai Xiaochun, ignoring him, and looked up at the sky. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He felt he urgently needed resources to increase his cultivation, so without hesitation, he used a greedy tactic. Spiritual roots of 500 years or more. I want 5,000 portions. 500 years. 5,000 portions. Impossible. Zhang Yufan's body trembled. He was like a pig whose tail had been stepped on, immediately protesting. And also heavenly dragon fruit, 7 seas ginseng, flying dragon scale, divine flower grass, 10,000 portions of each. Bai Xiaochun didn't care, continuing to speak. And 9-colored fire, I want 100 portions. Zhang Yufan stared at Bai Xiaochun, about to speak when he heard the 9-colored fire erupt. I still need spiritual soil to restore my cultivation. I want 10,000 bottles. Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhang Yufan. I want 100 nascent soul pills. After saying that, he added, "Whoa, and I want 100 divine body pills." This time, Bai Lin was also terrified. Bai Xiaochun wanted these things even if he sent a telepathic message to his grandfather. He probably wouldn't be able to get them. Zhang Yufan shouted, as he was in charge of supplies for the Great Wall. If he spent too much, he would be punished. If he spent too little, the 5 major legions wouldn't agree. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand to stop him, looking at Bai Lin. Bai Lin remained silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and pulled Zhang Yida aside. He whispered to Bai Xiaochun, and finally, with a flick of his right hand, shattered a rockery. Only then did he take the distraught Zhang Yida back with him. You mentioned those things, including the 9-colored fire and the divine runes pill. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't have them. I can only do my best with the others. As for the nascent soul pill, I'll think of a way. Bai Lin smiled wryly. He took Bai Xiaochun away, afraid that if he delayed any longer, Bai Xiaochun would make another request. Bai Xiaochun was recalling the things he considered valuable, and before he could finish speaking, Bai Lin had already taken him away from Song Yidwo's residence. Bai Xiaochun chuckled. This time, he had used alliance by tactic. In reality, he only needed the other party to produce a portion. Now, feeling satisfied, he looked at Bai Lin, recalling the pleasant feeling from earlier. Bai Xiaochun said, "Didn't you just ask me if there was a way to increase the power of the furnace?" "What way?" Bai Lin inquired. "Didn't you say there wasn't?" "Why not? There is. There is." Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. "Isn't it just about increasing the explosive power of the furnace?" "This is simple. I've had experience before." After the furnace exploded, it almost leveled a primordial immortal's residence. The land in that area became barren, and no plants grew. Bai Xiaochun said, gritting his teeth. Bai Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After all, he was very concerned about the furnace explosion and immediately asked, "What do you need? Just say it." "The pills are one aspect, but the furnace itself is more important." "I need a furnace of the same type as the bloodstream sects. I can't describe it specifically, so have someone from the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect go to the Reverse River sect to inquire with the bloodstream lineage's Grand Elder Xiao Zifeng. And then prepare a furnace of the same type according to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect's specifications. The stronger the furnace itself, the greater the explosive power. The Reverse River sect is my sect. I respectfully ask Lord Bai to tell the people of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect to be polite." Bai Xiaochun reminded him again. "No problem." Bai Lin was in high spirits, laughing heartily as he led Bai Xiaochun back to the armor pavilion. He then turned to look for Song Yidwo. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the armor pavilion, his mood recovering somewhat. The feeling of life or death danger he had just experienced had shown him the unpredictable perils of the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun recalled the moment the soul refining master looked at him with icy eyes. To kill me, the barbarians paid a heavy price. Over 100 natives and 3 soul masters self-destructed, and 1 soul refining master died. Bai Xiaochun murmured, resolving that he would not climb the wall unless absolutely necessary. He knew that after using the explosive furnace, especially after refining the Great Elephant Soul Gathering Pill, he would attract even more intense hatred from the barbarians, and perhaps the value of his head would become even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt fear and sorrow. I didn't want to either, but there was no other way. Our positions were different. Bai Xiaochun sighed, remembering he still had 10 years left in this place. Never mind, after 10 years, I'll leave this place. The important thing right now is to earn military merits and increase my cultivation to the great perfection of the golden core stage. And also cultivate the immortal longevity technique to its limit. Only then will I be safe. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and returned to the Gongjia Pavilion, beginning his secluded cultivation. 7 days passed, and he didn't know how Bai Lin communicated with Song Yidwo. On the 8th day, the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect spared no expense in opening a teleportation array to send a large amount of resources to the Great Wall. At noon, Bai Lin personally came to see Bai Xiaochun. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 alchemy furnaces appeared on the ground. Bai Lin then threw 10 more furnaces out. The furnaces landed on the ground, creating a considerable shockwave. A terrifying pressure emanated from within, causing Zhao Long and his group to stare in awe at the 10 furnaces before them. This is a furnace. My God, I've never seen a furnace this big. These aren't just furnaces, they're treasures. Look at the material. They're made from deep-sea meteorite. While they were discussing, Bai Xiaochun also woke up. After leaving the pavilion, he too was startled by the furnaces before him. How about that? Bai Lin laughed heartily. He had begged his grandfather for these resources, using every means possible to utilize the power of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect and the power of the Eastern Meridian of the cultivation world to create the 10 supreme furnaces before him. Over the past 7 days, the Reverse River Sect had been greatly shaken. The Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect's envoy had appeared personally but very politely. News of Bai Xiaochun reached the Reverse River Sect, and the entire sect was filled with excitement. These are the necessary materials, and our words are limited. Bai Lin pointed to the storage bags on the ground. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and picked up the storage bags in front of him, his heart pounding. By the end, his face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although there were no nascent soul pills, no 9-colored flames, and no divine runes healing elixir, Bai Xiaochun looked at the enormous quantity of medicinal herbs before him. And even the life-enhancing spiritual roots were incredibly numerous. Bai Xiaochun nodded repeatedly with joy, quickly approaching the alchemy furnaces in front of him. He put away the ordinary furnaces and focused on inspecting the 100-foot-tall furnaces. Carefully observing them, Bai Xiaochun was astonished by their quality. They were several times more exquisite than the furnaces at Shaozhe Peak, and the level of sealing and the ingenious formations greatly surprised him. Zikun, I can basically get you whatever you want. I'll figure out a way to get the rest. Right now, the most important thing is to prepare for the war a few months from now. Therefore, you don't have much time. You must quickly refine the soul-gathering pill and the 10 great killing weapons in front of you. Bai Lin's expression was extremely serious. He nodded to Bai Zikun and then turned to leave. Bai Zikun rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining as he walked around the alchemy furnace. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. After a while, he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Zhao Long, Liu Li, you 100 men cooperate with me. We'll arrange the alchemy furnaces in position. Bai Zikun ordered. The 100 men under his command agreed. They followed Bai Zikun's instructions, placing 10 alchemy furnaces side by side and also placing 1,000 ordinary alchemy furnaces around them. Because there were so many alchemy furnaces that the courtyards were insufficient, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and hundreds of cultivators moved the furnaces to other courtyards, greatly expanding the area. Finally, an area of over 10,000 feet became the place for the furnaces. He started by refining a 100-foot-tall furnace. Bai Xiaochun had a plan. Knowing that the 10 furnaces were not ordinary, he used 10 times more fire essence, and even threw in a considerable amount of herbs that would become violent at high temperatures, hundreds of them in each furnace. Aren't you going to blow up the furnaces? Refining medicine requires careful consideration. Blowing them up is too easy. Bai Xiaochun confidently flew to the 10 furnaces, throwing in a considerable amount of herbs, not to mention some low-quality soul-gathering pills. He also had many other pills in his storage bag, but he didn't know what to do with them. After thinking for a moment, he threw some poison pills into the furnaces. Seemingly worried that the power wasn't enough, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and opened his storage bag. He threw in some of his terrifyingly powerful pills. He didn't even know what kind of pills he was refining. Everything he threw in had the effect of increasing power and destabilizing medicinal effects. As long as it met those two conditions, he threw it into the furnace. Only then did he feel satisfied. Not bad. Bai Xiaochun looked at the 10 furnaces in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of power would erupt from them. After finishing, Bai Xiaochun rested for a while, then began working on the 1,000 furnaces below. 2 months passed in an instant. During those 2 months in the courtyard, the 10 enormous furnaces glowed red, radiating intense heat. Feeling it wasn't enough, Bai Xiaochun added a considerable amount of fire essence around them. To achieve the desired effect, he even sought out Bai Lin to arrange for powerful experts to reinforce the flames. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's request, Bai Lin readily agreed without hesitation, eagerly anticipating the day the furnaces would explode. He even personally sealed the 10 furnaces, then ordered 10 nascent soul cultivators to infuse their nascent soul fire into the furnaces for the past 2 months. Bai Xiaochun watched the 10 nascent soul cultivators, like 10 humanoid fire spirits, day after day, lost in thought about the 10 furnaces before him. What will I produce if I continue like this? Bai Xiaochun suppressed his curiosity. He had already produced a large number of soul-gathering pills in the past 2 months, with over 10,000 pills coming out of the furnaces every day. After each furnace was opened, the soul-gathering pills were collected by Zhao Long and his group. Bai Xiaochun used his identity token to contact the Great Eye on the tall tower and imprinted his divine consciousness onto the pills. Only then could he give them to Bai Lin for safekeeping to be distributed during wartime. The reason for imprinting divine consciousness onto the soul-gathering pills was that anyone who used them and achieved military success had to give 3/10 of their military achievements to Bai Xiaochun. This was also an agreement between him and Bai Lin. Bai Lin, as the commander, should receive a share of the military achievements of the Bo Pai army. Both were happy to share the military achievements and worked diligently. Bai Lin protected the soul pills as if they were his own possessions, not allowing anyone to covet them, and even arranged for many people to guard the Gongjia Pavilion. 2 months passed. During the mass production of soul-gathering pills, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation continued uninterrupted. Although he didn't accumulate many battle achievements during this time, he still had a considerable amount left, enough for him to spend lavishly. Moreover, he used some of the medicinal herbs provided by the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, intensifying the cold energy within him and bringing his cultivation close to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. This rapid progress was due to the use of the centuries-old spiritual roots cultivated with the immortal longevity technique. These centuries-old spiritual roots provided Bai Xiaochun with astonishing vitality. His body absorbed so much vitality that not only was his entire left arm covered by the immortal bone, but more than half of his right arm was also covered. Every day, Bai Xiaochun consumed the spirit root like a rabbit gnawing on a radish, even taking it out to bite a few times while refining medicine. After 10 days, a resounding explosion occurred within Bai Xiaochun's body, and the immortal muscle continuously spread throughout his right arm. When it covered each finger, an inexhaustible force surged within his right arm. Bai Xiaochun excitedly clenched his fist, hearing a creaking sound in the void, as if it were about to shatter. He even felt as if he were grasping the void itself when he clenched his fist. At this moment, he could use his physical strength to influence the void. I've cultivated both arms and legs. Bai Xiaochun excitedly looked at his arms, feeling the boundless power within them. To me, this place is no different from the sacred land of the Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun was excited. Cultivating the immortal longevity technique consumed a lot of resources, and the consumption increased even more later on. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the immortal longevity technique to its current level. That's right, before he reached the late stage of the Golden Core, but the immortal muscle only covered his left leg. The value of the spiritual root was unimaginably great. It was unlikely he could have cultivated the immortal longevity technique to this level. Bai Xiaochun didn't know that the spiritual roots he had consumed in the past few days amounted to half of the reserves in the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect's treasury. After all, spiritual roots couldn't be cultivated. They were difficult to grow, and most only existed in secret realms. They were useless within 100 years, only usable for alchemy after 100 years. Only lacking the body and the head, in a few more years, I can cultivate the immortal muscle to its peak, and even touch the shackles of the 3rd level. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly excited as he thought about it. He sensed his strength, and with a smug satisfaction, he looked up at the sky. He now had the strength to fight his senior brother Zhao Tia, and his chances of winning were very high. Oh dear, I need to find a nascent soul cultivator to practice with. Bai Xiaoqun sighed, feeling that he shouldn't be thinking about this. I shouldn't act rashly. Bai Xiaoqun coughed, feeling that he had been too hasty just now. So he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued cultivating. A month passed. Bai Xiaoqun was sitting in meditation when suddenly, outside the city walls, the sound of drums echoed in all directions, spreading throughout the main city. Many cultivators were terrified by the sound of the drums and quickly rushed towards the city walls. Zhao Long and the others were tending to the alchemy furnace in the courtyard. After hearing the war drums outside, their expressions changed. 10 nascent soul cultivators looked up at the eye on the high tower. The drums were coming from the eye above. War Immortal Drum. It's been a long time since we heard the War Immortal Drum. The resounding drumbeats signaled the arrival of over 500,000 indigenous troops for the great battle. Loud shouts echoed throughout the main city. Every cultivator who heard the drums, including Bai Xiaoqun, felt their blood boiling. The drums effectively stimulated their fighting spirit and accelerated the flow of blood, unleashing their potential and slightly increasing their cultivation level. This was the power of the War Immortal Drum. The drums offered more than just these benefits. A purple aura enveloped the cultivators within the Great Wall. This aura, like armor, increased their defensive capabilities and made their bodies feel lighter. A rustling sound filled the main city, and simultaneously, cultivators from the 5 major legions, regardless of their activities, rushed to the assembly area. Bai Xiaoqun also left the pavilion. When he appeared, he saw Bai Lin flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. He stood in midair, looking directly at Bai Xiaoqun. The barbarian wasteland has mobilized powerful heavenly human realm experts, over 100 soul refiners, several thousand soul masters, and 100 tribes, along with 70,000 natives, ferocious beasts, and an endless soul tide to attack the Great Wall. Bai Xiaoqun's mind trembled. Even though he had prepared beforehand, he still felt terrified by the scale of the battle. The heavenly human realm has ordered all cultivators in the city to become warriors, collectively resisting the barbarian wasteland invasion. This is a battle that only happens once every few decades. Bai Xiaoqun, I must command the entire army. I cannot be distracted to look after you. You must be careful. After saying this, Bai Lin looked at the 100-foot-tall alchemy furnaces. The furnaces were still being tended to, not yet ready to self-destruct. Finally, Bai Lin ordered the 10 nascent soul cultivators who were tending the furnaces to leave. When Bai Lin left, Bai Xiaoqun stood in the courtyard, watching Zhao Long and his men, each clad in battle armor, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit as they looked at Bai Xiaoqun. Since following Bai Xiaoqun, they hadn't been to the battlefield, but today's fierce battle had ignited their killing intent, their eyes blazing red as they gazed towards the city walls. Bai Xiaoqun silently observed Zhao Long and Liu Li, then patted his storage bag, and several items of magic treasures, battle armor, talismans, and a bottle of elixirs flew out. Without saying a word, it was quite good, enough to equip over 1,000 people. These supplies all flew towards Zhao Long and his men. I am your centurion, and you are all my subordinates. I didn't reward you much before, but I prepared in advance. Now that the great battle is underway, these magic treasures, elixirs, and talismans are all for you. One layer of armor isn't enough. Each of you will wear several pieces. You must be fully armed, even your eyes must be protected. As for magic weapons, each of you will receive 20. Even if you have to use them to self-destruct, you must kill as many enemies as possible. And elixirs are indispensable, whether it's for restoring cultivation, healing, or poison. I've already prepared them for you. In short, when you go out, you represent me, Bai Xiaoqun. Furthermore, I'll give each of you 100 soul gathering pills. My request isn't high, just one. You must survive and return alive. Bai Xiaoqun shouted, throwing 100 bottles of soul gathering pills to Zhao Long and his group. Zhao Long and his companions trembled slightly, their breaths quickening as they looked at Bai Xiaoqun, their eyes filled with gratitude. They knew Bai Xiaoqun had exchanged his battle merits for these items. Each of them was extraordinary in a battle of equal strength. Their power would far surpass that of their opponent. Let's go! Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath, his killing intent erupting, his eyes sharp. A terrifying, iron-blooded aura emanated from him as he led 100 men straight towards the city wall. Before Bai Xiaojun and his group reached the city wall, a red cloud appeared in the distance, enveloping everything as it approached. Within the red cloud lay countless vengeful spirits. These spirits were different from ordinary ones. Not only were they red, but they also carried a malevolent aura. Before long, they coalesced into a skull 3,000 feet tall, with long hair and a face resembling a woman's, but with incredibly cold eyes. The skull exuded an aura that encompassed heaven and earth. A figure, indistinct and blurry, loomed atop the skull. It was clear that she was a woman, standing there as if merging with heaven and earth, her immense power overwhelming the city walls. Many were startled by this sight. Chen Zietia, the woman on the skull, dressed in red, gazed at the city walls with a chilling intensity. Her voice, though not loud, was incredibly eerie, its sound echoing in all directions and penetrating the city wall's defenses. All who heard it were shaken, their minds reeling, as if they were trapped in an illusion. The cultivators of the 5 great legions clutched their heads and screamed in agony. The 100 men under Bai Xiaochun's command trembled violently, many bleeding from their orifices and screaming in agony. Bai Xiaochun also felt a tremor, as if 2 daggers were piercing his ears and countless ferocious beasts were roaring. Fortunately, his golden core emitted the aura of the heavenly Tao, suppressing his blood and qi. Heavenly being, Bai Xiaochun gasped. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shot out from the tower where the Great Eye was located. Although it wasn't nighttime, the area inside and outside the Great Wall was shrouded in darkness, the entire land becoming gloomy. The Great Eye on the tower radiated a light that enveloped the heavens and earth, brightening the sky considerably. Now, the Great Eye seemed to transform into a sun illuminating the Great Wall. Wherever the light covered, the cultivators there returned to normal, and the illusions and the roars of ferocious beasts vanished. Han Chen Demoness, don't be so reckless. At the same time, an aged figure flew out from the position of the Great Eye, moving at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he appeared on the battlefield. With each step, he seemed to overlap with the Great Wall, and the blood-red clouds covering the sky recoiled. The old man was Chen Zietia, the father of Chen Yuesen and the master of Jiao Chia Jiao. He wore a white robe, had a third eye on his forehead, and, like the woman, he had merged with heaven and earth, giving off a powerful aura. 2 earth-shattering battle intents clashed, vying for control of the surrounding heaven and earth. In a flash, Chen Zietia stepped into the red cloud. Although his figure disappeared, an earth-shattering sound erupted from within, and the blood-red clouds swirled violently. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock at the sight. Clearly, the woman was a celestial being from the savage wilderness, and no one else was qualified to participate in Chen Jiaxun's battle. At this moment, Zhao Long and the others around Bai Xiaochun had recovered their strength. They rushed up the city wall, and upon arriving, they heard the sounds of brutal slaughter. Over 100 tribes, more than 70,000 barbarian tribesmen, formed a massive force. Bai Xiaochun's ears ached. He felt as if he were being enveloped by endless lightning. He was terrified by the sight. The vengeful spirits outside the city wall were countless, and among them were the barbarian tribesmen, so numerous that their end was invisible. These tribesmen, divided into hundreds of groups, relentlessly drove the ferocious beasts attacking the city wall. The ground shook violently, and the entire city wall seemed on the verge of collapse. On the ground and in the sky, vengeful spirits and giants appeared, sweeping everything in their path. The most striking figures were the thousands of soul cultivators. Whether male or female, these soul cultivators possessed incredibly handsome appearances and icy expressions. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless, and they dispersed among the natives, directing the battle. In the distance, an altar was guarded by numerous soul cultivators, and upon it stood soul refiners. These soul refiners wore striking robes, each wave of their hands capable of shaking the 8 directions, sending countless vengeful spirits screaming and crashing against the city walls. Further away, 5 enormous black altars floated in the sky, their beams of light shooting straight up into the heavens, forming a pentagon. It seemed as if some kind of seal was being broken. Within the pentagon's range, the sky seemed to shatter, and in the cracks, ghostly hands stretched out, as if escaping some kind of restraint. Beneath the pitch-black rift in the sky sat an old man, continuously chanting obscure incantations. As he chanted, the rift above crumbled even more. All of this was within Bai Xiaochun's field of vision. In the area he couldn't see, an endless army of natives stretched as far as the eye could see. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened as he gazed at the boundless army outside. He felt the Great Wall was undefendable. He looked around and noticed the expressions of the cultivators from the 5 major legions changing, yet showing no fear. It seemed to them that this was merely a battle of considerable scale. The protective barrier around the Great Wall trembled incessantly, instantly emitting a dazzling light that began to spread outwards. The cultivators from the 5 major legions unleashed terrifying killing intent, employing various methods to slaughter the natives. Bai Xiaochun also received orders from the Heavenly Commander. After arranging things with Zhao Long and his group, he rushed out. As the light screen vibrated considerably, it wasn't long before the two sides engaged in close combat, with deafening explosions echoing across both the ground and the sky. Dealing with the natives was somewhat easier. Although numerous, they lacked many tricks, as they were surrounded by countless fearless, vengeful spirits protecting them, making them difficult to engage. A major headache for everyone before Bai Xiaochun arrived at the Great Wall. At this moment, the instant the two sides made contact, the cultivators of the 5 major legions patted their storage bags, each holding a soul-gathering pill, and without hesitation, they threw them straight forward. Bai Xiaochun watched this scene with wide eyes, hearing the sound of the soul-gathering pills exploding. In the area of contact, the explosions of the soul-gathering pills caused a pile of vengeful spirits to collapse. Not only were the vengeful spirits wiped out, but even the natives were severely injured by the impact of the explosions. The power of a single soul-gathering pill is considerable. At this moment, over 1,000 soul-gathering pills exploded simultaneously, causing tremors on the barbarian wasteland side. Leveraging the shockwave, cultivators from the 5 major legions charged forward, achieving astonishing results. Even more elite cultivators from the 5 legions charged directly at the Soul Masters. Once the two sides met, a life-or-death battle ensued. The battlefield was a scene of earth-shattering slaughter. From afar, it appeared chaotic, but in reality, it was clear that the Great Wall held the advantage. An advantage stemming from its protective formation and the miraculous power of the soul-gathering pills. The light of the formation continuously spread outwards. The cultivators of the 5 great legions followed behind the light, forcing the barbarian tribes to retreat wherever they went. If they didn't, they would be annihilated by the power of the formation and the cultivators of the 5 great legions, especially since the cultivators of the 5 great legions weren't always behind the light. Their movements were measured and constantly shifting, resulting in incredibly devastating destructive power. This was true both on the ground and in the sky. Within the tall tower, a great eye emitted a dazzling radiance. Each beam of light either killed a giant or swept across a vengeful spirit, creating trenches in the ground or ripples in the sky. Compared to the 5 great legions, the 100 tribes of the barbarian tribes had a numerical advantage but were divided, rendering them powerless against the 5 great legions. Previously, the 5 great legions were not in such a favorable position. Based on the previous battles between the two sides, the Great Wall's biggest headache was the swarm of vengeful spirits, because these spirits were what helped the barbarians defend themselves. When the endless swarm of vengeful spirits attacked, the Great Wall's defensive barrier would halt, even retreat, and sometimes shatter. After all, there were too many vengeful spirits attacking. Even though the impact force of each spirit wasn't great, their sheer numbers created a terrifying destructive force. Currently, as soon as the vengeful spirits approached, cultivators from the 5 great legions would throw out soul-gathering pills to destroy them. The pills, upon exploding, absorbed the vengeful spirits, also inflicting damage on the natives. The barbarian army had no choice but to retreat. Damn it, why are there so many? Impossible. Didn't they say the Great Wall only had pill furnaces? What kind of elixir is this? I remember it only appeared once before, and there was only one pill. Why can they use it continuously? How can we fight? The chieftains of over 100 indigenous tribes shouted incessantly, and the soul cultivators looked towards the Great Wall in confusion. Over 100 extremely respected soul-refining masters were exerting all their strength to control the vengeful spirits, attempting to change the course of events. But the situation was extremely difficult. It's all because of Bai Xiaochun, damn it. If this person isn't eliminated, our barbarian wasteland will suffer even greater losses. Hatred flashed in their eyes. and in an instant, the chieftains and soul cultivators turned their gaze towards the city wall. Bai Xiaochun felt somewhat relieved seeing the battlefield situation. He quickly retreated, fearing a repeat of the assassination attempt. He stood at a distance, paying attention to Zhao Long and his group. Unlike the monks of the 5 great legions, Zhao Long's group was insignificant in the current great battle. They attracted attention with their incredibly thick armor, their unstoppable offensive, and the fact that they would throw out soul-gathering pills in such large quantities that the surrounding monks envied them. The pills were nothing compared to their ruthlessness. If faced with danger, these men would unhesitatingly detonate their magical artifacts, their seemingly unapologetic demeanor drawing even more attention from the heavenly commanders. Whose subordinates are they? My God, how many soul-gathering pills do they have? Why so many? And look at those magical artifacts. I've seen them detonate 5 or 6 already. How extravagant. That's nothing. Look at their bodies. These men are wearing 5 or 6 layers of armor. Even if the natives detonated theirs, it wouldn't faze them at all. Not only were they charging forward recklessly, but Zhao Long's group, though only 100 men, displayed an unparalleled skill in flaying vengeful spirits and natives, far surpassing other cultivators. Their attack was unstoppable. Anyone who stood in their way perished. Keep going! Bai Xiaochun shouted cheerfully, giving Zhao Long's group a thumbs up and proudly declaring, "They are my subordinates. How about that? Impressive." Many cultivators guarding the city walls fell silent as they watched Zhao Long's fully armed group, then looked at Bai Xiaochun, their hearts filled with admiration and awe. So those soldiers of the Bopai army are Master Bai's men. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed through the savage wilderness. Looking in the direction of the sound, Bai Lin and his group's expressions changed drastically. Bai Xiaochun was also startled. He noticed a phantom image of a river appearing in the cloudy sky. The river, as vast as the sea, appeared and disappeared intermittently. Its water was pitch black, and within it, countless vengeful spirits could be seen, wailing and struggling, trying to escape their confinement. No matter how much they thrashed, they were swept away by the current. "The river of darkness," someone exclaimed. Bai Xiaochun retreated slightly, his eyes wide as he gazed at the enormous river of darkness in the sky. He watched the river flow, but suddenly, a hand reached out beside it. Although the hand was illusory, its sudden appearance generated an astonishing pressure. Its abrupt descent caused the Great Wall's formation to tremble, and Chen Zhaoshen, who was battling the woman in black, also changed color. At that moment, the illusory hand flipped and struck the river of darkness. This strike produced a thunderous sound, shaking everyone's minds. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening explosion, the Ming River was split open, its waters diverting into a tributary and changing direction, their primary target being the Great Wall. Although the rift in the Nether River closed quickly, the process unleashed an immeasurable number of vengeful spirits. In an instant, the Nether River appeared on the battlefield, its turbulent waters sweeping across all directions, heading straight towards the Great Wall. Along the way, some natives who couldn't avoid it were struck by the Nether River's waters, screaming in agony as their bodies dissolved into the Nether River, becoming part of it. To describe it all would be lengthy, but it all happened in a flash. Countless vengeful spirits in the Nether River's waters collided with the protective light shield of the Great Wall. A deafening explosion echoed through the space. The light shield vibrated unprecedentedly, seemingly becoming significantly thinner. As the shield thinned, it inevitably contracted, and immediately afterward, the cultivators of the 5 great legions retreated incessantly. Bai Xiaochun was extremely anxious. Bai Lin, standing in the sky, noticed the anomaly and shouted, "Everyone, throw out your soul-gathering pills. I don't believe those vengeful spirits won't die." After his shout, the monks of the 5 great legions retreated and threw the soul-gathering pills in their hands towards the vengeful spirits. In a short time, many soul-gathering pills flew out of the light screen and fell into the Nether River. The pills were dissolved by the Nether River, but these pills, specifically targeting vengeful spirits, could still exert their effects even after being dissolved. Most importantly, there were so many soul-gathering pills that, upon eruption, they created countless vortices within the Nether River. When the vortices appeared, the vengeful spirits were involuntarily sucked inside. Because there were so many vortices, many of them mixed together, causing the vortices to grow larger and larger. In the end, all the vengeful spirits in the Nether River were swept away by the vortex, followed by a deafening explosion and the collapse of the vortex. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, scattering Nether River water in all directions. In an instant, countless screams of agony rang out, and the protective barrier weakened considerably. Overall, this benefited the Great Wall. The dispersed Nether River and the gaps in the Nether River above were completely repaired. Those who used their power to strike the Nether Riverside in lament upon discovering the gaps had disappeared. The battlefield was so barren that too many vengeful spirits had perished. Under such a massive impact, the soul-refining masters were unable to control the spirits. They suffered backlash and the spirits fled in all directions. This was a good opportunity for the 5 Great Legions. Lin and his group didn't hesitate. They immediately counterattacked. The barrier advanced, and the cultivators of the 5 Great Legions charged forward. Especially Zhao Long and his group, like sharp-witted wolves, charged forward recklessly, slaughtering many natives and soul masters. By Xiaochun's side, not expecting his soul-gathering pill to have such power after exploding. Strange, could it really be that powerful? Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. He also noticed the high-ranking figures among the natives, staring intently at the city wall, especially at his position, with hateful eyes. If looks could kill, Bai Xiaochun would have been dead by now. Bai Xiaochun felt uneasy, sensing extreme danger. He was distressed but helpless. He looked up at the sky. The changing tide of the war was largely related to the battle between Shen Jiaoshan and the red-robed female heavenly human realm expert. The battle between the celestial beings didn't allow the woman in red to be distracted too much. When she attacked, she unleashed earth-shattering power, causing blood-red clouds to swirl in the sky. The two fought fiercely and spatial rifts appeared, shattering the blood-red clouds. From the ground, one could see spatial rifts in the sky, some even extending downwards, causing the ground to crumble. Bai Xiaochun was terrified by the power of the celestial being battle. He saw nascent soul cultivators being instantly annihilated by the rifts. Celestial beings, Bai Xiaochun gasped. This was his first time witnessing a celestial being fight, and his mind was deeply shaken. The power far surpassed the limits of mortals and was distinctly different from that of ordinary cultivators. Using oneself to harness the power of heaven and earth, borrowing the supreme power of heaven and earth, Bai Xiaochun muttered, looking at the two figures in the sky. Around Shen Jiaoshan and the woman in red, even the wind clouds and void transformed into their magical artifacts, condensed by them into earth-shattering divine abilities using special methods. He even saw countless ancient phantoms appearing around them, battling against heaven and earth. Fortunately, the Great Wall side held a huge advantage. Since the barrier and cultivators continuously advanced, and because the soul tide dissipated, the 700,000 natives no longer had vengeful spirits protecting them. They could only face the cultivators of the 5 Great Legions and the oppressive barrier on their own, so they continuously retreated. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen too many battles, even participated in many, but this was the first time he had participated in a battle of this scale. Bai Xiaochun was relaxing. Hundreds of soul refiners on the barbarian side looked up at the sky, their vengeful spirits scattering. Although the barbarians had erected a defensive barrier, the soul refiners didn't need to exert much effort to control the spirits. As soon as they looked up, they sat down, took out a black incense stick, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Their bodies trembled, and they fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, countless soul cultivators guarded them, and strands of soul appeared above the heads of the soul refiners. These soul strands were their life force souls, forming soul images and emitting terrifying auras as they rushed straight towards the Great Wall. The barrier could stop the barbarians, but it couldn't stop the soul refiners burning the strange incense sticks. They could bypass the barrier. Bai Xiaochun had noticed this since the assassination attempt, and he saw through the trick. As the souls of the soul refiners left their bodies, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He retreated and observed the incoming souls, discovering that over 100 souls had pierced through the light barrier and entered. While they were attacking, the 5 major legions and their commanders, including Bai Lin, also flew out. And the 10,000-man commanders also took action to intercept the souls of the 100 soul refiners. Because the souls of the 100 soul refiners were blocked, they couldn't get close to the Great Wall, especially since the light from the Great Eye on the Great Wall made them even more wary. A fierce battle ensued in the air in a short time. At the same time, the barbarian tribesmen received orders from their chieftains. They killed with bloodshot eyes, recklessly charging straight towards the Great Wall. Terrifying explosions continuously resounded. The giants, disregarding death, even if they couldn't attack and shake the light barrier, had to self-destruct, affecting the barrier, which was already as thin as paper. This is the barbarians' counterattack. The light barrier of the formation dimmed continuously. Hundreds of thousands of natives self-destructed, causing the barrier to shrink. Many cultivators from the 5 major legions, unable to retreat in time, were exposed. Facing the frenzied natives, they couldn't hold out much longer and perished. Some were tragically captured and torn apart by the natives, their screams echoing, further chilling everyone on the battlefield. Bai Xiaochun's face was deathly pale. He saw a cultivator being torn apart and devoured by 2 giants, the giants showing signs of breakthrough. The natives also needed to cultivate, lacking spiritual energy. They had to absorb soul power. For them, spiritual energy was like rainwater irrigating parched land. The spiritual energy contained within the bodies of cultivators was devoured by the barbarian natives as if it were a delicacy. Eat them! Cultivator bodies, it's been so long since I've eaten them. Haha, this is the taste. The natives became increasingly ferocious, recklessly charging forward to capture the cultivators and relentlessly biting and tearing at them. The self-destructing natives not only corroded the protective barrier but also affected the cultivators, causing even greater damage. Many cultivators were struck by the flesh and blood of the self-destructing natives, their bones completely devoured. Bai Xiaochun's eyes grew redder and redder. The scene before him was incredibly shocking. He had heard of cannibalistic natives, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Death is nothing to regret. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and spoke. He had felt a pang of guilt earlier when refining the soul-gathering pill, but now, seeing the brutal scene before him, his eyes glared fiercely at the savage wilderness. He silently turned around, directly leaving the city wall and flying towards the main city. He used his fastest speed to leave the battlefield and return to the armor pavilion. As he approached the armor pavilion, he looked at the thousands of alchemy furnaces below. In the center were 100-foot-tall furnaces glowing red. Although they no longer had the support of nascent soul cultivators, they still generated such intense heat that the void warped. Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon the 100-foot-tall furnaces. After staring intently, he formed a hand seal. With a flick of his sleeve, the 100-foot-tall furnaces on the ground exploded, soaring into the air and circling around him. Bai Xiaochun formed a hand seal, which merged into his golden core, drawing out a wisp of heavenly Tao energy and infusing it into the alchemy furnace. A thunderous sound erupted from within the furnace. The 10 furnaces before him weren't yet ready to explode, but Bai Xiaochun, being a master alchemist, had a way to force them to self-destruct prematurely. Although this slightly reduced the destructive power, the 100-foot-tall furnaces had been in operation for many days. Even if weakened, they wouldn't be significantly less powerful. After urging them on, Bai Xiaochun carried the 10 furnaces straight towards the city wall. Upon his return, cultivators and barbarian tribesmen watching from afar noticed them. The immense size of the furnaces, their deep red color, and the tremors and rumbling sounds emanating from within attracted everyone's attention. That's Master Bai's alchemy furnace. The monks of the 5 great legions were excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. The souls of the soul refiners battling the army commanders also looked over, especially Bai Lin, who took a deep breath, his eyes full of anticipation as he gazed at the furnace. The souls of the surrounding soul refiners were greatly shaken. Even the barbarian natives were terrified upon discovering the situation. Especially the great tribal chiefs, none of them failed to be deeply impressed by the furnace. So huge, my God! Before they could react to the shock, Bai Xiaochun flew out of the city wall, shouting loudly and throwing 10 100-foot-tall furnaces outwards. They resembled 10 blazing red suns, flying straight towards the hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, everyone looking towards the 10 enormous furnaces flying away. The great chieftains of the 100 barbarian tribes were shaken to their core. They were greatly terrified. The power of the alchemy furnaces in previous wars had already frightened them, and now the 10 furnaces before them were too large, causing each of them to gasp in shock. Too big. Once the 10 furnaces explode, the great chieftains of the barbarian tribes stared wide-eyed, their hearts churning with turmoil. Not only were they terrified, but the hundreds of thousands of barbarians who were fighting to the death were also frightened, their painful memories resurfacing. White demon, damn it, it's the white demon! Countless barbarians recoiled in fear, the name white demon spreading throughout the barbarian lands in a short time. After Bai Xiaochun had inflicted such terrible harm on the barbarian tribes, they had started calling him that. Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know he had this nickname, but the name Bai had a great reputation in the barbarian lands. Seal those furnaces at all costs. As the entire battlefield turned its gaze towards the furnace, a sudden, deafening roar echoed through the minds of the natives. Following the roar, the soul cultivators and tribal chieftains all attacked, sparing no effort to create a massive net in the heavens and earth. The net moved swiftly, but the furnaces flew even faster. In an instant, the two collided. Several furnaces paused briefly, but two blazing red furnaces, like falling suns, crashed to the ground, crushing several natives who couldn't dodge in time. The impact with the ground produced an earth-shattering explosion, temporarily deafening everyone's ears. The blast drowned out all sounds of fighting and other noises. The 100-foot-tall furnace collapsed and exploded. The scene of the furnace explosion was unimaginable, a scene akin to the apocalypse. The earth shook and mountains trembled, and a sea of sky-blue clouds formed within the furnace, instantly covering an area of 10,000 feet. Where the clouds covered, there were agonizing screams. The bodies of tens of thousands of natives were brutally burned, and fragments of the furnaces shattered like shooting stars in all directions. But it wasn't over yet. Shockwaves spread in 8 directions, the force of the impact so strong that they swept the natives away, causing them to crash into each other in a chaotic mess. The explosions were louder than thunder, and the natives trembled as they discovered a 5-colored cloud erupting after the shockwave. When the cloud struck their bodies, the natives screamed in agony and their bodies rotted away. Many gesticulated wildly as if they were experiencing the greatest joy in the world. But it didn't stop there. After the second, third, and fourth furnaces struck the ground, the explosions spread across the battlefield, leveling an area of 100,000 yards. This was only the effect of 4 furnaces. The other 6 furnaces were sealed by the barbarians using every means possible to prevent them from exploding. Even though only 4 furnaces exploded, the resulting damage was unimaginable. Many natives were reduced to ashes in the flames, and fragments of the furnaces became meteors piercing the bodies of many, creating a horrific scene beyond words. The 5-colored mist was the most destructive force. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. Within the mist lay numerous strange pills, mixed with bizarre medicinal ingredients, their effects incredibly unpredictable. Not only the natives, but even Bai Xiaochun hadn't anticipated their power. Screams of agony echoed across the battlefield, and many soul cultivators spat out blood as they retreated. The situation on the barbarian wasteland was bleak. It wasn't about how many natives the 4 furnaces killed, because the dead were already dead, only the living were affected. If the natives were killed in such large numbers, it would only increase their fighting spirit and determination. Currently, the natives were constantly retreating, their eyes filled with terror of the unknown and the vague. Bye-bye, demon! Countless natives screamed like madmen, their words filled with unimaginable fear and panic. Their gazes at Bai Xiaochun on the city wall were filled with helplessness, a feeling even Bai Xiaochun himself could sense. In fact, it wasn't just the natives, even the cultivators of the 5 great legions were so terrified they forgot to breathe. Their awe and reverence for Bai Xiaochun were boundless. He was the creator of the furnace. He was also the one who refined the soul-gathering pill. Even the 10 terrifying pill furnaces were refined by him. Every event and image that impacted the 5 great legions meant that no one was unaware of the name Bai Xiaochun. When all the shock subsided, the cultivators of the 5 great legions all looked at the ground where the explosion had occurred. There were 4 deep craters in the ground, and 6 sealed pill furnaces that could not explode. The entire battlefield was eerily quiet, except for the heavenly beings fighting and Bai Lin and his group battling the soul-refining master's divine soul. All the other cultivators were startled, their minds shaken beyond words. The 5 black altars forming the sky-shattering formation were also affected. The black-robed old man chanting scriptures had to open his eyes to look, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before looking up at the sky to observe Chen Zhaoxun and Bai Xiaochun fighting. He remained silent for a moment before looking at Bai Xiaochun standing on the city wall. This gaze seemed to see right through Bai Xiaochun, inside and out. Bai Xiaochun took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, terrified to find his battle points increasing so rapidly that he couldn't even see the numbers. So many points! I could become a heavenly commander! Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the numbers, his heart racing with excitement. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the blood-red clouds above the sky. This eye emerged from the clouds and stared directly at Bai Xiaochun. It was the gaze of the red-robed female celestial being who wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun instantly. Chen Zhouocean disagreed with her doing that, laughing loudly to stop her, and then the two fought even more fiercely than before. Bai Xiaochun was so scared that his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest, but seeing that the other party didn't continue, he breathed a sigh of relief. The matter wasn't over yet. In the savage wilderness, hostility was very clear. The great chieftains behind the native army glared at Bai Xiaochun with hateful and malicious eyes. Those eyes were incredibly fierce, as if they were about to go mad. "Why are you looking at me? This place is too dangerous. I must return." Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anxiety. He made up his mind to retreat when suddenly a loud explosion echoed in the sky. The body of the black-robed old man sitting in the middle of the 5 altars was shattered into pieces, and a loud explosion occurred within the 5-pointed star formed by the formation. "Hungry! Hungry!" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, and ghostly hands stretched out, grabbing the black-robed old man and dragging him into the crack. The black-robed old man did not resist, allowing the ghostly hands to pull him inside. Then, a gulping sound echoed from within the crack. The cultivators of the 5 great legions felt a strange sensation upon discovering this scene. They were stunned and breathless. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the crack in the formation. He sensed something was wrong, so he immediately left the city wall. Before he could leave, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the crack. After the explosion, the crack split open, revealing the mouth of a giant inside. The giant was so enormous that the gap was only wide enough for its mouth to protrude. Its mouth was green, but its teeth were pitch black, and blood and flesh clung to it. As it emerged from the gap, it let out a loud roar. "Hungry, hungry!" The sound echoed, shaking everyone's minds. The mouth lunged towards the city wall and sucked in with immense force. The sky darkened, the void twisted, the ground trembled, and an unimaginable suction force emanated from the mouth. Even the protective barrier of the formation couldn't stop it. The cultivators of the 5 great legions turned pale with fear. They were terrified as their bodies were uncontrollably drawn towards the giant's mouth. The cultivators screamed in agony, many of those standing on the city wall escaping the barrier and flying outwards. Bai Xiaochun was terrified. He couldn't retreat. He shouted, and his body soared into the sky, directly escaping the barrier and appearing on the battlefield, flying straight towards the gaping mouth above. "No!" Bai Xiaochun screamed in agony as his body was pulled away from the city wall by a terrifying gravitational force. Even after soaring into the air, nothing could grab him, and he was freed from the formation. A sense of peril arose in Bai Xiaochun's mind. His face turned pale, and he continuously cried for help. He watched helplessly as many cultivators from the 5 major legions were pulled towards the giant mouth. Many had already been drawn into the mouth, devoured, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Screams and cries for help echoed from within, shaking the entire battlefield. The Great Wall suffered considerable losses. The mouth, like a hungry ghost, exerted an even stronger gravitational pull, darkening the sky and earth, and causing turbulent winds. All the cultivators being pulled by the force used every means possible to resist. Some employed secret techniques, some used powerful treasures, and a few coordinated their efforts, using all their ultimate killing moves and hidden techniques. There were successes and failures. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was terrified to the point of almost losing his mind. In this moment of intense danger, he didn't want to die. "I don't want to die." Bai Xiaochun trembled and shouted loudly. The Tongshan Dharma eye appeared on his forehead. When the eye opened, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a restriction to restrain his body. The effect wasn't great. He was still dragged along. After flying over the heads of many natives, he found himself not far from the mouth of the hungry ghost. Bai Xiaochun was terrified to death. His eyes turned crimson, his hands formed a hand seal, and he pounded his chest. His eyes were bloodshot, and then he screamed like a madman. Human mountain technique. As he screamed, Bai Xiaochun's entire body swelled, his form becoming slightly indistinct, and countless rocks and earth appeared inexplicably. Even with the human mountain technique, he was dragged over 100 feet before transforming into a giant stone figure. The 100-foot-tall stone figure, viewed from afar, resembled a mountain. Its immense weight caused the gravitational pull to diminish, and Bai Xiaojun gradually descended to the ground. Boom! Bai Xiaojun, transformed into a stone figure, crashed to the ground. Despite repeated impacts, the stone figure was still being pulled backward. The stone figure's face was identical to Bai Xiaojun's. He looked up to the sky and roared, his hands gripping the ground. A deafening explosion followed as Bai Xiaojun's hands were embedded in the earth. He exerted all his strength to resist the gravitational pull, like a nail driven into the earth. Even with an increasing force, he couldn't be pulled away. Fortunately, the gravitational pull didn't last too long. The entire process took only a little over 10 breaths. The giant rift in the sky gradually closed. After devouring the flesh and blood of many cultivators, the enormous mouth disappeared and the pentagonal rift closed. Bai Xiaojun's whole body trembled. His breathing was rapid, and he shrunk his body, escaping the human mountain technique state. He stood on the ground, but his heart was pounding. Only when the huge mouth disappeared did he feel like he had survived the ordeal. Successfully resisting the gravitational pull of the gaping maw was not only a feeling for Bai Xiaojun, but also for the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 5 great legions. However, there were too many cultivators. Even the largest maw couldn't swallow them all. Moreover, many, like Bai Xiaojun, had used their ultimate techniques to escape the gravitational pull. Before they could feel fortunate, fear gripped them, for they were surrounded by the greedy gazes of the barbarian tribesmen. In fact, when the gaping maw appeared, the barbarians weren't hoping for the maw to annihilate the cultivators of the Great Wall, but rather to use its incredible gravitational pull to draw as many cultivators as possible out of the wall. Once these cultivators left the formation and dispersed among the barbarian tribesmen, their lives and deaths would no longer be in their own hands. Quickly return. The 5 great legion commanders and the powerful experts of the 10,000-man commander rank are fighting against the soul-refining masters and cannot provide reinforcements, only able to anxiously shout. At the same time, the Great Eye shot out many beams of light into the battlefield, the formation's light screen attempting to advance, intending to reduce the distance and protect the cultivators inside. Those at close range could retreat, but no fewer than 200,000 cultivators were drawn into the barbarian formation. Many had already left the formation and flown into the barbarians, unable to break through the encirclement. Kill them! The 100 great tribal chiefs of the barbarians, standing far away, ordered the barbarians to attack. The barbarians on the battlefield, without needing their orders, had already killed many cultivators, all attacking the enemy closest to them. Hundreds of thousands of natives simultaneously formed a circle, directly cutting off the cultivators' escape route. Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale, his eyes filled with immense fear, and a chill still ran through him. He looked around, tears welling up in his eyes. Just moments before, he had been standing safely on the city wall, proudly watching his achievements increase, and now, in an instant, he was surrounded by natives. The change was too sudden. He didn't want to accept it, but he had no choice. Seeing dozens of natives around him staring at him with greedy eyes, he was terrified. The white demon is here. Kill the white demon. Haha, the white demon has fallen into our hands. He's mine. I want to devour him. Bai Xiaojun's scalp felt like it was about to explode. He could even smell the foul, sour odor emanating from the natives' mouths. Bai Xiaojun's eyes blazed red. In this moment of life and death, Bai Xiaojun felt as if a needle had been thrust into his head, igniting his will to survive. His body emitted an astonishingly fierce and ruthless aura. I know your leader. Bai Xiaojun pleaded for mercy, but found it useless. He knew he had no way out and unleashed his full physical strength. I am mine, not yours. If you want me dead, you will regret it. Bai Xiaojun's heart turned to malice. He potted his storage bag, and a pile of armor flew out. Others could only wear a few pieces of armor, not all of it. Perhaps Bai Xiaojun didn't know how to put them on. He simply put them on as quickly as possible, resulting in an extremely bizarre appearance. Flying swords and various magical artifacts also flew out, continuously circling around Bai Xiaojun. It wasn't over yet. Bai Xiaochun, carrying numerous talismans, affixed them to his body. These talismans formed many protective shields around him. The events unfolded rapidly. By the time Bai Xiaochun was fully armed, dozens of surrounding natives had attacked. A deafening roar erupted. These natives all possessed considerable cultivation, comparable to the core formation stage, but Bai Xiaochun's protective shields were too powerful for them to break through. Some were even forced back by the recoil. Many natives who had rushed over from afar watched the scene unfold with bewildered expressions. Damn it, he's wearing more than 10 layers of armor. How did he wear them all? And those talismans, each one is incredibly valuable, yet he's affixed over 1,000. My God, is he a walking storage bag? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, gathering his courage and strength to retreat. He charged forward, desperately pushing back the natives. You're all too arrogant. Bai Xiaochun roared, and despite his layers of armor and numerous protective artifacts and flying swords, his speed was incredibly fast. He charged straight into the crowd of natives heading towards the city wall. Before the natives could even react, Bai Xiaochun had already sent them flying more than 10 meters away. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and chanted a spell, and more than 10 flying swords surrounding him slashed at the surrounding natives at top speed. Bai Xiaochun gave the natives no chance to react. In an instant, countless screams of agony rang out as Bai Xiaochun's flying sword sliced the natives into dust. These natives were unable to self-destruct even in death. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun charged forward like a dragon, plunging into the crowd of natives. Upon approaching a native, he unleashed his flying swords to strike. The native wanted to dodge, but Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast, and he couldn't avoid it. He screamed in agony, and his head flew high into the air. At the same time, other natives approached one after another, attacking simultaneously. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and struck the ground with his hand. In a resounding explosion, the ground shook violently, and a storm swept around. The giant's expressions changed. Bai Xiaochun, using a speed several times faster than before, overtook dozens of natives. Boom! 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 The explosions shook the heavens. Perhaps this scene was nothing compared to the entire battlefield, but Bai Xiaochun was the war god of his region. No matter how many dozens of natives tried to stop him, they couldn't. The battlefield was overcrowded with natives. Hundreds more natives appeared around him, attacking, and many attacks struck the protective shield around Bai Xiaochun. Layer after layer of the shield collapsed, his body trembled, his eyes turned crimson, and he became even more frenzied than before. You're all too arrogant. Many people dare to bully me alone. Bai Xiaochun roared as he charged forward, like a shooting star crashing straight into the native's chest. After knocking him away, he found hundreds of natives surrounding him, attacking him in layers, their momentum incredibly overwhelming. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and patted his storage bag, taking out a large number of elixirs. The elixirs flew around and exploded, the illusory mist merging into the bodies of the natives, causing them to perform strange actions. Bai Xiaochun seized this opportunity to escape the encirclement. As he charged out, several hundred giant natives rushed towards him, each one filled with terrifying killing intent. More than 10 of them even self-destructed upon getting close. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in horror. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The simultaneous self-destruction of more than 10 giant natives created a terrifying force, sending corrosive liquid flying everywhere. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Many layers of defense around his body crumbled. Using the impact force, Bai Xiaochun surged forward, escaping the encirclement. Because the battlefield was so vast, and the distance to the formation's barrier was too great, even with his speed, he couldn't escape. He stopped and found several hundred more natives blocking his path. We want to devour you, the surrounding natives roared, their killing intent terrifying. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his eyes becoming even more frenzied. He raised his right hand, directing 3 magic treasures to fly forward and self-destruct. The self-destructing magic treasures possessed incredible power. In the resounding explosion, hundreds of natives were blown to pieces. Before Bai Xiaochun could escape, hundreds more rushed forward to fill the void. They wanted to wear Bai Xiaochun down to death. Hundreds of the native chieftains all agreed to this method. They sneered, knowing that Bai Xiaochun was undoubtedly doomed. Several chieftains even left their positions and advanced towards Bai Xiaochun. The other chieftains also dispersed, killing the powerful warriors and the heavenly commanders of the 5 great legions. The entire battlefield was in utter chaos. Chen Zhaoshan, high in the sky, was anxious. Such war tactics had never appeared before. This time, he was caught off guard and powerless to do anything, as the woman in red was blocking the tide, making it difficult for him to reverse the situation. Bai Lin and most of the 10,000-man commanders were within the formation, but their enemies were powerful soul-refining masters, making the battle extremely perilous and preventing them from being distracted. The battle's dynamics changed dramatically in a short time, and only occasionally did cultivators escape the encirclement and return to the protective barrier, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Because over 200,000 cultivators from the 5 major legions were scattered in various places, only a few returned. The war, waged in a bloody and devastating manner, stained the ground red. Bai Xiaochun roared, feeling an intense sense of life or death danger. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be screaming. As the natives surrounded him relentlessly, a malevolent thought arose in his mind. He channeled the icy energy within him. From the beginning of the battle until now, although he was powerful and ferocious, he had only used his physical strength. After all, this was outside the Great Wall, where he couldn't sense spiritual power. He couldn't replenish his spiritual energy by using spells, and it was rapidly depleting. Once depleted, death awaited him. Therefore, he had to wait for the most crucial moment to use spiritual power. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaochun decisively activated the 3 magical artifacts surrounding his body, causing them to explode. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. The surrounding natives were severely wounded and sent flying, their eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust. Instead of retreating, they advanced, self-destructing. The sound of self-destruction echoed continuously. Dozens of natives self-destructed, impacting the defensive light shields surrounding Bai Xiaochun. Before long, all the shields collapsed. Those armors couldn't hold up much longer either. Bai Xiaochun, using the power of his self-destructing magical artifacts, broke free from the encirclement. His armor shattered. Behind him lay a pile of corpses. Because of Bai Xiaochun's immense power and ferocity, the minds of the natives around him were shaken. They were all intimidated by him. By the demon, he alone killed so many of our people. Damn it, this guy not only has incredible alchemy skills, but his combat power is also amazing. We can't let him live. I must devour him. He only had many defenses, but now he has nothing left to protect him. He must die. The surrounding natives roared incessantly. 3 of them, taller than the others, glared ferociously at Bai Xiaochun, attacking him with terrifying force. Bai Xiaochun's face was as pale as paper. He was gasping for breath as he watched the natives swarming towards him like a tide, seemingly endless. Hearing their roars and the blood gushing from their mouths, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. Without defenses, do you think you can easily kill me? Bai Xiaochun sneered, his smile filled with contempt and madness. He knew what the price was. Staying here meant certain death. Only by risking his life would he survive and escape. With a maniacal laugh, Bai Xiaochun stood tall, his immense physical strength erupting into a storm that swept in all directions. His skin turned golden. A diamond-like phantom appeared behind him, and countless forbidden runes appeared on his legs and arms. The immortal longevity technique was unleashed to its fullest extent. As the power erupted, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, he unleashed his divine ability. Mountain-shattering charge. He charged straight at one of the 3 giants approaching. His speed was incredible. The sound of tearing wind echoed as Bai Xiaochun's body transformed into a blur, crashing directly into the tall native. This native, relying on his immense physical strength, underestimated him. Upon realizing Bai Xiaochun was about to collide with him, he didn't dodge. Before he could even think, his body was sent flying by Bai Xiaochun's impact. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the native screamed in agony. Before his body could even touch the ground, it exploded into a bloody mess. He was annihilated by Bai Xiaochun's clash of divine and physical forms. After killing the giant native in front of him, Bai Xiaochun turned to look at the 2 giant natives charging towards him from behind. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bai Xiaochun sneered and raised his right hand. He let his opponent punch him in the chest, then raised his right hand like lightning and squeezed the native's throat. Bai Xiaochun's hand couldn't grip the native's throat tightly. He could only concentrate destructive power into 2 fingers before crushing the throat. Black energy enveloped the native's entire body, shattering their bones wherever it passed. This was throat-shattering lock. It wasn't over yet. After slaying 2 natives, Bai Xiaochun kicked out with his right leg, striking at the 3rd native behind him who was swinging his long sword. Bai Xiaochun's right foot struck the opponent's long sword. A cracking sound echoed. The sword shattered, and the native's hand was also hit by Bai Xiaochun's right foot. Boom! The native screamed in agony, his right hand a bloody mess, and streaks of black energy emanated from his entire body, as if he had been sealed.